1AC sent.
We still haven't received it.
Let's see, so it doesn't stretch up.
Oh, this way.
Is there a file share option in Zoom? I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah,
Just
there
have-
is.
All right.
slide
You
over.
want-
Work prep, Wi-Fi having problems again?
it's yeah,
The email?
Wi-Fi, and it's always the email. So
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. Did that work?
give me a second. I'm opening it right now.
Is Kyle in here?
Yeah, Kyle's here.
Okay, sweet.
Wait, let me just download it real quick. All right. We are good.
Cool. Anyone not good? Do we have Connor here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just keeping my camera off because my
Yeah, you're good,
Wi-Fi's
you're
not great.
All right. The United States federal government to substantially increase protection of water resources in the United States that are covered by the provisions of the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea. The advantage is Russian expanded the Arctic and SES response to U.S. epoxy protection, removes the legal justification for rejecting law tribunal ruling Shepperman. 19, epoxy unclose security to the U.S. refusal to see dominance for policy. The U.S. has been refueling gas missiles to the Arctic Circle, impacting security. Russia considered the ACS creating conflict of research to the U.S. opposed claims by pesticides and outlawed U.S. justifies its actions post Russia. The U.S. grounds of outlawed U.S. cannot claim Russia violated treaties not party to protection gives America the influence to resolve Arctic disputes. Glazer. 16, failure to become signatories. Wait, sorry. My creature's at like 2%. I stopped just to plug in really quick. 728. Okay, sorry. Protection gives America the influence to resolve Arctic disputes. Glazer. 16, failure to become a signatory is harmful to American interests. Under the convention will enable the U.S. to see what is claimed by joining. The U.S. will position to respond to Russian export efforts like certain influence of passage over to the Arctic as ice melts. Assuming to the table allow the U.S. to establish rules for the Arctic will be governed benefits U.S. military as well. The freedom of navigation, prevent other search navigation, overflight rates, and freedoms can indicate legitimacy support the U.S. as the signatory joining. Enable the U.S. to participate in dispute resolution, including tribunal dominant members of the tribunal, the continental shelf commission, which defend territory, info, and the U.S. cannot watch from the sidelines independently. The plan resolves Arctic disputes without requiring military to force. Johnson. 16, unclosed paramount importance of American security signing. Unclosed America signifies position of the country that values and upholds rules order. It going force substantial force of armed strongly and national security influence mechanisms beyond force settle difference between states ratifying unclosed bolsters of primacy and international affairs beyond one. Armed forces security. The U.S. Navy adhere to the spirit of unclosed will expect the other nations to do the same. Treaty law remains the strongest binding foundation which politics the order rests are confused by refusal to ratify a treaty that upholds the rules of maritime conflict, the world's great maritime power treatment for law that's local to joint unclosed minded American interests. Ratifying unclosed before the U.S. strong position maritime petition negotiation to shut up ourselves out of freedom negotiation, relying on military power to guarantee our boasts of your only geopolitical ratifying unclosed demonstrate freedom delegation, diplomatic solutions, state to state, maritime disputes, Arctic expansion sparks nuclear war with Russia. Claire. 20. The Arctic weapon decided as geopolitical strugglers, Russian increased maritime trafficking capabilities, the clash of the barriers of Bering to escalate. to nuke war, Putin brings a possible nuke escalation into U.S. nuke subs remain on duty. Clash nations catastrophic style wars, especially likely post-Ukraine. The plan comes at exactly the right time. Freeman for war. Crabs and governments have become glaring abscess perils of lackluster transparency to illustrated Ukraine. When breakdown between military brass secrets most highlighted later the unintended escalation between the largest nuclear for military activity decrease community for the version of the life catalyst for conflict fusion arguments represent the facility peace and that the art of vital national interest. What Russia is doing in Ukraine neither change the reality the art of fragile and high stakes. Only U.S.-Russia war causes extinction cotton barrett. 17. In nuclear war between the U.S. and Russia, aftermath of smoke of the atmosphere caused cooling ozone loss and disruption. No nuke winter exchange of 4,000 weapons making it possible to go through the threat of extinction to be great. There's only a possibility for 90% of weapons regional war and likely to lead to extinction risk greater from conflict between the U.S. and Russia. Expansionism is likely. Offensive realism, the only valid and socially scientific theory of state behavior that explains most of history. Kaplan. 12. Realism reflects the state's behavior behind the facade of values. Great powers prefer often they never appreciate how much military they need to thrive because every state is insecure. Internal nature is less important. Great powers are building walls that we're only inside offensive realism. Flashlight, dark rule, Meir Shermer cares a little about individual statements could achieve anarchy. This is guarantees insecurity. So it's squad powers don't exist. All powers are on the offensive. The U.S. abandoned establishing regional hedges to interest, indicated war with max super security. Japan, aggression for the Meiji Restoration, notably during a decade legally aggressive under liberal faster regimes going after Africa, the Balkans, Turkey, and Brigham. Bismarck is offensive real because Bismarck understood that army conquered much as it could, but as 20th century Germany's aggressive because controls industrial might hegemony succeeded many times. Roman Empire, Mughal dynasty, Qing dynasty, Napoleon, Wilhelm, and Hitler all came close from certainty for values, reality, forces, and behavior according to interest. Specifically true of Russia. Cats. 15. Putin is offensive realism. All powers behave offensively, even the leaders prefer not. Though will respond to other powers. Actually, there are no doubt Putin has been acting offensive realism. Intervention Georgia, Ukraine's for parties in Europe play over naval activities in the United States. Putin's offensive realism. Ignore Putin's apologies. The Russians encircling Europe, not vice versa. Agree. 20. Propaganda back to terrorist times. Claims terrorism encircling Russia and Iran. Hollow. Neither Europe nor the U.S.'s interest in Russian lands. Europe is circled by Russia map. Arguments flawed and correct misses the past years. Russia's demonstrated a willingness to invade powerful. Estonia will not invade Russia. Europe has no means of threatening Moscow. Even a constructivist international relations theory would app the Sokovia psychologically primed for war posture. 17. Russia uses military threat and coercive Sokovia aggressive focus on the assassination of the track and press aggressive behaviors from the rule over than the step in the regime ways tended against Ukraine, the U.S. and Georgia. The psychological need to wage wars, rational motive driven Sokovia war for to stop to destroy public opinion, destroy opposition regime is like pondering for the aggression probability. New wars seem high, but these prefer state-based accounts of international behavior rather than psychological ones. For 19. Moscow's aspiration to be great again and hard power become apparent analyses around Putin personality seem out of involved trying to explain Putin's review scientific analysis of Russia is difficult to discern the important individual. There's guesswork and focus on individual constitutes systemic theories. Offensive realism is preferred. Realism does not commit us to a metaphysical stance of human nature, but rather on the nature of states. Rahu. 14. Realism not stakes to derive theory about moral circumstances of human nature. Realism to be retained without having to debate the theory of it. Circle shortcomings to human nature, what's relevant to understand destruction, states moral technical conservation, second wisdom against state security, conflict not safe for human nation, but the structure leaders feel compelled to follow favorite security of morality, even if they naturally more inclined to cooperate and leaders cooperate not the benevolent nation, but structure wants to be changed, document is sufficient, but structure moral enhancement will not motivate leaders to minimal nukes, structure to be in metaphysical terms, denotes political right, but there are no enforcing institutions that connection, even if leaders become less egoistic and power seeking, even if they're right about realism being wrong broadly, Russia still believes in it. Failing to recognize that makes war more likely. Hamilton 19. Of the realist school, see three factors: drive security, competition, absence of central authority, system for some offensive capabilities, system of assertive addition states. Russia seems to be a textbook example. It's believed that powers currency, IT, and IR, and paranoid perceptive threats are actually exactly where Meir protects Russia because limitation of theories and focus. The problem is the fact that some states from the environment of the way that drive security. So I mean that all states too many choose not to be action by the states. Suspicion refusals to trap for security is not decided that insecurity states are more secure than Russia. Identity through interaction states can redefine themselves as friends. Russia they were defined by a fixation with threats, obsession with eliminating them. Realism is the most ethical paradigm, except for the inherent security of the nuclear age, the precondition for genuine hospitality, rejecting the nation state lapses in global nuclear civil war. Lundberg, 19. Erasure highlights the importance of finding perhaps in life. This from such love and a condition inherent is the risk of an refusing life that makes it possible to know if today's friend will say a friend is trying to recur full knowledge of will lose value. Electricity couple of formal ethics not be static hospitality and pure informing conform with their static ideals to be impossible to achieve undesirable data. Offers awarding consent to have to immunize the good of the bad. Ethics lead to type of affirmation about 40 years. Ethics based with the and or because justified realism not clone down. Ethics by formal ideals and formal how they should act or how they ought to be friends rather than enemies. Those they can offer absolute hospitality is not self-evident that friendship over enmity is better. Our system that eradicates borders would be world war. The possibility war in the United States will always be here for being uttered some moderate advance for the settlement of the existence against calculability, the anarchy firms that embrace the transform explanatory bit that it makes it possible to states make this position that accept to challenge realism must be replacing one rebel than another. No guarantees the new structure will be less violent. New community that transcends temporary result in more violence, just far more violent, emerges to common that embraces everybody everywhere is undesirable. Opposite ideal as bad as the absence of a goal beyond segregated boards makes ethics possible to be able to keep alive anarchy, but only if a catastrophe remains real. Will states needed to further strike. What creates nuclear war constitutes the conditions of peace, makes it possible to source or raise the stakes and further behind the finitude of everything that lives. Universal ethical ideas and its condition to make life possible. Nuclear war means there's no physical truth which it can or should conform. These are always space and time for negotiation. We are topical water resources include saline water. USGS 18. Secretary submit Congress part of the water resources in the United States, including saline water, includes the ocean. US 18. US recognize and put the water resource report to Congress. Studies quantify the recent starting and illustrates the systems of conducted surface water, including ocean. US means jurisdiction. Coast Guard authorization Act 10. US means the United States position for the US's jurisdiction includes ocean water. SCOTUS 20. The Solicitor General rewritten the EPA statement pollutants by jurisdictional waters such as the ocean, specifically the continental shelf surrounding the US. Monroe 50. Proclamation asserted title of the US to the continental shelf is several hundred miles of court held defendants paramount rights in and power over the belt. Since we have extra time simulating foreign policy years through probabilistic forecasting is necessary to avoid dangerous consequences. Tellock 20. No policy wants unanticipated consequences. Policymakers assume towards the political case as the territory changes reconciling to an airplane probabilistic forecast provide a range of future was likely that the past could not change correctly. Perhaps the future could policymakers use scenarios of artificial histories making up for a lack of data backcasting for this an alternative to how the future happened and how to operate scenarios to provoke the challenge against how the world works. Giving cognitive flexibility to better sense adapt to the future too many make it impossible and accurate planning puts matters of future decision makers to know which futures like probabilistic forecasting address for to show common forecasters transmitted uncertainty breaks being able to put an odds on futures given the future questions all Allen just break down future forecastable signposts the future becomes clear. Analysts can develop estimated which policies do the most bang for buck. Spread early warning evident not needed to transpire to have actionable information imagining the hypothetical consequence of foreign policies good. Iceberg 12 government stipulation provide election choosing principles or the importance of foreign policy other than necessary to compromise extra post negation inability to protect reaction being critical policy makers protect House states allies.
And I don't know if you were talking, but you muted yourself.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
All right. You good?
Mhm.
The laser evidence, it says that the U.S. recognized UCLOS as a customary international law, and
Yep.
failure to become a signatory is increasingly harmful to American, quote, political, military, and economic interests. What are those interests?
Not going to war with Russia.
Not going to war with Russia? Okay, let's go to the Claire evidence then. It says that as Russia increases its maritime traffics and bolsters military capabilities, what does the AF do to decrease the military capabilities of Russia?
I wouldn't say we necessarily decrease like the amount of guns or ships or weapons that Russia has, but where
Right.
Russia is
It
placing
says-
those
It
weapons and
says
how it
that the internal
intensifies.
link,
What
it says the
does-
internal link between larger geopolitical struggle and the expansionism of Russia and escalation is the increase in maritime traffic. What does the AF do to reduce?
What the
maritime-
AF does is once we become a signature to the Law of the Sea Treaty, we have access to certain tribunals through which we could hold Russia accountable to territorial claims.
What does that
maritime
accountability look like?
So say, for example, Russia starts putting a bunch of warships in the middle of the ocean and starts militarizing it. That would violate provisions of the Law of the Sea Treaty that go against things like innocent
All right, that
passage.
territorialism, the own card says, quote, what Russia is doing is Ukraine is unconscionable. It's provoke unviolence and flagrant disregard for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and humanitarian laws. What is
Yeah.
the internal link between the affirmative and decreasing the territorialization and attacks on Ukraine?
Yeah, so by becoming a signatory to UNCLOS, we would increase the risks for Russia to try to expand into the Arctic. It would make it more dangerous and essentially develop more deterrence capacities for the US to get them out of the Arctic. The reason that they went to war in Ukraine is
Okay,
because they
the
felt
top of
threatened.
the Friedman evidence says, quote, the perils of lackluster military transparency were illustrated in Ukraine. What sort of military transparency does the AF produce?
Again, okay, I think a key framing issue is you're talking about cards that are explaining the way Russia acts. These are not internal link cards for the app.
Well, how does the AF solve the way Russia acts?
The thing we explained at the beginning, cross-ex tribunals allow us to hold
What
them
evidence do you
accountable.
think warrants that?
The first cards in the 1AC.
Okay, the Kaplan 12 evidence, it says that, quote, offensive realism cannot explain every action throughout hundreds of years of history, but exhaustively goes to that history just to demonstrate how much it does explain. How much of history does offensive realism explain?
The great
Explains
majority of
Russia.
it.
What majority of it?
Russia's actions.
Russia's actions. Okay. It says then the US is bent on establishing regional hegemony. It was an expansionist power. What does the AF do to resolve the US, quote, ontological claim of being established on regional hegemony?
We do not make a claim to expand America's hegemony. We make a claim to stop Russian expansion.
Wait, you don't make a claim to stop
The plan does not lead
How
to
do you
American
resolve?
hegemony.
How do you resolve Russia controlling the maritime?
Tribunals.
What is it? What are those tribunals and what do they look like? What is that? issue?
They're
Who are they?
territorial dispute tribunals, as we explained, being cross-ex. If
That doesn't
Russia
make any
violates-
sense. I realize I'm giving the one at C. Give me a second to send it. It's 4 off in case. Just let me know when y'all got it.
Are you emailing it or putting it in the?
I emailed it. I think us when we send emails, it's fine, but receiving is not. Has anyone received it? I'm just gonna send it again as well, just to make sure. All right, I resent it. Has anyone gotten it yet? No? Yes?
I got it. I'm opening it though.
I
Okay.
have not.
We're still waiting on Connor. Arnav, have you gotten it? Good. Connor, just let me know when you're good. I'll preemptively resend it another time just to make sure that Connor does.
Could be an issue on my end. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just spam it.
Can you check the email that you sent it to? Make sure that's right.
Wait, sorry, you want me to check what?
I'll edit his brother.
The email address.
Yeah, I also didn't make the change. Wait, let me check. Is it?
Oh, I don't have the
No,
one.
yeah,
he's-
they
I don't
send,
have the
yo,
one
they
he's-
send it. They send it to your brother.
I was gonna say I don't have the one I sent in an email chain. I just got it from the chat.
All right, so I'm gonna reply to the one I see, so it should be on there. Oh crap! Never mind.
Awesome.
I'm gonna forward you the one I see. Can I just can you just like tell me verbally your email?
Yeah. G-O Connor CONNOR W.
Oh, actually, I already have it. Sent, and then by all attachments. One and C. I don't know why I didn't really need this. All right, I'm in, and then NBA, just be cognizant to like respond to the most recent one and C. I have like the 6 that I've already sent.
Gotcha.
And then let me know when you get it, Connor.
Got it. Thanks.
Nope. If anyone's not good, just stop me in the next couple seconds. First opportunity, the outside black woman, the one to see ratlines, minimum 2 black women, no office, because the bars on the floor, that black woman, collected no days, black woman, with the rise, we do not interpret the universal explode black women's liberty, corporate ideas, refuse to give the appropriate credit for a word, black woman, was part of red, refuse with improper leadership, possibility, citation, price, loss, engage with the voices, so often silence, left behind, black women always give the burden, doing for everyone else, was learn to hard work, and research on our violation, the outside black women, prefer, under bonus, reverse, intellectual education, black women, knowledge reduction, cheating, coming up with knowledge, security, interrogacy, university, push anything, anti-normative, outside, I'm making debate, making the second, so argue, responsibility, black women, first, speech, to remember white women, so the actually be great with that, one debate, black women, especially 3, true testing, we can't test
assess whether you have a good idea for black women have what any scholarship that is so they have met their burners. Second off, we advocate the entirety you want to see minus the realism top value preemption has become the doctrine of war. Any of it can be similar to the order justifying complete destruction of knowledge protection in academic space, which turns the FS visual nine the principles of justification preemptive neutral the right with the right intelligence of taking rise with the global defense and some of the concept of rationalization to prevent dimension known as whether anything matters place regarding tourism and the must be based on the advances of what we're comparing to the carrying goal will to complete as everything just there's not much in the order that controls the internal reality so words all parts on the side of order against all those were potential realism are position of population virtually shows as far as they not manage Germany direction their system driving to completion and perfection but definitely provide subsystem generation most model from the process they wish to exclude the 20% from the medical order of complete commission surveillance and control no matter how lose can only result in you and themselves outside. I think the pieces sweated this into reality co-opted or obliterated. Third off, the interpretation what do you see misuse spiritual method of personal experience organic and academic intellectual justify the plans war protection absent any of these what do you see prevents access privileges and power and renders based on this year shall be away future process collateral consequences personal space organic intellectual academic law process based on kinship basis single spectrum what the basic benefit of research or no to practice to render to positive because of lack of training such as racism class and sexism homophobia and just use of personal spirituality against homogeneous against distorts objectives and prevents politics within the community of those affected. The fourth off the racial intimacy the court of political machination that relies upon the laws of mastery of relaying racializing bodies in time for accumulation extraction of resources to counter the psychological moment we must reject notions of theater Christ of more radical ecological mind imaginaries beyond which human and species laws that act 21 the change is to be driven by government people local design necessity relationship raising colonial and ecological cannot be distressing transform focus on Christ emergency black and society for ecology and how such people more substance climate change including rights civil substance security animals ongoing effects how she alternative political measures to state capital she says more urgent than ever the name will be currently facing the crisis of emergency phase with black emergency to survive with the excessive attraction for benefit the effect of false relationships if you crop and livestock and the human more human worth and the internal energy the African and indigenous lives are not against the formal habits based for indigenous black alternatives necessary epistemic component for overcoming social ecological crises including human and non-human cultures search together racial geopolitics to find the goal number of the military dominance to cover the social planet when they see makes all their impacts and about the level of ecological disaster the check management strategy just creates more effective modes of governance to death that's COVID-19 the geopolitics from global social planning system with any range of the global diversity funds will come from military operations mutual security alliances and natural border co-ops such as that capital negative implement global social without the benefit of the majority of the planet regardless of climate change the water species loss migration crisis mass capital social planning and war geoengineering consolidated Germany figure paths common water security all these strategies for adapting climate ecological strategies not skills not skills for cool weather clean water future relieve the buildings many survive the crisis disaster comes disaster adaptation for form of opportunity reconfiguration of government invasion the world and engineers where they can target without the majority of people currently alive on the planet and the politics are not benign but harmonized international order through definition of peaceful political systems justification reduce arms impacts and black value system requires extermination black spiritual life that hosts Henwa 15 the international district red and liberals optimism international cooperation pass all this seemingly non-liberals cultural hegemony and systems that has more peace and ensure self-engine ideal paradigms increase the global resistance to dominate the states of liberal ideology opposite margins of the international community part of Western churches by unification with the same opposition to white students function globally problems argue the person calling for a peaceful world there's no certain world terms that colonial remnant that reinforces Western sea levels and outdated imperialism and spread of Western values that the global environment remains palatable for the West the geographical nature of protection increased colonialism develops white municipalities selectively protecting resource for white consumption while black indigenous communities color red sacrifice those as pure for 21 One municipality to process reducing environmental recovery new from white weather shadow resource from the community place space research fighters in place economy also socioeconomic finding modern sense of peace reconstruct ecosystems extracting ship for an initiative to initiative building capital wealth creation the water resource particular educated range of technologically new landscapes implemented for more probable orders matter particular racial social environmental race of traditional conservative generation the selective protection resources for white consumptive places all its expensive research community concrete such as for uncovers the connection between resource extraction race the prototype for the answer race places on the natural within different plantation special colony the domination natural reason black produce white wealth why they dominate economies for racial capitalize specific person in the world and spaces that distribution of race over best with the different places where white shutting was for every pass of the planet the problem white towns give everyone is such as cross capturing and socializing water resource infrastructure technology service control economic development the social mobility communities color kept segregated and underdeveloped and slavery must be theorized maximum captivity reduced structural knowledge capable of coming to term with the world that's section 8th agency other slavers are going to affect the condition captivity kind of agency over suicide and effective resist category 70 refuse to save the same world there's a 10 on the business every system rather than slavery rather than people who simply face simple situations and that was all of us for bonds agencies not versus stage and harassment agencies to capture manipulation the focus of powers such as displacing organized violence required captivity their cost benefit calculation and carries any black fantasies or convince blacks to repetition personal death infatuation contingency material changes spots and middle investments that's the young 16 the anti fantasies of the western trouble time and personal life hybrid the trouble especially the living across the fetish expensive just cause constitute part of the window of the depersonalization of the eternal need depoliticized claims of express can be found distributed traumas that afflicted through habits as a persistent generational harm that impacts some person repetition of it by the need to time the topic start moving subjects murdered over and over become more material files not with the psychic formation of even obstruct change by making cessation of over social little economy expects maintains the dominance of activity separation my brain words will kill us the plan debates of a normal fit of a historical dream into the ethics compared to this current 13 the fiat of an historical dream gets over way to parties American subsidize effective with the position of race to anti races white supremacy and ethical compared to argue the government should act justly to attribute race to more quality just to be demonstrated this abstract reality from known by history appeals on impulsive future act for the slave artists of repressive ethical confrontation with the possibility of acting towards freedom and license not going to be chief of the black and world from the way we can racism and the worldwide kind of conception change another part of the same become for extent made them better a lot back to continue on the origin of present conception the present conception to work with the human humans about the global economic inequalities, immigration, labor policy, gender, ethnicity, environment, distribution of world resources remain status quo, anti-theft rejection, white virtue, no negotiating, anti-blackness, and liberal economy is true. The gratuitous response extends beyond utility. That's Chico 11. Politicians, especially when we evidence a lot of black people hate black people and do so cause money. They tell you political and more important liberal economy. They might miss people to act out. Use and cross with many people to find adverse impact of U.S. financial security. The bill of fear black people trumps the political economy, cost money, finance, part of risk, cocaine distinction where the two are identically identical with the by being associated with black people. Crack is seen as 100 times more threatening dialogues of victim of extreme violence because of phobias. Please don't get a monetary reward with their gratitude and civil society for their aggression. While for Queens, whereas a black thing is statistical, which is by way when the left them mistaken things about democratic people who do then they see it as they're doing from what they should be left. These examples are isolated cases, ignorance, and the alternative is black redaction and station. Want to see the asshole operates humans grammar in their attempt to describe how power operates. Merlot 16. What does it mean to defend the democratic holds up in magic for why they this carries away related to right action, black life, invisible, alternative kind of care, life, saying aspiration against society, things like black subject fills in the rate that we are black and no state protects us, and we might have people reborn. And the grammatical blackness is that against which meaning is made and can be which compressor can be pressure meaning that's key to defending the death. That's sharp 16. What does it mean to inhabit the families and not within after slavery to not black humanity work in the through captivity in the ways of representation of black becomes the balls of death of ways that whole cannot be the whole remain in the phone and say I say the birds in the womb now also the habitat of black and conscious works with social science produced by facility the purchase of facility so black social cycles that they're blocking the womb no state of the nation to protect with no decisions bound to be restricted positions and the modalities of black life lived in and under this fight black that's I think it actively their case. Their understanding of Russia maintains the legacy of the Cold War skills their analysis prefigures the impacts across 15 Russia position inside and carried a bit to with the media across the Western question is Soviet region the US and non-nuclear American policy names okay Russia within a continued war over Boston security to absence partnership with security Cold War pathology and needing for Western from American side states decided to allocate to the Russians for this for political psychology and Russian position particularly the US of the victim of global political context leading creates that essential only to reject and try to run away from whom the Russia is a fine sort of example of not able to just psychologically unstable American media always think deeper to recognize the judgment coming from a state spawn pressure by so-called Arabs themselves American thinking emphasizing on transparent Moscow decision makers are well ignoring the same Russian criticism of the fact that Russia that the UN does not trust Russia because of Russia how Russia behaves just does not trust the US simply posturing a political transference and realism national security generates long-term conflict of meaning realism doesn't even solve their own empirical imperative that's how you have to liberate 18 realism support by the territory the name of national support for the deciding on long-term interest for short-term stability the US provides $9 billion each president higher president the US provide armed support for Majid Amini who was a form of the Taliban resort for attacking American interests initiative goal was to the rising new opposite realism and embrace the repression between brown and inside personal American national interests that's every political climate repression that has come back by the US and representation of future nuclear conflict rest on just irrational non-wise the bomb is the epitome of the destruction of capacity whiteness national and structural bonds through the protection of particular extinction. That's Williams 11. You can mark the Williams evidence as an analytic and I'm good for cross.
Okay. Status of the pick and the K.
Against non-black debaters in an anti-black world, the status quo is always an option.
So condo if you're black.
Against non-black debaters in an anti-black world, the status quo is always an option.
Sure, condo. How does anti-blackness explain Russian foreign policy?
Anti-blackness explains the grid of expansionism and the desire to imperialize nations. Your analytic of realism cannot explain why Russia dominates Ukraine, why people desire to expand. Argument that imperialism is undergirded by a political
which nation is being colonized in the Arctic by Russia when they try to expand there?
Well, you read evidence about Ukraine. Our offenses more broadly about why.
How does the K explain Russian expansion in the Arctic?
Yes. The Grove 19 evidence talks about how military operations, which your own evidence isolates via the maritime military expansionism and transnational borders, etc., are all overdetermined by anti-black capital and desire to imperialize.
Why is Russia expanding in Ukraine? Like why or in the Arctic? Why is that anti-black?
Anti-blackness overdetermines the project of expansion. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like a root cause thing. Why? Because there's an anti-black desire to manage to produce.
What about Russia's expansion in the Arctic is anti-black?
Russia is trying to engineer a world, but we've also made arguments that are links more importantly.
No, finish that. Russia is trying to engineer a world. What?
So is the US. Our argument is not just about Russia. It can explain Russia, but it explains the US's reaction to Russia and the idea to produce a liberal world order. Right?
Okay, tell me how Russia, that's fine. What's up?
It explains the situation.
Okay, yeah. How should the US react to Russia?
How should the US react to Russia? Yeah. It should not.
So we just let them invade? We just let them expand? Like what happens?
Yes.
But you just said expansion was anti-black.
We said expansion vis-a-vis your political systems are bad.
Characterizing the logics behind expansion as anti-black.
And even if you win, it's an even if statement. Even if you win, Russian expansionism is bad. Anti-blackness overdetermined.
Do you claim that the alt solves Russia war?
The alt solves the links.
Does the alt solve Russia war?
Doesn't have to.
Does it though?
It doesn't have to.
Does the alt solve Russia war? Like I understand it might not have to, but does it in this debate?
Well, maybe. Who knows?
Does Does the alternative ratify the law of the sea treaty?
No.
It definitely does not ratify the law of the sea treaty. Okay,
No.
perfect. Does it increase like American tribunals under the law of the sea
It
treaty?
denies the potentiality for liberal humanism and expansion of Western
Okay.
values to be valuable.
The
in the
land
first place.
card talks about our cost benefit calculation. What is our cost benefit calculation?
What, like cost benefit analysis? I think we're in
Yeah.
quarters.
Why is that bad?
That is because it infatuates us with, like fetishizing crisis and emergency, especially true given that there's a lack of internal link explanation for insolvency or for any of the
What
worst.
internal link defense have you made in the 1NC?
We made internal link defense.
10. $9.15. Sending. Oh, why are there two 2AC files? I think this is right. Okay, it's sent. Order is case 3-tier. Apps must talk about Black women, preempts pick. Okay. Do we have everyone?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
Will you say the order again?
Yeah. Case 3-tier. Apps must talk about Black women. The preempts pick. The critique.
Also, we're still waiting on.
You haven't got the doc yet. Has no one gotten the doc?
I have it.
Okay, just let me know when you have it. Anything yet?
Could you, if possible, drop it in the fires
Mm.
file thing?
Yeah, how do I do that? Oh, yeah, I can just attach it on here. Attach Dropbox. Oh, open the website. Oh, I don't know my Zoom login.
I can try.
I'll try sending it again.
Okay, that's short.
What?
I attached it.
Okay,
All right.
so it should be in chat.
Yeah, I see it. Just, I'll let you know when it's downloaded. All right, if you don't mind, give me a second to standardize on it.
You don't like the blue?
I just can't see it. All right, all right. I'm good.
Is anyone not ready? Sweet. Only Russia war caused extinction to this size. There are also links that are not about Russia cannot outweigh the case. They can see the entirety of the case picture speech. You default that the affirmative definitely solves in any risk or right about theory about Russian action means that it's the only theory that could solve their aggression. The alternative can extinction first. That outweighs numerical because it's the only irreversible impact on consequential moral theories are indefensible. Because they devolve into tautology discriminating against people. All more theories depends on their explanatory power. Green is have consequential respects to person or face or 30 limits objects accounting. Everyone's well-being. If you ask about a person what is wrong with the push one in front of us being Charlie, they say 5 you will get a theological answer, some or tautological answer. So if you get people out of the case today, I'll make the opposite judgment, even though their explanation applies well to both the cases. Now, the cross and evidence, their critique of realism is wrong. One is about states, not individuals. We don't think people live in a state of anarchy, but there's no world government to quell anarchy in the international order. This is not about human nature, but our deological evidence that describes the nature of states. Two, realism is ethical. Borg says that it's security, reason, appreciation for life, and it calculates hostility towards those who could threaten us. Three, it's only about Russia, which is a textbook example of Mearsheimer's theory. There are arguments about Ukraine. Literally prove this. Mearsheimer's claim to fame is that he was right about Russia invading Ukraine because their offensively realist permutation would look like rejecting realism for other states but accepting it for Russia. Now, the SIAM evidence for Russia preventing Russian militarization doesn't lead to promoting dictators. Now, the last card about reps, the reps don't cause wars. If it's not author highlights a depiction of dangerous create militarized response yet. The argument is the answer the US does not have a ratio reach Ukraine, North Korea, Iran, opposite external threats determined by the US and not Russia invade the arguments of paints counterterrorism or against with those surprised under a bomb that shaped out theater structure, withdrawn from Afghanistan. If those surprises could not be extended based on preemptive logic of systems use action or not, properly balanced and then appear biased. Now, the 3-tier counter interpretation, the defense, hypothetical activation, the revolution, arbitrariness. There's infinite ways to make debate better, but you should have punched effort, failing to do them with the valid, also infinitely aggressive, devolves space into nitpicking contest. 3 tiers, especially egregious, not a procedural, just a half-baked as standard for evidence comparison predictability. Only the resolution and tournament invitation are predictable source. The rules interpretation doesn't. So privileged people will lie, and their cards are inherently not privileged because everyone can read them and use verbatim. The procedural argument, black women, procedural crossplay are counter interpretation, arbitrary, and opposite predictability. The procedure is specifically a bad one. Doom loop, Berkeley Prep randomly made up a number of 2 black women, which is arbitrary. If you cite 2, then they say we need 3, losing after every round, every debate. 2 is impossible to verify. Their cards as black women should be cited at some point. It's not just authors of the cards, but also who the card cite. 3's authenticity testing should raise argument set. Now, the identities of authors, which is found, no offense debate is not key. We engage the black women said knowledge production outside the realm. The app is obviously good for black women by solving extinction of the preempts. K1 do both to do the counter on the cards about realism where preempts there. The explanation of Russian power contributing to the ways the solvency. It's impossible to win any card about preempt. The preempts is bad, no impact. We're not politicians who can affect wars. Preempts are good. It's a sign of respect that we want to engage you now. The K framework. Way the Afghans links to plans fiat applications or interpretation on particular shit the focus debate and delete app office by claiming any prior question and fairness is intrinsically valuable to the game, even if the debate sections benefits fairness to clash maximize them. Only our offense, your ballot can't change the state of debate, but it can resolve theory arguments are personally supreme figure from birth. We don't believe our arguments don't learn from debate. The long and curry cards are fiat case. I'll bring them up to the top. Our offense outweighs in terms of justifications. 1 is consequences predicting how material changes could alter the worlds necessary for scenario planning. The version of debate fails to grapple with the contingent dangers. Only our form of debate shifts cognitive practice to adapting to existential threats on both the local and global levels. That's the way you see dialogue evidence. 2, reflexivity. Students need to evaluate how foreign policy decisions are changed. Imagination cultivates ability to learn critical responses that intervene with the bad policy decisions. That's Edberg evidence. Now, the permutation do both either the alternative one six of plan or the statistical makes the links netball viewing perms. The test competition is good. They don't need net benefits. They're not mutually exclusive and don't link conditionality is bad. And just with solves 1 straight turns maximized in-depth research critical thinking. 2, fairness asking the ideas ever imagines. Now, the group all their cards about AIR they cannot explain Russian behavior. Only realism can. 1 state behavior. Kaplan evidence says the internal social conditions of the state do not explain what state acts. Instead, anarchy guarantees states insecurity, ensuring they act offensively when given the opportunity. Prefer our evidence that surveys countries from medieval China to modern day America and concludes the states vile for hegemony. 2, if it's Russia casts as interventions of naval belligerents, chemical weapons attacks in the general disregard for liberal norms, just that Russia's subscribe to realism or foster evidence says that realist foreign policy even reflects the social conditions on the ground in Russia that is a hotbed for nationalism and plainted hypocrisy. Our Yerberg evidence rebuts the common talking point that Russia's doing so in response to Western propagation. Geographically, it's just false. Russia's agonizing in Europe rather than the other way around. This is important because it means that the K can't solve the case and misdiagnosis. The reason Russia behaves in cross-six, they said the response to Russian aggression should not do anything. This is fucked up. It allows Russia to continue expanding this KGB propaganda demand. And 22 vocal segment of the left is far from being anti-works use of the Putin's interventions to give them a tactic approval attack war will be entirely all fault of the Putin's and nobody else. But listening to the Western left, you'd think the U.S. is about to invade Ukraine and the Russia is innocent victim. The question is why leftists who claim
to be anti-war, anti-imperialist, like gives occurred of Russia, warmongering and imperialism binary worldview sees the U.S. as causes the world's problems so urgently evil that it paying prices any nation opposing interests leads to double standards to imperialism. Russia propaganda has been successful in public pro-Russian ideas into the Western political discourse, promoting anti-system populism. The politics of Russia has always been a colonial empire. Slapped revolutionary credit paying onto the stage just as an imperialist where former European colonial powers are led former colonies to their own affairs. Putin cannot the worry will happen because kleptocracy state started with undermining efforts to prevent its wars. Now the first card in the 1 and C is we answered it above, but there's a climate impact in here. The answer does cause extinction occur. 19. There's no basis to climate breakdown, human extinction, protection of extinction, investigative omega 2 miles, headlight plans, seven knockoff X beyond the capacity of precisely perspective like quiz speculation rather than a conclusion from rigorous evidence. Grove is wrong. And 20. I disagree with the Europeans. The international system wasn't working. Would be dying. It seems that there is no way to get out there through the growth. Seen as something the economies, technologies, resources will be good people. I do not see anything Europeans says about modernity and Eurasian could have to do with something as the state was born in China. The agriculture came from the Middle East and India. China was until industrialization, geopolitics started to get us into this mess. I see a little universalist how we escape from extinction of a variety of paths that depend on countries. The stateless world is neoliberal homogenization. It's not the caused by realism prevented. The next card countering Russian aggression through a treaty is not the same as that we're not a member yet of. It's not spreading Western values insofar as it is. Then preventing war is good. The next card, there's no link. The F is not about environmental racism, which is what they're critiquing. The Sexton card, he's wrong. Kellen, again, 17 is social information destruction. Don't not defend that we give white substitutes region card the same denies that these systems think in response to the racial regime to cover response to black democratic officers are saving the gap between reconstruction code years of democratic struggle incarceration was the state's response opposition. We think the destruction by some still powerful to anything why supremacy fragile racial regime show themselves up. These are unstable system expressions of power is working over time. No responder opposition. The Chico evidence is wrong about libidinal combi Lauer 19 no card mapping negates people respond to same like cultural norms beliefs are adjustable to demonstrate biases extremism associate the social factors that contribute to the subconscious reaction and social norms on a little component of how we process stimuli is artificial isolate the subliminal responses from their social environments. What gets interpreted so close to maybe a norm philosophers neglect sizable data demonstrating that changes in entails intervening to policies are constituted of environments ontologies affect one's position. If attitude change the ontological heart could be leaving the ontological experience or different psych indicates that stereotype gets challenged destructed by some by deflected by others. Communication capacity is false counterproductive. There's no black experience class gender sex orientation will yield different response ontologies dynamic and not static empirical data indicates that there's no basis or fixed ontological status. The alternative definitely fails it. Wanting to see cross say said it would our response to Russian aggression should be do absolutely nothing, which is bad and definitely causes war. That's all of arguments above. Political hope is going to deny racist black agency for SUMA and 20 equal participation is possible in absolute efforts to change the practice to organize the political think of its institutions extension of habitual attitudes not abstract spirit mind reproduce aggressive habits we not engaged by HG African Americans can develop political participation as source powers that be as slaves achieve freedom when they measure themselves in terms not those of their master. African Americans have imagined ends independent that fix their seat that otherwise limits their agency disengagement from structural domination insights change the belief that circumstances can improve commits action to miracle problems rather than constituting a pre-existing structure studies reconfigure to produce more inclusive formations each subject is the tools to reform the political world. The alternative solves none of the links. Their theory is that we should do nothing, which is enough to overcome racism and can't solve Russian aggression.
All right, you good?
Yeah.
Sorry. Is it good now?
Mhm.
All right, cool. Reasons to reject the team are just condo, right?
Yeah.
All right, authenticity testing, what's the warrant?
You've made the argument that we have to cite black women in order to figure out whether or not the 1AC cited black women. You have to authenticity test whether are they a woman and whether they're black.
Okay.
It causes violence because it purges people that
All right.
are not black enough or not women enough.
All right, let's go to the K. The Rasmussen 20 evidence says, quote, we are bound to reproduce regressive habits if we do not engage our lived experiences and creatively and intelligently. Why doesn't this flow negative on the T-box?
It says that we are bound to reproduce regressive habits.
I just read that line. How does the AF engage their lived experiences?
You've made arguments that political hope is bad and that black people are in a state of maximum
capacity. All right, yeah, let's go to the next line of the evidence that says socio-political participation that subverts the authority of the political powers that be. Why does the AF internally or necessarily?
You've said the state is always bad. We've read a card that says black people can engage the state to.
No, the Rasmussen evidence says that subverting it. What does that?
You are just so wrong. This card is talking about Eddie Glaude and Dewey about democratic possibility and is citing black people in the context of that. Like you were just cherry picking lines and are absolutely wrong.
What does the AF do to increase black agency?
We are not saying the AF produces black
Why do you think this is often for you?
You've made the argument that black people are in a state of maximum captivity. We've read a card that says that is not true.
All right, let's go to Wait, I need to scroll to the perm card. The Dawson 13 evidence says the civil rights movement more generally was based on the utopian imagining of a much different America. What's the correlation between the civil rights and the AF?
Again, we're not saying the AF does that, but it's an
It
argument.
says the
about
internal
why
link to that.
it's
The
an
internal
ag-
link to that is where blacks would be able to govern themselves. That this is necessarily good.
It's an argument about why Black movements have engaged foreign policy and done scenario analysis about it to develop their own political
This is not
participation.
specific to the AF. The card also says progressive change
Well,
necessitates
it's
a
specific to
psychological.
foreign policy
Okay,
analysis.
progressive change, quote, necessitates a psychological transformation as well as a societal. What is that psychological
That's
transformation?
why scenario analysis is good, because it allows us to imagine scenarios that change the way we psychologically view the world.
What's the warrant?
We imagine worlds that are not the status quo, which makes us realize that there are other worlds that are better, so we should change the status quo.
What world is better?
A world where
America.
Russia is not being aggressive and is not going to war, where we are not dead.
All right.
Black people can develop their own scenario analysis about what a world would be what world would be better. This argument says they can do so politically and do it through foreign policy analysis.
Sure. What does the plan mean in context of the pessimism K? How does it resolve the Grove link? Like, how does it resolve the Grove link?
We've said Grove is wrong about Russian aggression, and the plan stops Russian aggression.
I'll get out your time. Right.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. If y'all could wait until I'm back before you start, that'd be awesome. I'm back whenever.
Okay, confirming you didn't read the Michelson and the waiver cards at the bottom.
Which block is that under?
Critical IR.
I did not.
Okay, we stopped at 6. Okay. Get the cards in the doc real quick. I'll send it out and I'll give them an order.
Did anyone end up getting the email of the 2AC? Like, should we just put the 2NC in chat or did it work?
I got the email, so.
Okay.
I never did, but I got the one in C, so maybe I'll get this one.
I think I replied to the wrong email, so replied to the last one that Antonio sent.
Oh, that's because I'm an idiot, and when I typed in war shower, I put Brendan on first and not. Okay. Yeah, I can just re-add when we get the 2NC cards.
Okay, so I'm replying to the 1NC email. Is that the one?
Yeah,
where-
Kyle, can you fix the? I'll give you Connor's email. Can you put that on? Because I accidentally put Brendan's on.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Sent it in chat.
The last one in C that Antonio sent has the right email on.
The last 2, let me see.
Also, Kyle, you have like hella static coming out of your end.
Is it like lagging?
No, it's not that. It's like the
Oh, it's
Yeah, oh, it's a fan. It's a fan.
yeah, we got.
just take
lots
it.
of
lift
dots
it up and
open.
blow it.
I'm not gonna do that. Okay, I'm gonna reply to I'm gonna reply to Jack's email. Is that the one?
That one doesn't have Connor's email on it.
Then I'll
So,
reply to
The last one Antonio sent.
the last one I sent, the one that's here. Okay. Gotcha.
I'm actually curious. How many did I end up sending?
You sent 3.
3.
That's not bad.
Okay, I'm replying to the last one. He sent, everyone let me know when you got it. And hopefully my fan will quiet down. Can everyone hear me talking? Or is it? Okay, let me grab some water real quick. The order is the K. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks. I could try to give a roadmap. I don't think it would be that helpful. I'm not gonna lie. Is anyone not ready? My computer's moving really slow now too. Alright. Everyone's got the cards though? Yeah. Anyone? Okay. Got it. Slavery should be theorized through maximum captivity. 3 reasons. First is 3 pillars, no counter explanation for 500 plus years in NATO nation that sever kinship and cultural ties, gratuitous violence beyond utility, generous honor, reduced African subject to the black commodity, and instead agency within the slave master's world. Second is absolving slave master, even if contingency is true, we should elevate antibodies, ontological, prevent white pacification, massacres of responsibility claims the heritage they cause were not as well. So not as bad as slaves could result in struggle with complicit advice. They obviate the difference between events and intergenerational harm. That section long. Third is the political economy. Is the political economy can't explain violence beyond utility, toxification of black land, disproportionate police response to air, governor, white supremacists, gunmen at so many crack cocaine distinction severities, mass incarceration can't be explained by any motive beyond philia and phobia, even if the crime is artificial. It's a good contract to track why there's a difference between good and gratuitous blowback for black people. B is physiology is the gold standard. Neurotransmitters producing back reacts to making phobia is de facto not to share yourself in 14 black as fretting is a remote in the culture history because of physiological response and the tumor fetal code series to examine not the legal race in societies in which the juror Jim Crow has been eliminated. White privilege continues through biology because of reactions rather than conscious decision. Why biology is a history of white supremacy. Why racism is manifested in body hair. Racism can shape people's biochemical activity. Serotonin levels do ANS and estrogen category and hormone production in certain studies. Why when somebody sees fear of black men, physiological right privileges can be found in neuro ideological research. Black people as exposed to daily racial traumas that encourage their efforts at existential safety. All of their studies, they say neural biases or malware is irrelevant when I don't see what the plan or their model does to actually change those biases. Charles Worth evidence studies is literally sus as hell. It literally cites measures people reacting to lights in different colors, which proves the pro-Trump arguments because they're stand-ins for actual people, which is what our studies are based upon. Their evidence also cites the approval of BLM as progress, which also proves the fungibility arguments because black people just post white squares to absolve themselves of violence, and it's called progress. Stop. I'm pausing the time on my computer's really bad. Okay, I'm assuming. Their contingent rubric of progress relies on analysis against the reversals within the civil society, which misses the force with the trees and does improve slave to have relationality of the world wilderness in 10. Why? After also by is pairing by blacks as slaves of the imaginary state and civil society's parasite middle past no slave in world labor. A slave is a non-labor anti-human position on a human established and maintains reduces a coherent slavery general honor and magnificent response in relation to the universe, recognized outside of relationality. Now can be reproached against the reversals and struggles not unless the regular explains how the slave is all the way says the anti-black equilibrium to set legal strategy crawls and the calcify away authority visits cycling violence on the colonizing creates cycles of victories followed by a shift in racial targeting that endlessly project the specter of political hope won't live and perform, maintain hierarchy system, the power to accept and value requests and reforms and emotional struggle that may civic notice of federal government repeal discriminatory acts become analogous to asking always to eliminate policies that allow others access rights to enjoy every day as the brown people happen operation web actually the discrimination immigrants over the suffrage blacks Congress denied the citizen rights of the Chinese African after the CFEP affirmative blacks its defense industries Japanese were sent off to camps and coincided in their support of the elimination individual policy for the eliminate racism and the replicated shift to outsource civil rights over racism on the ground and after desegregation people assume Africans had the equal opportunity that in succeeded must be reflecting of their intense problem was the career was on not generate protests in the cycle of advocating ensuring the permanence of racism even if the statement against racial disruption of the policy another policy will trigger another racial disruption continuous cycle the Kelly evidence we don't treat all systems of oppression as a totality white supremacy isn't fixed but rather takes new shape through things that address back into the card flows neg and it says that the ways in which how we talked about the way it talks about how whiteness responds to black radical resistance with more violence it's also a second is it's a historical Jim Crow did not come about because the Black Democratic Party gains empirics prove segregation occurred before, during, and after Black electoral politics. This was not 25 years of democratic possibility, but instead 25 years of information, formal networks of white terrorist organization formation, the White Knights and KKK of pseudo-segregation. The evidence proves no historical study of safer debates contingency or radical democracy, merely a casual conversation, not intended for scholarly debate. Savior historians, which is why they transcribed it from Robert G. Kelly without his consent. The rest of his evidence, one, it's the worst form of paternalism that ties Black agency and institutionalism that has long failed, proven by the history of violence outlined at the top. Second, this is wrong. Sullivan, 17 Black American strategies about number of faith and eliminate anti-racism, practice functions who problems that can be harmful in whether their bodies aim at psychosomatic health says that less able to withstand inequalities and racial migration contribute to fatigue, which is a police physiological response that has been linked to depression, tension, and anxiety that harms Black health, contributing to hypertension, cardiovascular, preterm belt race, and infant mortality that wear down bodies of racism via stress of the community. Racism kills the condo. Black condo is good. The Afghans to prove they're good in every sense. Key to curving revolution education would require split second human creates conditions for the best testing of exportable strategies. The Black strategies can and should be conditional, even have purpose to fight racialization in most of the world through proven by things like MLK, Malcolm X. The Black flex is good, which when we find the most ethical position to honor anyways, the impact of staticity, any other model relegates Black folk to static objects for static objects of resistance that moves the breath back radicalization. What W.E.B. Du Bois says the Black double conscious survival strategy allows for Black self reflexivity. Aragon theory linked to first and reciprocal perms, advocates, infinite prep, first last speech, dispo. They say dispo 12. One is smart eggs will just add planks to case and counterals require permutation. Second, you did everything that would justify a kick. You get your interpret literally every other debate and links to our offense about Black debaters getting stuck to those positions. The permutation redaction is incompatible with 1AC, even if the plan complements material improvement. The Black Lives Framework means that the editors who are sick live in investing anti-blacks. There's no benefit for the simulation. Just that they force the incorporation back into their political paradigm, which is the plasticity of slave and locks and mass and captivity. Second is double added they redact and separate 1AC justification makes them moving target which voted for killing clash or links or just that's framing issue. For the links hold a low threshold considering the entirety of the app was literally new except for 2 cards that they sent that literally didn't warrant anything about what the F was going to be first instance. The IR, the gross thesis of geopolitics, the most realistic form of IR theory, supported by a history of American posturing of dominance and control to prevent conflict and acting on specific threats specific to Russia that are read as swap players that foreclose the cooperation and reprice the state of emergency that justifies management. Nothing about the AF is defensive realism proven by taking preemptive action to lock down sea agreements before Russia can take those stands in the first place. Want to see cross proofs on Poconi and Shannon were using an infinite amount of if statements turns case because inevitably results in an increase in conflict, which proves that their approach to IR ends up inevitably resulting in endless surveillance, imperialism, domination as it does have to their model because it creates the worst forms of relationality. And only we, even if it isn't militaristic, the actual expansion of U.S. legitimacy under the logic of urgency links, even if they win their scenario to be true, it's unresponsive to the decay of communication and question of epistemology. The Mott evidence doesn't disprove our thesis of geopolitics. Mott's point is modernity has shifted to even the traditional Europe has been liquidated under global capitalism. The argument flows negative racial capitalism, globalization, control the afterlife for European colonization, alienation. The next link is geographic devaluation. The absolute geographical approach to protection cements the same logic of black deviance within climate discussion that recreate the colonial landscape where the government moves to protect certain bodies of water in certain areas while subsequently labeled black indigenous lands open for expropriation. Their strategic choice for protection mystifies the violent system. The anti-black environmentalism creates a value thesis that endlessly recreates the situations in Contrita, Flint, and Chicago. They say extinction outweighs versus framing means you don't weigh their impacts against mathematical analysis and evaluating extinction. The set of all sets of all this metalogs enables anti-black to independent magnitude calculation, make life pliable, and support it as a semi-UCB and crude intensify saying back in turns case due desensitization warning to all life matter the answer because the universal person saying about large amount of because the FSG legitimate introduce true players mobilize every single lives matter happens in the set of all sets and themselves all that is such as that set of anti-black destruction and value life and blackness and that's continuing equation within anti-black brutality doing life and doing the math and doing is doing life in the deadline manipulating form vessels assets weaponized mathematics economics doing the methods completely unwilling to team of operation violence going to apply master mathematics form the runners by mathematics with power rental and finding a barrier blackness and perfection black global women could not redeem the promise mounting third is consequential scenario planning is a snake eating so tail kahani and all 15 sacrificial scenarios are one concept which util conflict with more value studies of the relation between util judgment and dilemmas and genuine and personal considering the greater good in the cross-war experience employed the wide measure this prediction was not born under the tendency and to endorse sacrifice of the same as to save a greater number of negatively associated utilitarian considered responses lineated the utility were associated with egoism and the latent attitude charging long transgressions diametrically opposed to the greater good turn skills studies prove indoctrinate itself to be egos manipulators church agency and endpoints park at all 16 util judgment are associated with rational egos moral and self-centered judgments associated with lower abilities and integrate response to judgment these finding cast the doubt on whether the util should be considered optimal. The recent research finding the failed to find the direct relation between util and the behaviors that reflect the impartial concern for the greater good unethical delusion of existential that delay 18 we deriving from the delusion of the world the consequence of wars genocide and WMD ecological existential unethical tendencies derived from misapprehension. Mark the card at misapprehension.
Okay. You good?
Yeah.
You've read like 5 cards at the top of the K that are like, it's cruel optimism to believe that the state can do reform that is good for Black people. Why is saying the United States federal government should join a treaty to prevent Russian aggression cause cruel optimism for Black people?
It's an investment in political hope and your model that says we only get links to the implementation of the plan, the question of politics,
also,
and those things are what we're garnering links to.
Says that your path expands white virtue across the terrain of the global economy. Arguments an impact turn to the liberal government.
Okay, what card have you said that joining the Law of the Sea Treaty causes Black people to put faith in the government doing good things for them?
It's not. It's you. The question of the permutation. Second, the question of framework. All force an investment of Blackness within a political sphere, etc. We think that investing in those political institutions is.
Why is saying we should stop Russian aggression cause an investment in a racist political sphere?
It's a question of governments and political epistemology.
Okay, does the alternative get rid of government?
That was specific to this new AF that you read, then the debate would already be over. But obviously, like, we're reading evidence in the context of governance, which is a good enough threshold.
Okay, does the alternative get rid of government?
It's a question of epistemologies. We're not going for the alternative.
Like, you're going for framework. That makes sense. Let's talk about extinction bad stuff. What is the alternative calculus that we should evaluate impacts?
That will be the framework stuff for the anti-ethics and the 1NR. That's an alternative understanding of the ways in which we do those things. Even if we don't posit an alternative to utilitarian calculus, if we win that utilitarian logics are violent, then that would warrant a negative ballot. because the judge would be voting on that as impetus for the action of the plan.
Okay, so that makes sense. We'll take the rest for prep. Hold up, Kyle. I have one more question. What the examples you cited on condo for why it's good to test different ideas were what?
The examples for testing different ideas. Are you like black strategy planning like we
Yeah, what were the examples?
like MLK and Malcolm X are proof that like black double consciousness would be like a good strategy.
Okay. That's fine.
Sorry. It's what's it called? The K proper framework cite black women case.
My bad, one more time.
And I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll leave my camera on.
Wait, sorry, really quick, what was the order?
That's when I get back. If everyone's cool with that.
Wait, sorry, can people hear me?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Jimmy.
Yeah, sorry, what was the order again?
The K proper framework on the K, cite black women case.
Okay, sweet.
Is everyone cool if I just use the restroom? I'll leave my camera
I'm
on.
also gonna run to the restroom too.
I don't know if everyone's good. Slash back when you can send the card doc. All right. Give me oh my lord, I did not realize until just now how much stuff I have open. All right. Should be sent. Just let me know when y'all get it.
Got it.
Give me a second. I'm good.
All right, if anyone's not good, stop me in the next couple of seconds. Cool.
The K-proper MBA is watching the rules of using it analytically because the abstract, but the way they use it to diagnose was actually the government should take his violence, semester worst policies of great failure. That's that agricultural and killing. But it's amazing on this question of governmental field on this question of establishing crisis and proves the link differential and makes it impossible that when the perpetration to arm and evidence the same materialism of the U.S. always allowed responsibility by saying someone is worse by proves the grove link. Cat test interventions and maybe well over chemical weapon attacks and general disregard for lower norms suggest Russia subscribe to realism, but all those things equally apply to the U.S. which means there's no link differential and zeroes out their offense on why Russia's worse framework. Roll the just prioritize ethics, mood, the Russian illusion of white virtue constitutes critical interrogation of the underlying assumptions and grammars of the one see which occurs that turns the breeding ground for asocial anti-racist moves Kate impacts. And we win one thing about the absence of black, we win one is black participation on all-time low for social media. This sustains a hostile environment. The label's critical engagement is not worthy of consideration. Second is repetition composure. They're so narrow now. Surrenders reduce black social objects for purpose accumulation and cost benefit calculation for white savers. Officialized price and depersonalized the event making flash possible authorized misfiles lack disposability, which is proven by the Dawson evidence that you pick and choose which black histories matter and produce agency based off which ones mobilize your platform. New link to the criticism independent in the purpose of epistemology and next limiting grace and having hypothetical blame facilitates black mythology of the low politics and state addiction inherent in the politics shows original investment in the government mentality choice. Any possibility for resistant black political imagination. Come on, 17 these in political science politics experts don't think on government conception not sense of epistemological organized state addiction place with pathology renders suffer entirely dependent safe sensibility and social problems the state economic actions the state say become the very fixed of rather than imagine future in terms of just say yes dependent on the state for means in terms of giving the imaginary the main so that's entirely dependent on the state projected state memories becomes our own memory. They say consequences rough investment your investment in debates racially motivated origins produce white hegemony military expansion which declines black participation turns case as produced in 1948 would be the ordinance for national base for the frame of the construction of the civil and the HBU network would decline with provided training for the 10 crisis for the society global dominance must be seen debate message state power the laws of activity produce activations because there's possibly reduce social security US hedge and expansion of military skip the trade evidence at the level of interpretation of pursuit of consensus or equity wide supremacy in this activity relies on stasis points normative resolution reading as a hegemonic models of modalities of closure that's least 21 all communication requires interpretation parties of social psychological desires models of communication requires research interpretation to take place academic ideological claims and way to interpret balance of race harmony interpret is not constantly sense of interpretation or the concept of difference between regulates cultural interpretation chain of white power that regulates interpreting process and why meaning that support that dominant legitimate the process focus on original tenets of problems and interpreting word exclusive curriculum least to this without specific interpretation of the process social trends open become cited over the precedent to pursue consensus of the more found entirely the racial ideals and constant racial hierarchies those critical states which are special white supremacy attempt to negate and make those critical race interpretation those who are uncomfortable critical race become passive by forcing the normal rules of research methodology mark the methodology fairness nothing about the one way the alpha is yours fairness of affirmative defenders also which we're going to garner links off multiply our defensive arguments and condo and pathology design moving the one to see student holds in the counter for anti-black models of debate wing over consequence of plan and next object to reinforce right congressional spell here that preclude the base benefits and the models logic for fourth and produce satisfaction black suffering enables of false quincy whiteness is fair crazy anti-black political practice or 21 when 64 prevents the different satisfaction gave other side whiteness or white rules and false quincy whiteness fair with unequal application of law desire weapon beneficial words which racial domination practice of whiteness producing communism which racial community that life forms of satisfaction which is whiteness particularly experience of public happiness racial tyranny next can't solve camps and double models can't be enforced and next is unfairness good effort not like players creates kind of distance situation structural inequities next is fairness arbitrary unlimited in terms of what constitutes one's enforced clash no reason we should take ideas in anti-black and country even if evidence has increased by the fact that create anti-black ones go to state black woman. The Yaffa citation artifact that preserve Eurocentric orders and way of excluding radical critique or interprets the Yaffa said by women, which barely minimum at least two black women they violate, but not having a black woman. The one you see that suppose the theory and skip they say two arbitrary citing two black women's arbitrary standing, but the limit test of the interpretation is essential because not all black women discuss the same thing as have theoretical disagreements with each other. There's a gaslighting just that they don't have a single black woman that want to see then get up and say why not 3 or 4, which obscures the fact that black women are structurally excluded from academia. That gaslights black women and reinforces the idea that the library is valueless. You can check on whatever benefits authenticity testing or interpret doesn't require anyone to determine what constitutes black woman or a woman. Enough arguments that you should include the scholarship for those who self-identify as black women. Other authors do so. Links to recognize black women good to create better black role models. We lack black women in STEM as political theorists because they don't have any people like them here. People need other ability to build races, focus on recognizing black women helps them put it in spotlight, trickle more changes. They respond to the self-identification arguments with not black people can identify as that. There's no empirics for that or warrants, especially not in debate after for they say the good for black women. This links to our partnership office. So the advocates are strategic advantage for claiming that they help black women not citing anything black women have been strategically told by university propaganda, the diversity of institutions. They refine neoliberal pressure by claiming tell black women ignore their labor production. The two reasons for the neck. One is true testing based around black women contribution. One is normative academic theorizations creates a culture of justification where the neck can clash with the F in that fashion. Second is or that fashion this forces the F to defend their self claims about being good for black women, which produce iterative improvement argumentation as arguments like to discern the best strategy to adapt their advantage supporting the center of benefit debate because it forces debaters to not only recognize black women's value and the labor, but also force debaters to think closely about each other's racial context. Second is argument reciprocity. Black women are forced to speak of grammar of white men, so the F should be written when flipping that when debating against black people. The F can't communicate in a grammar that supplants the university, which the framing issue but sustains. It leads them maintaining the superstructure white male debate that can't critically interrogate the relationship of violence by them not citing black women. They have centralized their scholarly analysis of being white male dominated. They centralized black women not being able to fit in their conversation. I'll go back to the K real quick. This is her don't for me to set to the class frameworks on neutral floors ensure competitive equity, but set to history carding out alternative black landscapes through common sense, rationally like Louisville, then there's iterative testing discomfort outweighs compulsory repeating research was predictable weaponized communication against black people in unresearched positions, which are already impacted on that.
We have 9:15 starting now.
140.
That's a lie. We're gonna start back again. $136.
All right. Case K or case procedural K. Yeah.
All right. 7 of the cards. Yep. I'll just slide him in the chat.
Oh, no, I'm still waiting on it actually.
All right. I'll put him in chat.
No, I just got them.
Okay. Let me know when you get them. We showing? Kyle, you good?
Yeah, sorry, I was scoring.
Connor, you here? Arnav, you here? Okay, Arnav, Connor, man. Great. Arnav, Connor, I don't know if you're back, but
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm good.
okay, sweet.
Yeah, we're good.
Arnav, you there?
Sorry, I didn't know if you were waiting on us.
No, you're good, Antonio. Arnav, you here?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, perfect. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong. Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, I thought I was ready.
The block has not consented solvency of the case. They've just read a bunch of cards of political hope is bad that aren't responsive to what I see. You know the risk of the half is 100% because risk is magnitude of probability. They have conceded the 100% risk of war, Russia war causing extinction. Extinction outweighs every insubstantive radiation and starvation. It's irreversible, which includes a potential for alternative. The block says mathematical nihilism, but drops that consequentialism is go to green. Says moral theories which don't rely on consequentialism or tautological. All lives matter. Evidence was created in opposition to BLM, which not the same as saying that extinction hurts everyone. The kind of card about the use of util being genocidal in the past is historical and doesn't align with our vision of util, which can only be the egalitarian, make them criticize the best forms of util, not the worst, not the procedural. One on our drops the counter-interpret our arbitrariness, offense our interpretations. The app should defend the hypothetical implication of a topical plan. Non-resolutional theory is infinitely aggressive, unfair. There are infinite amounts of things that one I see could have done differently or slightly better for you, and fairness is good in the K. That's not an argument, not framework. Weigh the app against the alt. Links must be to the plan that's key to fairness, which outweighs debate is game, which cards a fair arena. The fact that Burke Pep expects you to flow and tree dropped arguments is true, proves they're invested in competition, want to win. This turns the K app teams will engage with theory. They lose to unfair decision framing issue. The Twin C says severance on the permutation moves clash is unfair, proves they agree, but from both can never sever because it includes all the plan. Now their interpretation is an unfair ruse. 3 internal links. 1 is AF ground, forcing the AF to play defense against an onslaught of critiques from any section of the library. Deletes the AF's one condition. 2nd is arbitrariness. Block failed to explain how to compare the if plan's merits to extra plan links, which is inevitably reclarified in the 2 and R ad hoc to exclude or offense. Sort of turns anti-ethic. Fairness is an ethical maxim that says people should be treated equally. Racism is only bad because it's unfair. Plan focus objective because the rest of the one you see revolves around the plan that solves their offense because then I can win an extra plan link, but implicates how the plan is done, outweighs the impact on the plan that we get to be out. There's no no internal link between cruel optimism and stopping Russia. They haven't proven the government exclusively does bad things. Evidence group. Neg offense. Debate doesn't change the way we think. One, all cause like family and friends. Two, multiple rounds. Advocate for different interpretations. Canceling out a nag ballot here. Third, we'll change our blocks on our minds if we lose. Fourth, we read arguments you don't believe in. They say if you got bad, if you can't weigh the app, you can't win. There's no win condition of the app. Can't prove the plan is better than the status quo, which is the thesis of debate. They say black participation. One, there's no internal link in our model solves. They need to produce falsifiable evidence that reps-based links are necessary for black participation. Not only does that not exist, but it's illogical, and black debaters can impact turn civil society without reps linked to their model is also worse. Black people to be app, which means they have to refute reps links, which is especially bad when black debaters read CAF, the neg, read reps links of reps case of their performance, which are infinite. The one in our shotgun blumpy defense of fairness. If I drop one, the two error gets no answers because two in our will inevitably include warrant the two and C didn't. But the fact that they will go for dropped arguments proves that fairness is good. Mooting that is bad and fair. They say enforcement produces black suffering. We've won that fairness is good for black people too. Chaos inevitable is irrelevant because you're voting for a procedural theorem that involves in-round violations. Structural inequalities outweigh the procedural fairness, which they care about, and their interpretation is worse. For unfairness is bad. Those above they flow and spread and here to timers. The cards they read are again about cruel optimism. Fiat doesn't say treat the state as mosaics. They criticize if they say for this failed to act. They try to classify infinite prep or app choice from Condo. We have won that there's not infinite prep. There are too many links that we can't respond to. Links. Group them. One, there's no impact, only about the impact of the plan. Causally links to an alternative solves it. Impact will outweigh extinction from climate change. Second, from Russia war. Second, is that made up links start at 5%. The greater claim that Cal fabricates, the greater the evidence required to prove it. If the 200 tries to pivot to the alternative solving impacts greater than the scope of the debate than the perm solves because macro political action is overwhelmed by the links to the plan drops. All the arguments about why Russia is offensively realist. They can make all the claims they want, but they have conceded a theory of power that explains how Russia acts. They can say the theory is bad, but they have a counter theory of how Russia operates. We have read 5 realism cards, all of which drop. The equilibrium just is incoherent on every legal strategy is anti-black. Remember the 13th Amendment agency shapes social responses for reform political relations empirically positionally reframing generates a moment of new articulation of freedom. Slaves imagine societies organized towards freedom. This reveals systemic capacities towards the realization of those freedoms. The next framing includes those argument those generate attention for erasing agency and eroding past successes. The next theory is not incorrect, but erases black agency and fights against past successes. That's Muslim and racism is contingent and ontology throwing white supremacy. This Cali the transition from slavery to Jim Crow to mass incarceration is not proven inevitably, but demonstrates that policy responses can thwart specific insatiations of racism proven by to Kyle on Condo saying that MLK and Malcolm X were good. The Grove link they dropped in today. He's an idiot. We've read a card that says his theory has no explanatory potential, buttressed by all the one I see cards that explain how Russia acts. They've dropped the card that says Russia is not behaving. That says Russia not behaving offensively is KGB propaganda, which means their model of debate is violent. It doesn't turn its case because it doesn't increase conflict. They've dropped the absolvency mechanism. The black deviance, the geographic devaluation link is not a link to the app. The block concedes climate does not cause extinction, which means the app will always outweigh the link. Ontology. Yeah, no libidal and neurocognitive mapping proves racial bias is a result of one's social, not ontological position. Policies can change the biases. Their studies are methodologically biased and control for environmental factors such as class, gender, and sexual orientation, all which leads to different responses prove the universal application of ontology. That's lower evidence. The Sullivan evidence that they read is wrong. It talks about how racism can shape people's biochemical activities, but does not say that we're born by those biochemical activities. White women's stomachs seizing up as a result of cultural norms that are contingent on historical racism. They've also considered the Rasmussen card. It's not, it flows up. It says that the racism has declined based on specific ways that they have been taught in the specific tests. Only we cite psychological studies. They don't, there's this speculation. They drop the reasons why scenario analysis is good, which means if you are evaluating representations, then ours that way.
What is neg prep at?
Okay. K. Procedural case. I don't know. It looks like it's doing like the util consequentialism stuff on like the case flow. I'm doing it on the K, just as forewarning. So I just suggest flowing the speech straight down. I know Arnav doesn't like me saying that.
Will the K start where the 2NC started, where the 1R started, or where the
It'll start where the 1AR started, technically.
So framework, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone not good? Okay. The 1AR has missed the central question. This debate about how we approach the world and how it facilitates anti-black modes of engagement in the space. We don't need to win the political economy debate or the social debt thesis to win any of our claims on framework. We have the best evidence on the question that all just got blown over and conceded coming out of the 1AR, which is why they were stressing they have no prep left, because they have no offense against the best fucking cards you've seen on this topic. We have we are far ahead on the question of the broader picture of the crisis chronopolitics argument. We want to see Agatha Angela. They can win every single scenario to be true, but they've dropped the crisis logic as the worst form of debate that porno tropes the living under the form of crisis in order to fiat a new policy, which porno tropes the existence of those things in the first place and incentivizes the worst forms of logics that create instability forms of IR, where they didn't extend a Grove indict, which means that we win a full risk of a link because they stopped to go to the ontology debate, which I'm not even going for anyways. The Grove stuff is a top tier about why security rhetoric in the context of expansionism over U.S. jurisdiction over these things is bad and is used to justify forms of global planning that justifies endless surveillance, imperialism, and management. All of their stuff about Russian aggression, all of that being true, all of their cards cite things being bad about Russia are equally applicable to the United States. The Af concedes the communication overdetermines your decision-making calculus in debate. There are no answer to the evidence that outweighs the 2R push. Hermeneutics eliminates any potential external value if they're framing a fairness, ubiquitous maximization of link production in the way that they've molded competition, produces hermeneutical imposition that regulates the process around interpretation. Your educational control over resolutional question produces white hegemony and regulates their arguments on the line by them. This should be considered any value. Any 2R spin triggers our offensively says that the model's research practices ignores the presence of black critical scholarship, which we've won is necessary to the current model because they didn't go for a we meet on the site black women stuff, and they also have the worst forms of research on the ways in which they project Russia and U.S. in expansion of they conceded the accountability offense framing produces speech platforms. They allow performance of racial violence to go unabated because people can blame all their actions within games and incentives, which is also a turn of fairness. Turns out offense your calculation how we should approach changes politically searches to mobilize your agenda crossplay. The Dawson Evans and Porter Trumping offense when they conceded in the 1R, you only care about black political life and that pertains to your offense, which proves the anti-black models that triggers your offense and is an external porno troping impact from the long stuff. It outweighs extinction cards as the white hermeneutics divides intellectual system into ideological camps, which externalizes all of our regional instability offense because it proves that they demarcate the geopolitical terrain in order to incentivize the worst forms of action. They say the 1R was really fast on these questions. The 2R gets new offense. It's not true. We literally read cards. You should flow. I don't get a reciprocal 3R to answer to any new arguments. They say we don't solve black participation. That'll be below, but they also just make it worse, which is just a risk for the role of judge. The AF ground is already infinite on the topic. Case is stable. Case is the only stable net ground, especially when the AF gets personalized speech infant prep. The AF was also new anyways. They conceded 2 disads to fiated politics that you can sign your ballot on very easily. First is state addiction. State-centric political discourse promotes an abuse of epistemological ordering that relies on state addiction for expression and engagement. Their framework interp is an imaginary that centers discussion, the fiction, and enactment of a plan dependent on state action, which is an active affliction of pathology, locks in psychosomatic suffering and state dependence that universalizes resistance through repetition debates over the climate while deferring all agency to those things that sustains the worst forms of violence, which that's the quant evidence. It turns reflexivity because it creates the worst forms of fiating repetitive politics. Second, there's no answer to the second piece of Sullivan evidence. I'm not going for the political economy when I'm talking about the second piece of Sullivan evidence. Read it. Focus on state-based politics, tears down the body's various systems that create a high allostatic load via the stressor that intensifies psychological violence and literally results in generalized anxiety and heart attacks. Battle fatigue depletes physiological resources that trades off with micro-political strategy here and now creates cruel optimism that results in horizontal that outweighs any offense. They're winning just their moral debate because it's secondary to the process of actually intellectually debating, even in a world where we somehow lose the offense above, you have an easy way on the conceited consequentialism studies. It's a snake eating its own tail. Even if every 1AC or 2AC prediction about Russian war aggression or scenario is true, and that most lives in biological death is the most moral system. They have card 0 in our studies that prove a curriculum that teaches consequentialist hypotheticals, does not train students to be self-reflexive, but creates deluded ego manipulators to desensitize violence through repetition, and are far less likely to act in the quote greater good. That's the Park and Kahane evidence, citing multiple psych and neuro professors that are top tier, which means that it isn't just it isn't ahistorical. It's literally those things you can't. It's not assuming the worst of consequentialism when it's citing studies. The impact outweighs. Everyone agrees that the case is hypothetical, but they train the worst habits for debaters, which results in loises, ensures wars, genocide, WMBDs, and ecological crisis in the first place because they create managerial of the environment. The role of judge prioritizing anti-ethics moves case impacts. One thing about the 1AC can be anti-black categorical, comparative, or negative. It's an independent reason for the ballot to overcorrect for anti-black violence and traditional humanities within debate that you must forefront. And they tell us that no one cares about those things because no subjectivities in the ballot doesn't solve. But that creates the worst form of disembodied politics that we critique. That where fiat creates disillusionment and through simulation that ignores the history of activism through things like leaders, people, focus, struggle, aside as daughters that prove all this based on revolutionary potential that you should be committed to protecting. That's the terraforming this out of the bottom. The one that one conceded. They say all causes, but it's like the disembodiment stuff often cited. But we can say racist things but then you don't believe them. The risk of the offense is low when we have literal evidence. Try to die for subjectivities because that is what this debate is about and how we interact with the environment and other people. Even if all causes, they can see that's about crafting the best subjectivities, and a risk of offense proves they promote the worst from scholarship, research, and skills.
136. Case K. So I'm gonna do framework before the big rant about the alts and the links. Anyone not ready? Is Connor here? Connor? Oh, wait. Connor, are you back yet? Connor, you there?
Are you waiting for me again?
Yeah.
Sorry, for some reason I guess it's not coming through. But yeah, I'm here.
Okay, sweet. Anyone not ready? This debate is very easy to decide when the block was clearly going to go for a framework, and then the 2NR decided to go for the alternative and drops a permutation, which means it's very easy to resolve all the links in any reason we win framework means you vote affirmative permutation both was flat concede, which means that you can do the affirmative, ratify the law of the sea treaty, the law of the sea treaty, prevent Russian aggression, and still incorporate their understanding of IR to do the just treat all other states as non-aggressive, which definitely solves all their links because it's about why other states are why the US and other states are so aggressive, which solves by incorporating their form of the understanding of IR. Now they concede all the case pages, which makes it very hard for them to go for the alternative substantive K proper because a war between the US and Russia is going to come now because they're expanding into Arctic, and the only way to solve is by ratifying the law of sea treaty. That definitely solves a drop extinction is irreversible and it causes a mass amount of suffering, which means the only impact that outweighs now. The only thing that matters in this debate is a framework debate because we're winning the permutation, which balances up the rest of the substance. Our interpretations that you should weigh the AF against links to the plan's fiat applications. If we win framework, it means you do not evaluate any of the links that they go for in the 2NR because they are all links to our representations and not to our fiat applications, and you vote on the affirmative outweighs because they have dropped standards for why extinction outweighs. Now you cannot go for these education arguments when you flat drop 3 subpoints of defense to why debate does not save our subsidy, does not change our educational practices. 1, all causes like family and friends. If we think geopolitical expansion is good, we're going to think that because of our religion or the way of our political arguments are determined by our school curriculums, our family history, etc., not because the debate, which means voting for a negative in this debate does not resolve it because we have larger the all causes that shape the way we view foreign policy. Of 1AR 3 was conceded. We'll just upgrade our blocks, not change our minds. If we lose this debate, we will not change our theorization of IR, think the US is evil, but rather we will just upgrade our blocks and go for framework, which means you do not change any of your stuff. Now the risk of their internal link to all their offense is so incredibly low that in the concession of a couple internal links of fairness means that it's very easy to resolve this debate, irrelevant of how important you think that anti-ethics is or racism is. You have to decide this debate on the magnitude of the internal link because the impact of your framework offense is only as big as your internal link. They've dropped that their offense is arbitrary because it's impossible to compare the existential impacts to benefits of enacting the plan to some in round of violence. So they've also dropped there's infinite number of cases they can read that's impossible for to defend, which spreads after defend allows negative non-biased research burn that it's impossible for the after defend. They've dropped the fairness is intrinsic good in debate because debate is a game which requires a fair reading. It's proven by the fact that they want to win this debate. They're asking for your ballot. They're asking you to flow. The reason they're doing line blind, all proof they're doing a bunch of things to maximize their chance of winning this debate, which proves it is good. They've also dropped the fairness explains why racism is bad, which means if you think their office is important, you should vote for it because the reason why racism is bad is because it's unfair, which are often solves. Now the first argument they make is that there's not an infinite number of case or key to ground. You can read case if you know with links to the plan, which is sufficient to solve your offense. They say fiat is bad. They've dropped that fiat, even if it is illusory and is a little bit of violent, that it is fair. We're winning the fairness is the only thing that matters in this debate because if the Afghan fiat is there, there's all that is not the status quo. It's impossible for the Afghan to overcome the burden of presumption because it cannot imagine a world different than the status quo, which is the most basic of burden, and there's no condition if we cannot do so. You've dropped the reciprocal card that says that political hope is not violent, is actually good for Black people. It's lost them to develop political agency and subjectivity. So they said law gets them outside of the state dominance, which gets rid of all this quad cards. The quad card that they extend is not creating state dependence, it's criticizing the state. Now the Sullivan card is answered by the conceded Lauer card that says that psychological violence is internalized differently by different people. It cites the psychological person accounts of multiple people. It says they internalize racism differently and not destructively, which means that these generalizable claims do not extend. They say consequential
consequentialism is bad is the most objective articulate emphasis scenario analysis can be combined with probabilistic forecasting to avoid the most worst of that forms of stuff. They say causes war and violence. Shut up. Voting negative will not end war, and framework does not cause violence. Now, the link stuff proper. You cannot vote on any of these links, and the permutation definitely solves because it includes all the reasons, all the reasons of all for why it solves. They have zero answer to the permutation of the 2 and R, which means it's very easy to presume it overcomes the links. Now, they're said in 1C cross-links that the alternative says we should do nothing in response to Russian aggression, which is the exact logic that allows Russia to invade Ukraine, invade the Arctic, etc. So making claims will cause war and extinction, which means the alternative causes extinction, even if it caused the U.S. to reduce its aggression a little bit, is balanced by the fact that Russia will be expansive and cause war. They say Christic rhetoric is bad. It is good because Russia is offensive. It will send you a card duck out this round that has card 0 that was extended to 200. This is explicit to Russian intentions. We've got a slew of cards that they have dropped. This is that Russia is offensive, especially in the Arctic, which proves that only ratifying law of sea treaty is bad. You cannot go for these links, but you can see that the AF has a solvency mechanism, which is tribunals that sufficiently prevents Russian aggression, allows the US to also stop being bad. They say the US is also bad. Who cares? We're winning and Russia is bad, that we should stop them. There's no impact to that. Now, this stuff about this communication theory is irrelevant if we win. That debate doesn't save our separate city, which is done on the other flow. We are not doing porno shopping because we are not trivializing black death. We are saying that extinction hurts black people too. Good debate.
Good debate, y'all.
Does anyone want a card duck?
I'll take one. Afkar
We're all in. Is Kyle here? Okay. Everyone good? Is it fine if I announce? Okay. Congratulations to both teams on making it to the quarters of the TOC. Great accomplishment. The decision is a 2-1 for the negative from Berkeley Prep.
Okay. I sat. To be honest, this was a really tough debate to decide because both teams are doing really, really well at part of the debate and really terribly on the other part. I mean, Berkeley Prep is winning overwhelmingly, just a barrage of disads to framework. I mean, listing them out, it's like crisis logic bad, porno tripping, repetition compulsion, resentment, deluded egomania, maybe more. You spend all your time winning this without answering literally the only argument that MBA has. I mean, very kind of like shallow cursory answers in the 2NR, which is that debate doesn't shape subjectivity and fairness as a kind of impact. They're like, the ballot can't solve because, you know, basically no one takes the outcome of debate as a referendum on the truth of the arguments. And they're even like, it's actually dissuasive in the sense that if we lose, we like double down trying to write a better version of what we did before. It's like no one changes. It's a very pessimistic and fatalistic thing. Like debate is basically cursed to, you know, never change minds, at least when we're looking at the sample size of a single round, which is all you can control. And the rest is kind of unknowable. And there is like words and about iteration. There's like stuff that I could apply, but MBA is like pretty clear on this arg, and it's like their only arg. And I feel like almost every time the neg kind of describes this, it gets back into, you know, impacting something out with regards to global imperialism or war or stuff like that. And so for me, I was like, you know, even if debate is bad, they break my comparison. What I'm comparing is, should debate be fair or less fair in a world where it inevitably exists and can change minds? And fairness is important, just given everybody's here, they care, just inherently conceded fairness turns and is like a necessary element of explaining why racism is bad. And so it's like an inherently ethical value to affirm. And I mean, I'm pretty willing to go the other way on this stuff. You know, if there is just some either resolution for why we should apply consequences within their framework and just kind of win like that, or if there was like a fairness isn't the only impact that the ballot can solve. Here is why a ballot in the semis of the TOC actually might make people reflect or change minds. Here is why the AF has actually said stuff about clash that basically says that debate at the margins is like to change people's minds. Here is why, just like very basic, if stuff wins, people will mimic it. That's the whole theory of, you know, any topicality or theory argument. And that's the only thing any kind of ballot could do. The alternative is basically to say that all debate is totally useless, so it's negative presumption. But there's not that, at least enough for me, and so I voted for MBA.
Okay, I can go. This debate was incredibly frustrating to decide. I thought the 2AR was by far the best speech in the debate, but it's just too substantively behind. The NAG is winning a number of links to their framework DAs, which is basically just various iterations of the same argument that fiat and plans themselves are anti-Black because they force investment in state politics. The issue that, as Kevin identified, is the debate-shaped subjectivity argument, which is the AF's primary defense. The issue with this to me is that the neg impact is not about MBA or the team that presented the plan or state-centric argument, which is anti-Black, changing their minds. Their impact is about the violence that other people faced when confronted with that argument, i.e., impacted by their Sullivan evidence, which I basically thought was the deal breaker in this debate. I thought the closest thus that the AF came was when they extended their two cards, basically almost like there were like three lines given to this in the 2AR, suggesting that political hope is not violent because Black political agency is a necessary good. So I thought basically the TKO 2AR is the fact that the neg does not extend an ontology argument means that your conception of politics is one that is beneficial and state engagement is not always bad. But I just thought neg framework DA outweighs the like IR content links, the like exclusion based DA. I all thought were almost definitively AF because the neg like is basically debating the 2NR is like spread across like 3 different ballots, which is like one about the IR stuff, which I like definitively determined AF because you start the 2NR with like, we have an alt that solves everything. And I genuinely could not tell you, I did not think there was an alt extended in any neg speech. So like, I thought the 2NR was a mess, but ultimately I resolved this. The 2 other arguments that other than this like political subjectivity stuff is debate shaped subjectivity. And then the other argument is fairness is bad because, or fairness is an intrinsic good because it's anti-Black or because racism is bad because it's unfair. Like I like thought about this for a long time because I was like, maybe this means fairness outweighs, but ultimately I couldn't resolve why the AF's model or state-centric debates is preferable, even if it's fair, because if it produces anti-Black violence is literally the only thing that it can possibly do. So I thought this anti-Blackness thing outweighed the fairness stuff absent more subjective defense.
Yeah, I saw the debate extremely similarly. I also voted on this piece of Sullivan evidence. I think that the articulation of that is that Black participation in state-centered politics is violent because faith in liberal institutions causes both psychological and physiological harm to Black people. I think the link to this is a little bit suspect. I'm not totally sure why your framework does that, but there's no 2AR push on that. The 2AR says in response to this that not all Black people respond to racism in the same way, which would answer this if it were being extended as an ontological claim. But I don't think it's responsive to this as a K of fiat, because even if some people don't experience this psychological, physiological violence in the same way, even if certain people do experience it violently, that's obviously still super bad. I think that all of this defense that the 2AR goes for and wins, the debate doesn't change subjectivity, just doesn't really respond to this argument that's just about psychological and physiological violence in the round. And the 2AR framing on this defense is also in the context of a response to an education argument, which is not what I think that the 2NR is going for. I agree that the closest you get is probably this political hope good stuff, but I don't really think it's applied to the Sullivan card. It's applied to the other disadditive framework from the Quan piece of evidence. And I'm not sure that there's a real reason in the 2AR why the reasons that political hope might be good are a reason that this violence doesn't occur. So I think that as long as I believe this violence is occurring, it's going to outweigh. The AF offense, I think you're winning. Fairness is an intrinsic good, which we know because we all care about winning and losing. And fairness has some explanatory power for why we think racism is bad. The problem is that winning fairness is an intrinsic good is not the same thing as winning that it is the highest good. And I don't think there's any 2AR impact calculus about why fairness is more important than psychological or physiological violence, which the 2NR is better at, probably just because it's way more obvious why psychological and physiological violence are bad. So I think that that outweighs fairness, even though fairness is good. It's not as good as violence is bad, which means that I think that your use of fiat in this debate is bad, violent, and reason to vote neg.
That makes sense. I don't think we have any questions. Thank you for judging. Good luck, Brooke.
Thanks, y'all.
Awesome debate, awesome tournament, y'all.
Congrats.
Thanks, y'all. Wait, Kehern, do you know what AF Walpay would be reading?
No, is there a panel?
Is there a no? Pairings haven't been released yet.
It's definitely panel dependent. The only one we've read we've only had one app against K debate, and it's been the Nukes app round 2.
Round 2 of TOC.
Yeah, and so probably be that or new.
Okay.
So
What's up? We ready?
Exciting one. Yeah, Cole's in the restroom, but I'll send it.
All right, sounds good.
And I don't know if all three. We're missing Will, I think.
Yeah, we're missing.
My bad, I'm here.
Just real quick. Walter Payne, you're both the seniors, correct? Okay, and then Kyle's the only senior, right, Antonio?
What does that mean? What does that mean, Jay? No, yeah.
Well, I'm just double checking. That's okay.
Auto voting app.
Auto vote
Save
app.
as many. Yeah.
Auto vote app. I got to keep all the seniors alive. As many seniors. It's okay. All right. Has one of you been sent?
Yeah, it has. It was just a second ago though, so let me know when people have it.
Dave, can you mute on Discord?
Yeah, sorry, I just realized that. And Kyle's there too, right?
Kyle's camera is also not working for some reason.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna be honest, we're probably still waiting for the 1AC. I haven't even checked. Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
As usual.
Oh wait, is there? Should I Discord you or is there a file share on this?
Infamous Berkeley Prep. You can Discord it to me, and I'll.
Okay. I'm just gonna put it in. Yeah.
Put it in our group chat.
Yep. Semis. Okay, I just Discorded it.
Let me.
Yeah, I know you have to like forward it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let me forward it. Oh. You got it? All right.
Okay.
Wait, just give me a
oh yeah.
give me
Okay.
a second to mute myself.
Once you muted, you good.
Yeah, where's my even Zoom? What the heck? I don't know what desktop my Zoom is on. What's up? I'm just gonna leave the Zoom real quick. All right, there we go.
Okay, great. Is everyone else good? Okay, perfect. The ground-based strategic deterrent, or GBSE, calls the nuclear missile France in 21. West Brazil, but proposal the intended to fund a replacement for the ICBM for the GBSE. The most obvious argument is the GBSE nuclear war would devastate human civilization. ICBMs increase the chance of a catastrophic accident or missile. ICBMs are governed highly hundreds would be launched with a single order. There's over area in 2018. The missile during a drill into an emergency warning that's also allowed to even to correct even as slight missteps with ICBMs to the goal, but that's the goal of nuclear war. The US should be pursuing. There's a nuclear weapons sent by the GBSE vulnerable to NTC3 interference goes nuclear hitting 21. GBSE carried additional reserve early warning system isn't taking the pressure to attack some of the aspects and leaders can interpret the system to disable. Depends on how to receive lethal leader massive launch by CBMs and miscalculate a nuclear war outweighs intentional nuclear war is impossible, which GBC raises the risk of launch on false alarm. Bikram 20. The target calcified in a dog when submarines are undetectable ICBMs able to use and limit war over 5 Russia's food in a far greater nuclear disaster significant source of insecurity lose like the to be found accidentally give a little time to liberate 7 minutes to the field to say that the US would be called aware the US would still be the retaliate that more likely is a first alarm of the panic of president to continue in a nuclear escalation halting pre-productions versus arms control dialogue between US and Russia. Hang 21. Usually some ICBMs that should be a cause of GBSC that also be a time for arms control with Russia over reduce our hazard official strategies for the discipline among allies and motivated for discussion of the surrounding reduction of forces pursue other priorities transferring non-strategic weapons and missile event that spins all to create binding trilateral limitations within multiple emerging threats on the L21. Russia's not control to gridlock, but without having interest in bringing the state to new started now missile defense officials express concern with that use missile defense civilizing progress. We're addressing the capability of cyber space of right for discussions cannot be associated with disassociated with big attention linked the threats ASAP must be dealt with any weapons treaty hypersonic threat to stability agreement is Indeed, use the extended news to we begin arms control together. They will address the greater level opportunities trying to be pursued progress. They'll pray for the way for that's arms control, raids, and strategic nuclear deterrence without extinction for U.S. Russian missile carbon type 20. Missile defense, precision weapons at the virtual state space and cyber the core of deterrence that changes also taking place without such as nuclear deterrence awakening the great powers of nuclear war and any serious system war. Could be in just a few days, only with a nuclear strike taking hours, the potential effects of the world's population prevention nuclear wars and the survival of human civilization that both powers embrace retaliatory strikes, but also their first use of the weapons and the plans may increase the likelihood of military conflict over alongside significantly along with the development of space and cyber hypersonics. Up to I have neutralized Russia Russian LW force Russian preemptive nuclear strike. The nuclear systems were designed for regional wars and result in the lowering of the threshold competition for New Eastern Europe, Baltic, and Black Sea, Arctic, possibly major warnings over the use of Russia on the control of arms, small arms, will racial mean both lateral involvement China, NATO, India, Pakistan, South Korea, Japan, India, Iran, Saudi, join the nuclear club. Others of weapons will fall in the hands of terrorists only. Arms limitation agreements and limits on the control system that blur the line should be recognized as destabilizing them. Every effort must be made for arms will essentially start humanization. Ukraine essentially bring for nuclear missiles will only further policy blunders and likely to initiate new conflict for 323. Will three of the nuclear arms states we are living through dangerous time, but this is not the most greatest moments. Will cold war at least the Western policy to naturally use force against Russia, reduce the chance of escalation of the worst cases of the Cold War, acting against end of escalation, missiles, take war to go with the border naval forces, ever account of our point of further escalation, increase the likelihood of blunders, nuclear war causes racial balance force 13. So the company's bridge another threat by nuclear attack on the nuclear war, increasing the conflict between sections of post, regional conflicts internally divided the nuclear catastrophe will only make such an exponent of the more variable economic conflicts we had by attention to racial level players with a new bigger GBC requires a new design called WD71, which locks in resumption nuclear testing, covering COVID-19. For security perspective, and Americans of the vertical part of the public would not be used for telling administration by fully tested using experience to change weapons, probably dangerous, include the pressure to receive testing, probably the back in the Cold War style arms, WD71 wonderfully design the walk back from the US away from pedigree, the weapons that were tested when it comes to certification, resolution, when regime testing to prove it, and that causes global breakout of tasks called structural violence, frankly, all 21. Other states and also regime testing on the recent Russian China and because the US of reckless warming forcing their hands for another nuclear smaller, as they took 3 Iranian impacts and resume nuclear testing, the states of the good regime atmosphere testing of the nuclear test, resume non-nuclear state of fuel, control, did all their own nuclear political and civil confirmation with the rest of the world, use of nuclear enemies, which often the MPT, even non-nuclear, the MPT is socially and even this course, long-term effects of US influence around the world and not helpful testing, and it's a polarized political environment, the will inevitably create health risks, access to that's renewed rights for testing causes extinction shall go 3. That's what the nuclear weapons relevant to the heat generated in the planetary interior radiation is capable of reaching significant death in the planetary interior neutron beam, simulates nuclear and inside the planet disintegrated. This integration generates more nutrients of the radiation. The rest is called increase the nuclear heat generation for the greater the initial energy. The bomb causes an increased volcanic activity with this nuclear test and currently such a volcanic activity after major nuclear tests always increased seismic activity nuclear weaponry. It's able to reduce global warming in the planetary interior and global volcanic activity and even cause the entire planet to explode. The plan, the United States political wrench substantially increases production of water resources in the United States from plutonium production by holding the ground-based strategic deterrent. Solvency. Pausing production holds GBSC deployment. Here's mail 20. W71 is at the top of the GBSC system. This will override new building function different from existing design driving demand for production causes injury to water resources. Kim 21. Water new nuclear waste production sites are contained with radioactive materials used to add to plutonium to create waste contamination causing waste for the absent history of the waste in bodies of water. The plan protects inhibits development that adversely impacts the resource category 10. That means that she has safer shield and loss of structure injury for further intended use of protecting and destroying waste to regulate use from protecting the resource protecting means more than minimizing adverse impacts. It means inhibit the development that causes impacts on the resource. No, all causes current pits cannot fill in because GBSCs can only be outfitted with a new pit design. Here's mail 20. New center for warhead include the W93 war designation operating says a new war design to require the WD7 set out of the GBSC the local new plutonium function involves a repression in scientific energy or present order design new modern nuclear design W7 for reasons not driving demand of plutonium production design is a simple other for modernization new building production for the board is different US indigenous production cannot scale up to produce GBSC holding prevents and Syrian arms race. Remember 21 US cannot begin to member play but maybe never usual takes more than 20 years to replace the bit the buildings and where and how this is intelligent data also working with 30% year produce they 1 between 07 and 13 cents and for or including adequate facility to learn institutional lodge and official limit of the 80 was not going to happen 23 deadlines on it. Achievable admitting could be a first sector dividend and having overseas 50 limits of the best in the context of nuclear geopolitics. Futurity is the only coherent ethical stance for pessimistic by the status quo, but act on the pessimism by mobilizing against the condition that created it's preferable to fatalism that consent to plunge nuclear extinction. Stephen Tahim. Imagine a possible future with the general lack at the same time imagining a future in which humans become extinct precedent about the latter not particularly for the form of the collective interest and never address nuclear and problematizing nuclear geopolitics. The principle of the research of geopolitical to raise awareness of survival in the minds of geopolitics makes the public attempt to level action how it's is unhuman something to problem to change the attitude rather like any great most scholars don't be afraid to think the worst of requirements of level what it's is the appeal to futurism per se, but this is the first time future sensitive survival. This future is not a level view of inevitable progress, nuclear weapons, security, and indefinitely the age uncertainty. The future is impossible to draw compared to conclusions about the future. Of course, what's the single non-linear ways of given time and marginalized and diminished the conditions of the age of political action, different change without care. The assumption may determine the difference between gender difference, pessimism, realism, maybe pessimism, belief, risk can be on the direct and modified by action, and thought that agency is neither temporary closure, determinants, rooting contingency, pessimism, which is the positive outcomes through an action rather than negative one through an action. These are subjective values of the process to engage with that rather than ideological realism, survival, survival, sensibilities, and not protection, and not blind anticipation, no piece of fatalism, pessimism, where the scholars are taking little alternative and complete action, which is facilitated to the production of alternative futures, prevent pessimism from turning into fatalism, and all the misinterpretation, pessimism, opposition, and optimism, oppositional leavenness, pessimism, and the will analysis with yet to derive the same not to be rooted in optimism, convention, or hope, and properly pessimistic reading engenders the intellectual temporality, perpetual change, debating about hypothetical political action, proves capacity, motivation, and ability to inaugurate change in myriad areas of human activity. League 16. Students learn arguments in fact and little empowering nature policy to be motivated to go beyond the basic and even more effective other species credibility on topics and living sensibility for all women to forget the need to recognize how the knowledge produced in their social environment can affect the specific context of available legal process this is a policy to be a valuable component even when only piece of technical knowledge about politics and increase in student self-efficacy. The rigid ideological rejection includes any serious attempt at anti-militarism politics engagement is crucial to the actual political pressure. Shulman 18. The ult of anti-militarism has no organized political rights and opposition to all things filter opposite the refuge of principle without justification analysis no political harm for horizontal defense debate with determination love and full defense of the great work to be done on how to reform the institutional surveying reason the principle to make clear debate and evaluation of vote defense policy limited and build and engage the people Congress has to employ policy debate for the potential to restore the balance of the public example of the Afghanistan and the war Okay, that's what changed to the left of the proposal. There are no questions there. This means consulting their opposition. The defense line between yes and no, never the essential that left avoid becoming the character of the permanent civil and superficial position that's rigorous on serious extinction outweighs and underestimated GP 17. Earthly inhabitable of another being used future for long full flourishing like to large accidental risk underinvested kind of by people underestimate accidental risk for not scaling to allow people number with a procedural particularly new problem nuclear war fighting recently organized society through targeting procedures turns their impact Thompson 18. Limits significant fears for attacking this also Sean the violence currently not theoretical. However, nuclear sectors disorderly impact black around and low income individual nuclear one target the Portland the world northwest declines of Mississippi will restrict this the urban areas for the poor casualties of the cities which has a black population the guy where black people right now flirt with a new larger black genotype where we with the reason good time to white speaking of the center of decision whitewash laws of the background to push up health resources and healthcare resources reduce all the black communities for generations the black and people deserve the space to explore nuclear and easy competing anxieties anticipating nuclear extinction breeds empathy and care distinct ourselves from extinction reifies detached realism offered 17 we consider the nuclear essential ethical challenge of the major modern technology shut down the reminder of such a respond we chose to ignore the facts to live with the possible planetary scale suicide that's a question of whether we have the capacity to end this logic the responding is imperative sense of care where it's not biology colonial suppression for your users don't settle the violence we get up to the community to see how we look at survive the struggle provide the critical creative and technical and the release new ethical energies for survival taking anti-nuclear sense approach to nuclear the activism for hardship and the focus nuclear liberation can be your job as out of business of recipe creation from real story and necessary to see the two and put just in the challenge the tyranny of good calculating consequences to good brilliant try the realism life that results in the otherness its strategy is objectification is calculation. Last card is marked after Control F, objectivity and calculation. I'm good.
That's fine. Oh, can you hear me one time? Thanks. You good?
Yep.
All right. First, does the AF increase or decrease the United States nuclear capabilities, and how so?
Decrease. GBSD is coming now. We think that requires pit production. Preventing pit production would also, in that harms water.
Yeah. On the pit production question. Oh wait, actually continue.
By preventing pit production because it harms resources, it also means those weapons cannot be built.
Where does nuclear pit production occur?
Our evidence gives examples of areas like the Los Alamos facility. I believe that's in the Southwest. Like I think it's like New Mexico, but our evidence says that kind of streamlines out. It's bad.
Okay. The Kim evidence. It says that water is already contaminated with radioactive activity. What does the plan do to resolve the water that's already contaminated?
Our evidence says more contamination is coming. We also think our evidence.
What's the extent to which the water is contaminated in the status quo? Is it still consumable or no?
I really do not know.
Okay, interesting. I guess then what does the AF particularly do to resolve the impacts of the Kim evidence isolates?
Well, it says contamination is continuing getting worse and we prevent that.
Well, you stop it, but you don't reverse it. So how bad is it now? And how does the AF stop it?
Well, our evidence says it is going to get worse and that it getting worse is bad.
It says that
quote,
the site left 56 million gallons of radioactivity waste. Mm-hmm. So what threshold does pollution have to reach before it becomes existential or bad?
Well, we don't have an existential impact to pollution. We've read a testing impact and like an arms racing impact.
Okay. How does the AF increase nuclear deterrence?
We don't really make a deterrence claim. We make a claim that miscalc will happen because of new arms racing, and we think that miscalc is less likely with fewer weapons. We don't think it's like.
What does your analysis of miscalculation absent deterrence look like?
It's not a question of like China or Russia will attack us if we look weak. It's a question of if we have the GBSD, it is too easy for the US to launch a weapon if we think we're being attacked. And so getting rid of that, so we cannot just launch in a matter of minutes.
Okay, we can't launch in a matter of minutes. I guess, actually, let's go to the solvency. The Hersman evidence says that, quote, they W871, whatever the hell, may differ from existing designs, driving U.S. demand for expanded plutonium pit production. What is the differentiation of the designs that happened post-plan?
Yeah, we made the claim that the new GBSD requires W871 pits and that no other pits can be used for the GBSD.
Okay, it says pausing pit production halts GBSD deployment. How long do we pause it for?
The plan, it's permanent.
Okay, and then your tag says that the arms control reigns in strategic nuclear deterrence. Without it, extinction from US, Russian is miscalc. What does that mean?
We mean that in the status quo, the US will likely miscalculate and launch nuclear weapons that would be solved.
But what is the absolute change in the calculation strategies that take place?
We make it so we just do not have the capability to launch in minutes.
There's way too many desktops open. But I'm sending the one in C. It's 3 case. Wait, okay. actually can send it through because I got the cheat. All right. Let me know when y'all got it.
I'm just downloading, but I got it.
Will and Jake, Joel, and then Arnav. If anyone's not good, stop me in the next couple of seconds.
First off, interpretation, what is the mystery future method of personal space organic and academic intellectual justified plans, water protection, absent any of these, the one to see prevents access, purposes, existence, power, and parental space balance. Thus, you should be await the future possible outcomes of personal space organic intellectual academic intellectual without the process to be sensible percent while reducing the benefit of research. So we're in order to practice minority number policy discussion because lack of training such as race and class and some whole family just use of personal space check back against the model expertise or objective to prevent a policy root in the community. Those affected second off the slavery must be theorized and maximum activity to reduce social analysis capable coming in terms of war. That's section 8. The agency of the slaves are able to show the effect that condition captivity can be brought for narrative which agency however so the effect of resistance countercultural trafficking refuse within the slave was 10 method 9 the existence of slavery system where they produce slave rather than people who simply face difficult situations that enables alibis for white violence. Agency self is not subversive. The slave system derives from the agency of the enslaved captive manipulation and redeploying the focus on the power of the slaves placement that organized violence requires of captivity and representation. The future nuclear conflict rests on racist fears, irrational non-white sublimes, the epitome of the destructive capacity, whiteness, naturalizing, structural violence, the protection of spectacular extinction. That's Williams 11 representations of weapons testing. That's all the polar superpowers nuclear war after the war with the left of the cataclysm of nuclear technology been the subject narrative of racial and national belonging social undoubtedly because of emergent diplomatic against Japan was based on some kind of active genocide of racial response by some of the apex of weapon devices civil scientific achievement the normal you can find from the technology first created by the way world appears the whole attempts of imperialism depends on civilization race and nation in particular for and the nuclear representation the historical congress of nuclear weapons safety colonization defense importance as constant future vision the World War III tropes of genocide technological scientific modernity repopulation of the planet is relevant the idea that the weapons are used to budgets to racial order the privilege the idea that previous non-white maxis access technology remains a permanent occurring there running from United 45 into the present day representation of nuclear wars weapons in the world of nuclear war personally means that not only fully activated considered through a lens of race and racial superiority that underpin modern European colonization be resuscitated the national native voice system that proves how useful European colonialism in the South of North America and reject the one sees silence towards the history of nuclear colonialism, the affirmation of the U.S. ethical ethic for banning of plutonium pit production because it's a process of genocide ethnicide globally. Before we answer the question how we prevent another action, we need to remember the destruction of indigenous people from every part of the nuclear process. Discursive examination must precede policy evaluation. That's Andres 9. Much the most nuclear energy besides the Netherlands nuclear colonialism is a rhetorical phenomenon that plays particular descriptive strategy for enabling penetration nuclearism, continuation, colonialism, deliberate exclusion of indigenous for the decision making the nuclear industry, waging and declare war against indigenous people, Pacific Islands, especially communities who were from within the use galaxy, the nuclear chamber, and exploitation of dominant and proven to be genocide. And U.S. law policy have been created to allow the nuclear industry to continue operating in specific land, territory, health, and traditional ways of life. 70% of the world's uranium irradiation from the community, up to 90% of uranium mining occurs or adjacent to American Indian land. This is heavily tilted in favor of the cooperation to Lexi, over 1,000 randomized uranium, telling is radioactive, that's excuse for people living there. The types of high risk for lung cancer is important to discuss with the dynamics of nuclear closure nuclear functions depends on district because the policy decision go through deliberation before being implemented decisions to decide parts of the part of nuclear protection process indigenous lines require competence or reciprocal China with the as related to discursive systems colonial nuclearism colonialism so it's present form closure research colonialism research colonialism depends on northern lands are shipped away to colonize research colonialism routing prevents especially those with uranium reserves Martin Cardat reserves and their cost benefit calculation creates back fantasies and condemns back to the repetition of personal death and fatuation contingency material change to disavows of middle investments as Leon 16 expect fantasies subject life and terminal time and personal dying every other just controlling the your expensive experience of living under crisis for as expensive just and causing us to pair to live with the personalization of knowledge equalized claims and press communities with fantasies which traumas inflicted happens as persist injury harm and judge repetition rates back as new time topic shows movements like such as murder over and over become more aware material flows not just ways like formation be a stretching by making sensitive of personal middle community like maintains of dominance and activities raised by proposal worlds will close the plan demands a durable freedom of historical dream paramedic compared with Curry 13, the field of national dream engaged before words, qualities of power, project conceptualized active part of the potential world where the race transforms the interior physical white supremacy. This anti-ethical is paramedic compared to argue the racial national distribute to race and more qualities that to be demonstrated that abstraction free honest frames and notes by history appeals. That's a hold on to pleasant future rise for the slave audits to represent the ethical provocation, confrontation with the possibility of acting towards freedom in the life system can be chief for the black and the world frame by the way to one confront the racism of the worldwide conceptualization of intersection of the problem sex and homophobic extremity the virtue of the lab because continue on the biological basis of humanity's origin capacity conceptualization to rupture humans brought forth a global economic economic inequalities, immigration, labor policy, gender, ethnicity, the war distribution will remain status quo to the rejection of white virtue. There's no negotiating its blackness. The alternative is black reduction and education. The one to see key to defending the dead. There's Milo 16. What does it mean to defend the dead? Black grammatical. This holds over the imagination from roots right the carry. Black annotation, reduction, black life and bits. This is one alternative kind of care and life saving aspiration against desire for inside black side of the break. We are black with no states of protection. There's in the wake might end up people will be born. Third off, racial culture defined not by prototypical means of confinement by system infinite contingency modulations. Political has been seen by the ontogenic formations of rare blackness supports value and or threat to continuity of the political politics and cybernetic system of control creates a becoming a summit which maintains its existence through the construction of threat and creation of truth through instrumental laws within technical social systems. The orientation towards onto epistemological disaster for black life that's poor. And Dixon 21 societies have such different institutional codes and modulated mechanisms to law rationalize practice of government, cybernetic system communication, predictive control technology capture becomes the logic systems of government control become the future. The true manufacturing becoming substance. The form of anxiety decide to move the world future in the present. Be stop the law construct effect desire decide the future that can be verified because it constantly defers to conditional future. Algorithmic governance tells potentiation value for machines to produce a recursive reconfiguration shaped by the colonial logic posed line in subject and data and establish a right to racial pathology to produce a master code made up of cybernetic feedback system and frame blackness within the cartographies of death and violence and sociogenic process relies on the fleshy nature of blackness, the base of accumulation within civil society regulatory function. That's section Roman 17. Racial associated figures of the master code within the genre human represented by the Western Mystic physiological mechanism for local colonization by the liberation of human neural life. So inscription of the code begins with the designation of the flesh before the constitution of the body hierarchy of the flesh transmitted future generation pathology explanation of hierarchies associated in Columbia political bonds are disposing the flesh running certain bodies exceptional of the bodies of others. Disposable water governance is fundamentally operative system that predetermines policy action, policy outcomes, cybernetic technocratic approaches to water like the one you see places like Germany around market data managerial strategies that desire homostasis within water system, the economy, large racial colonial cosmology, sustain modern hydro politics, only confrontation of global cybernetics and coloniality within water systems confront the long array of odds inherent within one you see that's Shaw 19 to focus on government invites and says politics, the formal regulation of water system orientation with positive information sharing of scientific data will help mitigate problem with water access and rights and liquidity intentions politics to struggle with water governance can help conceal the political and economic issues lie behind the institutional region issue of price and skill configuration of all the so-called good nominations approach to understand water is not hierarchical but it's social system is separable from politics, so culture and economy. The water is in particular research to be challenges economizers just past and justice higher social infrastructure systems of governance including intangible means of value of water and the object of cybersecurity's motives desire captured by dominant knowledge regimes and inevitably constructed as circle social bond between the signification of the threat and the security of the nation state as a state's illusory project of peace that is always kept out of reach through infinite back by access to state signification of cyber defense only lists more innovation infiltration nationally by the social content previous expert can never be provided security. That's a Cabal T19 the projection legitimation for the political strategies formation for security where there's no other details of how the product is constructed because a more important to understand political effect visual imagination shape or propensity recognize that's a base of discourse analysis semiology with higher cyber threats and made securitized and large on the rise out of control and threatens human existence for erotic citizens to security expert the potential demands for US citizens cyber defense or non-match and normative parts in politics mark the card at politics and the affirmative understanding of honest loss and human as a categorical imperative for injury, which disavows racial bodies individuated with a biological sense of reject the abstract orientation to death and violence as poor. Based on 21 debates about human targets of violence and action, to allow the government individuals, human individuals, and spines, even if that's a biopolitical condition for your capacity to dispatch the art of quantification or integrated serial or relation as on operating a new face was never wasn't yet to be the individual data just forms relationality do not raise the individual with the exceptions potentiation is yet to be known relation as imminent in the present renderings of capacity and the alters of politics of individual refusal. This project of failure is a unique survival strategy for black life in the face of ecocide and surveillance within regulatory systems. That's Bridges 21 digital failures a process on becoming good data subject to challenge God data as God and perspective more legible to take what is made legible and one that thinkable to data strategy identifies legitimacy and value placing data digital affairs what's unsettled histories and naming categorization of long been history of sovereignty colonial subjugation exploitation place of where the trouble the laws and new strategies undo the law term within these data and tropic features and critical failure into denaturalize the algorithms impression that digital failure release how data stuff is applied cost of political abuse and judgment to protect the interests of power while keeping those marginalized over surveilled and unrepresented case and geographical nature of the protection that creates colonial landscapes developed by municipalities selectively protecting resources for consumption while black indigenous communities of color rendered as a sacrifice zones as pure 421 one just positive by the process of reproducing environments which can be new forms of with the resource of this community place restoration if I just really place to community social economic foundation modern sets of municipality reconstruction systems extracting transformation nutrient development research building block capital wealth creation water resources particular adjudicate rearranging technology create new landscapes of limited to making more profitable orders a matter of predicating racial social environmental racism challenges the traditional terms of because demonstrating the select protection of water resource for white consumption and police development of other expensive resources.
Pure for white is marked for white consumption and place development at the expense of resources. Do you all want more copy?
White consumption and place development. Cole, do you want a mark copy? Okay, we're good unless the judge wants one. You good for cross-ex?
Yeah.
Okay. I know you marked some of these links. You did not skip any of the links, right? On either K?
No.
Are the alts conditional?
Against non-black people from blacks and anti-black world, given the nature of our anti-ethics arguments and our bad data arguments, the status quo is always an option.
Got it. So I want to talk about the second K first. What do you think the link to the affirmative is?
Yeah, there's several Oh, the second K.
Yeah, the second.
Particularly the Shaw evidence that talks about that why approaches to water access and rights are linked to sort of institutional arrangements. Argument is that cybernetics is an autopoietic system that overdetermines the functionality of the AF, right? That focus on government and management as a formal form of regulation is inseparable from hydrosocial systems.
The link is management. It's how we try to manage.
Well, it's how you try to manage. The second link is the process of datization as a signifier.
How do we link to that?
How do you link to that? Well, I mean, the evidence that I pulled in CrossX, I forgot which one it was, talks about, gives particular numbers for 54 million.
It's because it gives numbers?
Well, our argument is not just numbers, but the way that numbers are deployed and cybernetics overdetermines the process of information.
Okay. Can data...
Yeah, but to be clear, cybernetics isn't just a question of data or numbers. It's a question of systems logics and ways in which those interact with one another, what guides our decision.
Argument is that
we think that the quest for equilibrium and the elimination of entropy from the status quo is
okay.
Question of like technocratic
can
control.
data be deployed in a productive way?
Can data be deployed in a productive way? Again, our critique is not about data, but the way in which particularized individual data erases the individual.
Okay.
Right.
I think that's the yes.
Numbers through pure capacitation, et cetera.
Sure. Can either alt include the affirmative?
Well, no.
Does either
obviously
alt?
What does either alt feel? We don't feel out the alternatives.
Okay. The first K, what is black redaction?
Black redaction is a hermeneutic of intervention that refuses to give to feed into the systems of anti-blackness that structure the libidinal economies of white sentiment, et cetera. The Leong evidence explains why it's key to reject the fetishization of crisis and emergency.
Okay, so just the start of it. I mean, the only thing I got is that it rejects the system of anti-blackness. Is that right? Like, is it just like rejecting?
Well, it's rejecting the AF. Anti-ethics is the Curry evidence that says we should move away from moments of white virtue, which we will contextualize in the walk to the AF.
Okay, can I get a preview of that contextualization?
You want a preview? I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. You didn't pay for prescription. No, I'm just playing. The anti-ethics argument is about the symbolic activities that overdetermines the AF projects. The Leong evidence is contextual to this. The nuclear evidence is really great on explaining for why racialization overdetermines the project of the affirmative and the framing that you have used to justify your politics.
10 minutes starting now. Stat prep, 7:05. Sending out now. Okay, it's sent. The order is case, 3-tier, the first K, and then the second. Let me mute on Discord. Okay, hold up. I gotta send it on Discord real quick. Tabs, call on David. Speech docs. Okay. It's there, Antonio. Yeah, I see you. Just let me know when you're good. Okay, sick. Anyone not good? Awesome.
They power target pure for evidence says that white people have used resources to displace minority communities and build up their own civilizations and stuff. And that's bad. But there's no reason that they contextualize this to the plan. The plan obviously doesn't do that. It doesn't selectively protect what reasons it bans all pursuit of new ICBMs, which takes away the tools of Western society, not increases them. 3-tier 1, we embody the 1AC extinction will kill family and friends we care about. Freedom is an organic intellectual because journalism is distinct from academia. Answers prove no Brutland 2 reject non-resolutional procedurals. They are evidently unpredictable tweaks to the activity that could slightly improve its ability, but unmerited negligible because it doesn't prove the desirability of action. 3 counter-term when you see best defend federal protection of our resources. Evidence denied not be embodied. 4 insiderism codifies the race patriotic of the minorities can only focus on scholarship of their social location and have no expertise over policy issues. Bigger 17 epistemological insiderism and belief identity qualifies or disqualifies one from authority. Insiderism takes other domains belonging to a person with certain identities. Patronizing things such as the racial minorities focus on their scholarship of race. 5 makes free joiner impossible explodes. Limits to apps about hundreds of pages in each. Substantive turns zeros fairness, even if there's grounding getting someone's personal strategy for navigating a person psychologically. 6 forced disclosure debating experience. Green lights authenticity testing, which was not pressures from those who come to disclose them from competition. Some people use the debate as an escape from the experience at home by forcing debates about the self uniquely exhausting. This first K top level. The other cases are very cross applicable. 1 AR can get new concepts, and the battles only is a referendum on the hypothetical conclusive plan. That's key to fairness. Any other interpretation shifts the goalposts away from resolution text predictability. Excuse that friend moves when you see any links must be to the implementation of the plan. There must be in all that constantly solves their harm to the inclusion of the plan, including that self-debating about policy, improves information literacy and understanding knowledge reduction, allows students to make real world change. That's late futurism. It's good and necessary for survival. Discussing even existential threats, especially in the context of nuclear threats. Reverses practice and gives us the tools to address global crises. That's Stevens extinction outweighs life itself improving and cognitive biases mean you underestimate likelihood of exact that's we access their offense. Nuclear war rations worsens racial violence during a nuclear crisis. Relations would decline and our divides our divided races with lash out of one of that's forced nuclear warfare and causes racial violence. Nuclear weapons will target densely populated urban areas, which has disproportionate number of minority disadvantaged communities. That's Thompson. Discussing nuclear war and extinction is good. It breeds ethics of care and infinite sympathy by allowing us to reconceptualize humanity, recognize and strive for collective survival. Cross apply all of those things to the second second K and linked to the plan reduces military violence and power of the state. Classify the work I did on K's. Also classify that to the second K. Every negative psychic drive compelling racism is warrantless and believing and ensures realistic attitudes the turn by any positive impact of the K. Hooked on one. We should pause voice number from the other racism and drama these complexities or discourse system causes are invariably deprioritized the psychological prioritized together are destroying generalizing and something with an idea a little bit knowledge to refer to everything from culture to food, dance, music, lose analytic value, rule must be utilized as a viable tool degree of adaptism is tagging a couple of variables are partial side favor generalizing psychoanalytic formula explanations of privilege psychoanalytic assumptions libido protection evidently academic historical political context presenting a strategy of some to solve suffering is voyeurism crafts 12 trauma is not a alibi for voyeuristic inclinations again I can understand the exploitation and actions instead for critic petitions trauma based on phenomenon and all articulation of pain draws less a subject as an effect of violence and more as an atmosphere of a acts free can act as a catalyst for political active to make visible the political rather than pathological attempt to laws to be life world attempt to amelioration precariousness and introduce the normative coded for as basic needs calculative thinking key to prevent foolish wars military assault love the all student SQ 14 we will not be safe by the virtue and infinite responsibility for the infinite other we need to work calculative thinking stronger responses when it comes towards any rocket has been the conservative response to a very responsibility of calculative thought our project is to calculate again it's not the calculative thought of the capitalist cost benefit system but a different calculation about mutually enabling instrumentalism perm do both if the all can overcome the status quo can overcome the app and reduction fails because I have 17 waiver does not amend black suffering through him through historical situations focusing on unpacking racism as primary wave resistance resistance gives me positive frame we framed what black studies does too nearly my preoccupation with black struggle makes it explicit and the diminishing fullness of black humanity we can imagine examining black experience without making America's racialization a project phenomenon idiom we have two hands what is to it proclivity towards competition but maybe not what it's said and our conception of black scholarly resistance too narrow I'll be more compelled by that call to build we neglect our resistance regards relied on theorizing by the gaze and the of direct action how when we enter as African American it seems to largely turn on we are working towards the aim is not to abandon battle but simply to recognize that it is insufficient condition as photo reference and strength times easy and not reciprocal prefer dispo the all for whose meaningful political action shall between one non-sovereign refusal remain capital of divine appeal power. I was disavowing participation in ruling out anti-democratic interests. Do we matter that generativity thrives only by reducing not only the structure of position freedom requires only enough for life for removal into it. Acknowledge for time doing it formal organized power of politicality, the judgments which address who existence and how we practice are ruled out and encouraged. They real organized forms, organized powers, democratic forms, working hard after democratic forms, and on the second K, the data links are numbers don't preclude other conceptions of humans and using technical data of information to provide policy making is good. Red 15, there is danger of not breaking the importance of quantitative techniques for counting effective policy reasons politically necessary bad vision make bad public policy attacking by the move our ability to make causal emphasis and solve empirical problems policy makes incorporate these findings of study policy areas of microfinance and how might afford aid lives are literally on the line to make just about vaccinations nutritional recommendation air code but the technical doesn't need to be there the water governance link debating about water standards insurance by Medicaid human protection to challenge ecosystem development like hey water policy characterized by private regulations every serious every social policy the nature of an experiment to be tested get to the development of solution developing competency humanity self-societal problems opposed to limiting sovereign rule characterized by pragmatism and emphasizes restoration adaptive benefit and refusal of political favor agencies expanded mission to incorporate fundamental restoration mission to protect the protection of the ass empiricism is good and effective there. Okay, skip the rap card. No cyberlink. We reduce technological capabilities of the military. That solves better the par. Evidence, cross-apply, hook, and acrobias exist, but is another neuroscience confirms that different attributes can be more or less salient and are fixed around identity, but valuable supposed to 19. Human acrobias is valued to who counts as such as non changes in agenda and human humans belong to multiple overlapping groups as necessary sport team rival company go up for group of changes walked on the street see one of them and your mega scream said next that's in the city events part of the same team regular stages sleep research show something automatically characterized people research shows like white people wearing uniforms something automatically categorize people by uniforms instead of group thinking you're not from which race features human function can be easily manipulated fluid to the situation depends on nuclear human bible genetic effects identity formation management is inevitable has to eventually result in extinction unless actively reverse 1199 it is necessary not only stop coming cut it down for us but develop real concrete proposals for action reverse our previous intervention of our behavior cannot be a matter of leaving it as is if we preserve what remains we preserve patterns of nuclear acts of the poor we bear the brunt of its development of policies we require action to be formulated by people with expertise perm do both either they all can overcome the links or fails and cause why the futurism good and the good from Stevenson's all fails argument. David should have given it. Okay. Go back to the first K. abandoning relational and empathy as pornotropic tales. Rango 17. That black can be described within the afterlife slavery is held by Afro-Muslims with the status of BLM founded on queer women to Afro-optimist position that affirms the gender capacity of black social life. Would you say that we are justified with slavery? You raise the question, get black to be love, networks of solidarity, and guiding are goals of BLM from the midst of ongoing genocide, the network of love that causes BLM to counteract section anti-black violence and go claiming survival. The experience of flesh and reinforced connection. That's Phil's worries. That's where his might be lost. No care. Just where we live from a constitution moving in there and they're getting black lives apart. The witness of being.
Okay, I sent it out, but I sent out 2 cards. You didn't read the second. And mark the first one. Oh, let me discord it to you.
Okay, and then also like, yeah, when you send the mark, can you just send like every card you did read in the doc?
I think it's just the one Donovan Rupp.
Do you want me to just send you a doc?
Oh, so you read everything and just this next thing?
Except for Donovan and Rupp.
Except the what?
Donovan and Rupp on the second K. It's like
Donovan
empiricism good or something.
Yeah. All right, I bet.
It's
And then you have an extra card, right?
Yes, only the first card of the 2 I sent. I just sent the 2 during the 2AC.
Yeah, let me just give me a sec to open that and we should.
Yeah, for sure.
While you do that, I'm going to take my hoodie off.
And these are on the first K.
Correct.
Sick. All right. You good?
Yeah.
All right. First, reasons to reject the team is just condo, right?
Just condo.
Just condo. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Stanescu evidence says we need more calculated thinking, stronger institutional response. What does this look like? Why is it valuable? It just says that we have a necessity to calculate what is the net benefit of calculation.
Yeah, we think that the net benefit is sort of confronting and reversing the bad sort of state actions. The Stanescu evidence gives the example of like the war.
Why does confrontation and refutation require calculation? And what is the heuristic of calculation that guides your interpretation of action?
So I don't really understand the second part of the question. The Stanescu evidence gives the example of like the wars in Iraq. The excuse for that was people saying, oh, we shouldn't calculate and we should just assume.
I'm just asking you, yeah, I guess I can clarify. I'm just asking you to particularize your calculation offense to the affirmative. What does the AF calculate? How does that calculation occur and why is it good?
Yeah, we think that the AF's calculation is good because we have calculated that the US's construction of ICBMs is bad, will lead to nuclear miscalculation, will lead to nuclear war. We think
I understand that. I'm missing the thing that comes sequentially before that, which is what guides your calculation process. What rubric do you use to calculate what moves are ethical, how we should move forward, etc.
I mean, if you're asking like what sort of impacts we're trying to prioritize, I guess.
No, I'm asking you, how does the AF come to the conclusion that one sort of action is better than another?
In the 1AC, we've read empirical evidence from people like in the field who've made these predictions. We think like that kind of empiricism is good.
All right. Let's go to S. Permutation do both. What does it look like?
Sorry, which case is this?
S.
Is that the first or the second? I assume the first.
The first.
So we think it would look like sort of doing the AF and endorsing sort of federal action but also sort of a redaction or a rejection of the 1AC's sort of epistemology. We think that.
So what does that look like? What epistemologies does the permutation reject that wouldn't make it intrinsic or severance actually?
Right. We think this is a question of sort of framework. We think that.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The Bickerstaff evidence, wake work does not seek to amend Black suffering through the frames of historical solutions. What is the affirmative's analysis of wake work?
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
What do you think wake work is?
I mean, we think that Descartes is generally talking about sort of state action.
How does the AF approach wake work? What does it mean to wake work in the context of political? We're good.
Okay. Let me get it. Am I freezing up for anyone? Good. Okay. Let me get the cards in a doc because there's more than I thought. It's let me know when you got them. It's cybernetics.
Is framework here? Because I filled it on a third sheet because I didn't know. Should I have that?
Yeah, it'll be in the middle. I'll flag for you when to switch and then when to switch back. I'm not ready. Go. Algorithmic governance and systems logic controls the direction of climate mastering regulatory functions that increase deterrence and resolve miscalc. Dixon and Shaw say that autopoiesis is embedded within water governance, adopts models and consensus that creates the dichotomy of good bad governance and good bad data that reduces human decision making to a machinic thinking and raw data. Constant repetition of disequilibrium restores the same logic of cybernetic mastery that seeks stability over entropy, that creates a never-ending quest that cements captivity around the globe and locks in instability. The municipality of deterrence renders black as individual a commodity fungible for exploitation accumulation within the neoliberal system. Never-ending battle for control that ensures slow death for populations such as those in Flint that are reduced to data points for scientific and systematic determinism that never protect black water resources that outweighs and turns the case systems. Logic drives a need to deter and a need to exploit the environment, which creates a security dilemma of constant geopolitical tension. That is a sequencing issue that proves political action surrounding deterrence and warming can never be understood absent cybernetic intervention to filter proximate cause the permutation. I'll do it at the top. Digital refusal is incompatible with 1EC, even if the plan common is material improvements in Black Lives Framework means fiat is invested in anti-black cybernetic systems, so there's no net benefit versus that it's the same logical cybernetic realism. A subpoint is that a dualism decide the K and the plan are reduced objects to be paired for the purpose of competition. The game which renders black individual for accumulation, which is the external impact of captivity and fungibility. B is the management decide this attempt to create uniformity is a logical autopoiesis that assumes systems can function in relation to one another, preserve governance and mystify the root problem, and neutralize radicality, which proves the importance of the framework arguments, which would be below. Second is the double bind out that they were rejecting several 1EC justifications and systems logics and makes them a moving target, which is voted for killing clash, especially when 1AC cross-ex and the 2AC didn't clear up any of the app solvency or what the app actually does or the mechanism stuff, which means that there should be a low threshold for linking extrapolation or links or disads. First is miscalculate Vikram 20 evidence cements the dogma intrinsic to security and doomsday scenarios. Fear of war is not due to a threat or an actor, but the rational futurity we use, which is outlined in this Stevens evidence about matching a future of survival and a future of destruction, which is the cost benefit calculation that relies upon technocratic understandings of the making the world transparent that attempt to self-regulate and self-govern always fall apart because the attempts to eliminate entropy only create more conflict proved by deterrent strategies that make miscalc inevitability, which is a presumption and guarantees serial policy failure. Second is the object of cybersecurity there behind on call quality is not only a direct indent to their centrally your power, but for the impact which they must be held responsible for, but also a link to the action of the plan. Cavill T says that we must first understand the historic social bond between policy and its construction before we act, otherwise it generates serial policy failure, which is a presumption about the discursive rhetoric of cybersecurity is the one rooted within technocratic drive towards defense, backed by experts who sustain white anxieties through articulation of vague solutions to vaguely constructed problems that endlessly chase an object of desire, which is cybernetic cybernetic creation and disequilibrium restored in the endless fight for stability with immense slow death and psychic bonds. When Connolly proves this through military stability to address cyber capabilities that carry lack evidence will be answered on framing this bulky evidence. Okay, this isn't pest. We haven't defended libidinal or psychoanalytic drives for this K, but it doesn't disprove the link because if biases are malleable, they change them in the worst ways. The Levy evidence is horrible, says at the top that there, quote, there is a real and pressing need for space and more accurate technical scientific information about the non-human world. Only we question those logics in the first place and question those interventionism that the Levy evidence says is necessary, considering the present climate governance creates the conditions for inequality anyways, which makes their impacts inevitable. That's the Shopware and Dixon stuff. And the stuff in the overview, go to the framework page. Role of the judge is to challenge cybernetic system functions. It outweighs, which that was the overview. Political education, but fairness and a clash are ultimately questions of value within the debate and what epistemology is best, and system logic creates the worst advocates. Curry says that you should elevate anti-vax as the prior consideration first. Fiating politics under the climate crisis creates an over-identification with models and cost-benefit calculation that decouples the subject relationship to the environment and misses the force of the trees and misfies how algorithmic governance has created the conditions for all the apps impacts, weighing the plan incentivize the worst debates that create eco-managerials and creates disembodiment from scholarship where their epistemology ethics isn't given full weight. This disembodiment ultimately justifies the management and control of the earth. So even if debates are insulated, you should assume maximum subject formation to prioritize interrogation that the ballot should be corrected for. Second is the Stevens card that they cite here as a new link. The question of information literacy behind the being the arbiter of whose model is best is the systems logic that creates a value divide for who contributes the most to a system, but the constant question for information and transparency is the logic of technocracy that cements fatalism anyways and creates policy failure and miscalc, which turns the app through oversaturation because we become overloaded with information and can't decipher what is real, what is true, which inevitably results in resentment and disillusionment. Both of those turn the rates evidence, which we aren't picking out of data or models, but a question of using those as a basis for action, and the question of the systems logic that ungird them. Next is you should overcorrect for existing bias within interpretation that mystify and sideline racial discussions in favor of dominant academic research paradigms that create worse advocates and cement cybernetic systems and logics in the move towards consensus. Lead 21 all communication rise interpretation parties associated psychological constructive desires and motives as communication all research interpretive tensions and think about academic institutions that are divided ideologically games of which interpret battles over the rights to hermeneutics interpret as the not comes with their presupposition. The way tend to see interpretation a little more than common sense of difference of opinion control over interpretation chain and white powers the way they interpret present meaning is what dominant groups are legitimize the precedent focus on the original time fails the problem as hermeneutics are really dialectically interpreted normal working to exclude critical person hermeneutics and curriculum that leaves students with a civic interpretation and present social structures with seemingly open dialogue often becomes such a further repetition due to first against us over the more revolution desire to prevailing interrogate racial ideology and racial how to use those caught up interpretation about social white supremacy that attempt to negate those making critical interpretation those uncomfortable critical ways interpretation being over passive aggressive with enforcing the normative roles and rescue methodology result of academic attempts to describe the work by questioning interpretive methods enforcers and intense verification with the methods those in the seventh racial insights that are made the rhetorical movement that invoke a norms and methodology that conceals problems the years interpretation maintain white supremacy the methodological science the problem around it and imagine a mystifying interpretation suffers and intended to structure white supremacy communication short about white supremacy social structures exchange in everyday forms of violence. Second, limiting based on the acumen of hypothetical plans facilitates anti-black pathology level of policy segregation and inherent in the policy shows an investment in governmentality that destroys any possibility for resistance or a black political imaginary. 17 in political science, these policies versus the view on governmentalities, consideration nonsense of those in epistemological wording, realizing state addiction, this affliction of pathology, runner suffers entirely dependent on safer sensibility, intelligent property in the state, century analysts commit addicts to certain areas in the state, even this extent in the state becomes a very fiction we fear without imagining a future in terms of formation and justice. State acts leave us entirely dependent on the safer means of expression in terms of engagement. Their imaginary domains are thus entirely dependent on the state's projection. The state's memory becomes our own memory. Third is modern cybernetic systems make up an apparatus of policy analysis and governmental logics, form models to manage risk, internal debates and deliberation, political methodologies for solving problems around race, climate, and the world at large. The system reduces reduces racial bodies, ecosystem, fungible data points within a larger drive for algorithmic supremacy. 16. How is it possible U.S. government at least embrace the scientific method of governance together in umbrella names for the cybernetic system analysis and the later policy sciences, science of government, and cybernetic system system proposed political system, like and pragmatic utility and rationale skills, cybernetic system approach were included in operation research system theory, system analysis, policy analysis created a hybrid scientific field and technology with the field of cybernetic systems, as a resource for both forming units and resolving governmental problems. Fairness, nothing about weighing the affection ensures fairness. The must defend their scholarship, which can garner links off pathology, just that moving the one he sees good holds them accountable for anti-black models debate and scholarship weighing overall consequence of plan and axiological captivity that reinforce microaggressions. Felt right here. Unfairness is good for non-black bears, creates harmony with dissonance for non-black bears that creates the best forms of self-reflexivity. Extinction outweighs versus framework means you don't weigh their impacts. Second is consequential. So scenario planning, the snake eating its own tail, Kahane et al. 15. The sacrificial scenarios are one comes to the men and util coming more value studies tested the relation between util judgment and dilemmas and genuine and impartial consider across work swings and employ the wide measures this prediction was not born on tendency to endorse sacrifice save a greater number of negatives negativity associated with utility and considers responsive design in the utilitarian way associated with egoism lenient attitude moral transgression diametrically opposed to the greater good. The Hearn skills studies proven doctrine has to be egoism of person, terms, agency, and endpoints, park it all. 16, util judgment are associated with you actually goes in moral and self-centered judgments that are associated with lower ability than who are responsible into judgment. These findings cast it down on whether you should be considered optimal recent research than finding failed to find a relation to be useful in the behaviors that reflect impartial concern for the greater good. An ethical delusion of existential law 18, we derive meaning from the delusion of the concept of the worst scenarios and WMD ecological crisis content deriving the cyber engine and so far as weakening civilization will not survive.
All right. Let me mute on Discord. You good for cross sex?
Yeah.
Okay, sick. So I just sort of want to clarify the link and internal link. So I get we use like algorithmic governance. I guess what is like the link between that and sort of like individualizing Black people?
It's a question of cybernetic logics of algorithmic governance that approach water governance at the level of individuation for Blackness. The quest for equilibrium and autopoiesis inevitably reduces Black people to data points within a larger geopolitical sphere. Cost benefit calculation has been used in places like Flint, Michigan that obviously reinterpret those meanings as Blackness as flesh that is reduced to something to be sacrificed, etc. That process of individuation cements slow death. It's the epistemology and the logics behind the ways that you justify the plan's action and the way in which the plan is implemented that cements those
Makes sense.
that recreates.
So I guess could you explain why reducing Black people or just like characterizing them in this sense or like thinking about them as data points sort of precludes other understandings?
Well, because your calculation is an arithmetic of standards that evaluates problems based on needs that like must be calculated, interpreted, and verified before they can be deemed to exist and before they can be confronted. Argument is that the information and conclusion to what is calculated as necessarily good, viable, possible, and existential enough is based on an anti-Black calculus of numbers that is overdetermined by an archive of cybernetic systems.
Wait, I understand that like under our model of like, you know, impact calculus, you think that we have assigned like data points to Black people. Why does that mean that we necessarily think that they don't exist?
No one said
No
you
one's
don't
saying
think
that Black
that
people
they
don't
exist.
exist.
And
It's not.
Could
It's
you
not
sort of?
It's not an ontological claim about the nature of Blackness or those
Wait,
things.
but you just said that like in order to like we need to like sort of assign them data points and stuff and understand them calculatively before we understand that they exist.
No, understanding the systems logics that reduce them to calculative logics, and then we can instead endorse other means of Black political resistance.
Okay.
Like we don't reduce Black people to data points. It's the logics behind those things that instead do that.
Okay. I guess. You characterize the app as like climate governance multiple times. Why?
Why? It's an attempt to overcorrect for a problem with environment, the way in which it's managed, the dumping of like plutonium into specific parts of the river that creates like risks for military intervention. Like cybersecurity, all of that, all your scenarios are linked to that, or it's not topical.
Okay, where have we tried to defend?
I still am a little confused on what the app does myself. I'm not gonna lie. Like none of your internal link things make that much sense. So like links were a bit difficult for me, but I tried to parse it together. 1AC cross-ex didn't really help, and then there was no overview in the 2AC. So I'm like, I think everyone's just like, I guess you explain it to me, and then maybe I can give it back to you.
That's fine.
We'll take a second. Stop at 8 seconds. What is that? 7:42. There's just one card. It's on pass. Is it cool if I stand in the body? I'm not looking at the screen right now, so just
yes.
All right. All right, it's sent. The order is cybernetics S T body politics.
Well, you said cybernetics pest and T body politics.
Cybernetics pass T Buffy.
Cool.
And then just let me know when y'all get the evidence and it's good.
We're both good, I think. Oh no, Cole's not. Sorry.
Cole's not good.
Cole's good now. Thank you.
Is anyone not good?
To be clear, the card is the one in the chain.
Yeah, it should be in the body.
There's no doc, right? Okay.
No. It's Peterson. And then I'm reading one of the cards that Kyle already sent in the 2NC on Cybernetics as well. Is anyone not good?
Cybernetics, the alternative is digital refusal to cybernetics, which one conceded. We must strive to escape the system laws that seek to dominate entropy through governance and mastery, and instead to source endorse disequilibrium. Examples such as cooperative and Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and India, Colombia are sort of like all engaging functions with water outside of cybernetic tectonics. Any research that's good outweighs the risk of extinction. Mathematical nihilism, like evaluating restriction instead of all sets, all lies, macro life, enables back destruction, independent magnitude calculation makes black light pliable to more systems, semiotic units to be approved, intensifies anti-black energy, church case desensitization. That's war 19. I took all these matters, line, signify, bringing the guys, universal, anti-black laws, mathematical necessity, and the legitimate issues, because James was epistemological for all those Harvard method set of all settings, so all of settings, anti-black destruction, value life, blackness of the constitution, equation with an anti-black mentality, math of life, formula, best of us, this one has mathematics, encourage subordinate to the math, complicity, to unable to dealing with operation, process, deploy mass, undermine mass, form the word is mathematics, food, the right side, barrier, and the barrier, blackness, perfection, that mathematical deploy, cannot read the proper semantic. Am I reading the quantitative?
Okay, cool. The Pesquet.
Consider permutations and test computation. They don't get one of our cross complications. The two cases are entirely distinct. One is about the libidinal nature civil society is constructed in the wake of chattel slavery, and the cybernetics about system governmentality that seeks to control individually all social systems or homogenization decide that will blow up in the tuner if they try to cross off apply arguments from the solo cross sex of the 2AC prisoners argument when Walter Payne was unable to identify which argument was the pessimist. Okay, they assume that any theory that is just racism amounts to the same argument, which is oversimplification of black scholarships, proves our fungibility offense framework, and the datatization in which they code blackness all in the same way, which the supercharged links on the cybernetics office. And this is a voter for fairness because they should recharacterize scholarships to create offense for themselves. Now, conditionality, black condo is good in every sense. The athletes for the good in every sense. Key to critical thinking, revolutionary education, which requires split steps in decision making, creates causation condition for best testing for exploitable practice. Black strategies can and should be conditional. You have quantify racial stations. Most were approved by MLK versus black allies. Black facts is good. We just provide the most ethical positions. Shorter, anyways, impacting is staticity. Any other model against black was a static form of resistance where they're data types for one empirical unit. W. Du Bois says double consistent survival strategy allows for self-reflexive check back into the ones and zeros. Air neck on theory, link differentials, reciprocal perms, Africa, they say dispo solves one. Smart next will just add planks to critiques and counterplans that require permutation. Second, you did everything that would justify kick 3 links to our offense. Black players get sex, political social products, which blocks away from other forms of resistance. 4, you get your interpret literally every other debate against non-black teams. But always still read a framework argument that debates racially motivated origins, preconditions, extrinsic subjectivities crafted by their politics. That's Peterson 14 and 1940 WR national basic and framework debate that structured would issue blacks in the debate and use would decline West principles right to train right but just technocrats stage use global dominance debate must be seized armed state power that while debate activity produce activating such responsibility for doing so security US edge and expansion of the military. Now T-body politics. Our interpretation is that the one who sees me through to method of personal expansion organic and academic intellectual justify the plans water protection. Jake, I'll make this very clear since last time you didn't vote it up. It's not a question of the affirmative implementation, rather whether or not the app should have been grounded in activism. They have independently conceded their research paradigm is terminally violent. First is access to minority violence or could crowd out of academic forums like debate due to hypernormative practice to elevate expert vernaculars superior to the voice of the press. A curriculum seeks an expert vernaculars actively reinforced by dogmatism with a locked barriers in position of finding the best card from the best author, detachment from addressing or getting knowledge these limits. There's an endless amount of tiny water, a CWA protection and reform they can feel, but justification based on organic and personal experience, rare intimacy. We meet A, they definitely know the past method of affirmation because instrumental fiat only reinforces detachment of planning from the bodies of debaters. B is aesthetic tourism to decide the app can selectively choose when they care, when things are not personal to them, which reinforce porno shopping offense will do later. C, 2AC shift doesn't meet the interpretation of their first week act was avoided around this lecturalism. They say non-resolutional too bad. No, it's good. It's a procedural issue that shapes how debaters engage with the resolution. We critique over the presentation. We critique more presentation research once they inculcate their model, which is where we can garner offense framing issue. They can still fiat, but it's a question of the justification for the model in the first place. The counter-interpretation links to all of our offense. A is repetition compulsion. Their model indoctrinates debaters into passivity, is illusionary to whiteness that actually anxiously blackmails us to act with full knowledge that nothing changed. Refuse to participate in their secular activist blackmail. B's regurgitation of the research paradigm encourage repetition of expertise instead of producing new knowledge. It discriminates argument from reality that produces bad skills. They say you force experience. Our interpretation doesn't require debaters to share specific experience, especially the things they're unwilling to discuss. Argue is a large critique of their attachment politics, and the alternative is far worse. They can't make a volumes arguments the other evidence when they can see the central question, which is a thesis that their model prevents access to minorities who don't have the funds ability to access their offense. Pornoshopping outweighs all affirmative offense. This body policies linchpin for pornoshopping academic space like debate that one sees narration because of a form of commodification of experiencing what others provide to detach ourselves from both the real world and from the violence it entails, which actively sensitizes us to violence because the real world becomes a possible generation external impact of results on growing your social location and debate through scholarship solves because you instead justify based on personal experience and using to ground your scholarship. Pornoshopping turns all of their case offense and the datatization arguments and it's the only way to it turns all the possibility for them to go for a permutation in the 2AR because it proves that the way that they have calculated certain justifications for the what further want to see is unethical. B, pornoshopping refines infinite after conditionality because it continuously shifts to choose what they care about in later speeches based on net responses and opportunity-based decision calculation, which makes a condo offense a double. We have offense against them. Already did that. Also, the counter-interpretation makes rejoinder impossible. Expose limits to ask about hundreds of debaters in each subset of their experience zeros fairness, even if there's ground negating someone's personal strategy for navigating a president psychologically violent force disclosure. We already answered that argument. It doesn't explode limits to ask about hundreds of debaters. Our argument is that it's actually better for limits because of the things that at the top they say force disclosure. It's obviously not. We already answered this. There's no authenticity testing. It's a question of personal experience with regards to your relationship to the particular affirmative. You get to choose the act, which means that you can't take
7:05 starting. $5:31. I'm putting that in chat. And if everyone's here, I'm sending. I'll just send because it'll take forever either way. Doc is sent. Let me Discord it. Okay, the doc is sent again. I don't know if anyone's here though. So Jake's here. Arnav and Burke. Maybe. Okay. Is Kyle good, Antonio?
Kyle's still using the restroom. Oh.
Okay, got it.
He's back. Are there any cards?
Yeah, I already sent and Discorded them. While you get that, can I give an order? Okay, I'll take this. Yeah. The procedural, pests, cybernetics. There's going to be a short case extension at the top of cybernetics, but I would just float there. And then it'll be the overview K or overview framework and then straight down. It's pretty much the order they're in. I guess links will be after framework, but other than that, the same.
Kyle needs to order one more time.
Yeah. The procedural, pests, and then cybernetics. And it'll be like overview, then framework, then the rest. The doc might be out of order because I think I put overview under framework, but it's pretty clear. You with good, Antonio?
Give me a second to get situated. I left my computer on my stand.
No worries.
Just
paper.
Sure the doc is working. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, great. Everyone else? Great. Extend the ask to defendant into the resolution. There could this is with respect to the question of framework and anything. This also applicable non-resolutional fiat is bad in the context of plan text. It may be good in other instances, but it's not able to solve when the resolution only that belongs plan. That's plan right. The two pieces offense first. The access one. We do not force people to read evidence. We just say that we just say it's allowed, so that we do not exclude this kind of argument. We do not force people to review this time. Second, they force outing, which turns the access argument because people cannot access the framework. Second, limits they explain it more because it does not have to be grounded in the basics that are only the resolution can solve that they say we not meet. Yes, we can, but the fact that they do not know proves it's not falsifiable and proves it's inflated aggressive as any theory that can also use them another. They say counter cross apply the counter interpretation links are often so crossed with the link evidence framework. Let's solve all this. It's also repetition compulsion because of the way to get in education. They say the all is worse to know counter crossed by the Rango evidence. It was conceded. It answers counter says it leads to relational empathy and is not a good way of understanding. They say it leads to AF content, no plan focus solves this because we have to defend the AF. They say all of this above I answered the stuff at the bottom I answered above. Pass. The homogenization thing, one is Cole new. He literally said the first, right? Yes, it took him a second, but it's last time he said the TOC. We've had a long weekend, all that. Either way, he was just being safe because he doesn't want to answer the wrong question and missing the team. It's not a better for fairness. It's under fairness. It's not falsifiable. There's no way out of the budget. The ballot's a bad way the ballot's a bad way to punish that and incentivize teams to dig down and defer action. Either way, framework crossplays here. The condo stuff are not going for it. There's no reason RBI now. Time is proper. First is the app ways we can see the app solvency and the extinction debate, which means any risk win framework means we win the round. We know that there's extinction coming in the go because it's a miscalc. Now all the turns case up first. They say the turn to eco collapse. No, go data sustainable. No one has 21. Sustainable. Some natural we need to societies. It's just not that we've been modifying the environment system where humans much greater than 100 years ago. How much we can harness. You can tell everything. Give the agency the knowledge base well. Second is deterrence. It's not a deterrence scenario. We do not say words like the only scenario they've considered that intentional nuclear war is impossible. It's only a question of miscalculation, and only data can solve that because in the status quo, lack of data makes miscalculation more likely. Or the fact that we use data to decrease the state of package disputes. All that they do not access our specific internal links. They've just said they lead to things like war, etc. They say it's a prior impact. No, it's not because they don't all solve physics. They say it leads to slow death and plant. No, only data can solve this. How do we know that the slow death is happening in front? How do we discover that lab was bad? Because we use data, which proves that we turn their impacts now. The framework debate, the balance of rep on the plans of liability. They say fairness just goes to purgation debate. It's a game with which losers speech time, etc. That all comes from when we come to the round, everyone wants to win. And the fact they also want you to weigh the lobby line, not over who you like better, etc. Proves they're also priced into it. There's no continuity shift between all their offense. One is all causes, family, friends, meetings, etc. Impacts early more than debate, and debate can overcome that, especially because it's one of our debates our brains are developing. Two is the ballot cannot solve when teams lose. They talk to cheating. They think what did I drop, what did I not explainable, etc. Not why was I racist or why was I cybernetic. Three is nobody cares if this round does not spill up. Even if they win this round, no people will take us. And the argument is good. Though it might be passive interest because they're like, oh, Berg be Payton or Payton be Berg, but they do not think that's good. Now they say a blackness is prior. The fact they explicitly concede it's the policy answers this because it's proved there's no kind of libidinal prior is a question, and so it cannot be a question. They say be decoupled subjects. They say it's literally prove algorithms are wrong. The best way to prove that algorithms are failing is by reading a dissent, which answers that. We also do not does not allow saying things like dissent's bad or focusing making a dissent about soft lets or anything like that form. They say it leads to systems thinking across with the link evidence. It goes more or less considers the policy debate leads to more empathy, etc. And leads to more empathy solves all their offense, etc. And leads to better no serial policy failure. One is empirical politics that solve things get better over time. No things are not perfect, but they're still from the used to be true. It's both solves it. And three, there's no impact of policy failure. They say at least in miscalc, no extended on case for miscalc. Well, algorithm solves that. They say result of because of info overload. There's no info overload. The fact that we are able to solve things like info and it's terminally non-unique. There's tons of data in the status code. There's no way that all can overcome that. And it's no trigger overload and result of other way data is protected. The fact that people can find interest in it proves that they say overcorrect for bias group things actually card one. The methodology card crossed by the Rango evidence above. They can see the evidence is good. Second is crossed by a hook and the policy overcorrect. Your bias is wrong. There's nothing to overcorrect for, but they consider those biases are flexible, so you should not overcorrect for them. The angle evidence, we do not do this. We do not make people in the numbers. The fact that we think extinction is bad because people will die, not because there's like numerically less people proves this. And our framework allows dissents about this kind of thing. They say outweighs because muting the one they see is good, hold accountable. No, this whole there's trying to be for some creates a volunteer attempt to solve Berlin Holmes 12. If we were educated by experimental curiosity, we dimension of the student who research speculative work completing and for causing each other has the whole appeal. I think that they believe so Jesus other people so that they get shape expansions and individuals and more hard competition with the difficult words of change of the personal life needs. It makes assumption freezing investors inequalities of our people bear a fight for the better version of everyone reach down the global culture where people only take a fight for the right to individual pleasure. They say the answer is moody when I see good. Other way, even if they moody when they see bad, makes them possibly affirmative because our reps cannot be offense. Now, this time that is proper. First, we were just winning. The data is good. One cross with this necessary evidence from the other flare. They did not answer. They say no cross but it clearly implies because it's a calculation broadly is good, and calculation is what they say is bad. It says it's the only way to solve war. They've considered it's inevitable. The alt right will inevitably calculate. And only good calculation can solve. They extract the example of Iraq, where we say don't think about it. It's too soon. We have to act now. Is what caused that, and only we can solve. Algorithm government turns their impact cards. Look 14. They can enable organization to prevent a crisis. They'll use in real time data. Create a more understanding of population well-being. Get a real time people who how well housing disaster
structure, working through about crisis, mitigating but also the complex races, co-represent and issued by Google data and for multilateral efforts for conflict prevention, market after conflict prevention. All the SPS stuff I answered above extend the permutation and solves the double. I definitely proves. They say that the framework equals no. I answered that above. They say it's the same logic, and we reduce the numbers, and we did not reduce the number. Just get rid of the parts, get rid of the reps. We had to separate reps because we're winning framework now. The extinction definitely outweighs against the GPP evidence. Likes to get better over time, only because we're still alive. It outweighs for to say consequentialism fails. One, they link to a two. They also try to scenario plan. They try to create better futures to try to reject data. All relies on consequentialism. Two, extend the Williams evidence, and then data says these are better. Three, they say the turn skills. Never, we never said futile. Just extinction outweighs. Our evidence says it's bad. The GPP evidence says it's a prior question. It leads to more empathy, etc. Because the only way it leads to us seeing other people as the same as us. Now the ultimate was not considered. They considered refusal is doomed to fail because it sees little action cost. With the Schulman evidence, it says it's doomed to fail. But all of the data stuff definitely answers it. It's not always matter logically. This proves there's a difference between consequentialism and logic because we say like it's bad because everyone dies, not just because white people die.
David, what card did you classify to the pathology DSM?
The Rango evidence, I believe, the one
Where
we
is
sent
that?
out, the one Rango, the one I sent out after.
On the 2AC?
Yeah.
Antonio, that's prep, buddy. All right, there he is.
Yeah, sorry, I just didn't know which desktop our thing was on. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm talking.
Oh yeah, I'm like, I'm surprised. Why am I talking to Antonio? I'm talking to Kyle.
That just lagged. Okay. K. I'll float straight down. That's what I recommend. Okay. No, not good. The 1 AR was actually a lot better than I expected, but it still misses the boat on the biggest pieces of offense on the framework debate that make the 2 R's triad. I push or extinction outweighs irrelevant. Fiat is a tool of communication, is rooted in advanced defense. White supremacy is the level of hermeneutics. Fiat is not value neutral, but indebted to desires and motives. Invested in racial antagonism. This evidence is the theory of communication that assumes education, pedagogy, and white supremacy. A fantasy that ungird language. Fiat is an ideological camp within debate rooting in antagonism towards black scholarship and presence. The underlying motive can be seen as the unthought rhetorical machinations of not just the 1AC, but the entire ZAF performance. Dominant ideologies within debate are indebted to racial hegemonies that manifest in anti-black climates of this space. These blind spots inherent to fiated logics produce a worse learning environment for black students. Fiat is an enforcement mechanism that acts as a tool to legitimize what constitutes good research, bad on white values and perspectives around the world. This takes out the entirety of operates at the level of form. They have just conceded the best card. Read it at the end of the debate. Any risk the pathology in this debate in the way in which they've positioned fiat or international politics towards black perspectives. You can vote on the Lee in conjunction with the quant evidence that says stated addicts inherently within their political perspective is the worst parasitic conversation for black thought and liberation, which was all the oversaturation stuff upon, and it moots the entirety of the case push. All their only answer is the whole neural biases malleable stuff, but fiat doesn't actually change those biases anyways, even if they're in place, which is the whole circular logic stuff. Even a debate is not just a game. Even if it is a game, it incentivizes the worst forms of parasitism and anti-black logics. Anyways, the AF and fiat as a whole are implemented on homeostasis through nuclearization, deterrence, militaristic techno-science that creates the worst forms of governance. They've dropped the transparency offense that zeroes AF solvency through their scenarios through the overload of information through cybernetic system control, artificially determine what threats are considered to be real. This will to transparency, the same logic that guided the war on terror and stop and first it's necessarily results in the inevitability of war and conflict, as this logic is used to justify the name in the name and preserving security and humanism. We're overloaded with content within debate, which inevitably makes us inaccurate in the decisions that we choose to be true and accurate, which means that their calculative logics aren't good. They say the lack of data makes war more likely. They haven't pointed to an actual card that justifies this. It's just that fiating is good and calculation is good, but it's not in the context of war or the construction that they've described, but Lee as a form of interpretation and hermeneutics for how we understand debate is also a prerequisite to all these things. The only sort of thing you can vote on here, the only thing that the 2 is probably going to go for, and the only thing we've ever lost to is the no subjectivities and ballot stuff that they've dropped, that you should maximize the priority, maximize the understanding of subject formation as it is, because of the disillusionment and disembodiment that occurs within debate of systems logic that assume we're disinvested from the systems of cybernetics and logics and microaggressive environments and pathology within debate that you should be provided for and provided for. They've dropped the pathology dissad that controls all of this. Mooting the 1AC is good because the whole them is responsible for anti-black discourse and models, weighing the case sidelines microaggressive environments by claiming the plan is good even if the speaker is racist, which results in psychological violence by black debaters. Even if it doesn't shape subjectivities, it is internalized within spaces like debate. For debaters like Antonio is obviously a reason for the ballot. The ballot is a corrective measure for these things, which was proven on the PES flow when they set it to the homogenization stuff, but also the ballot for TOC semis is obviously a pretty big fucking deal. If they lose to things like framework, obviously it incentivizes specific forms of research for next year, which is literally proven throughout TOC finals and TOC semis and past examples. The Berlant evidence doesn't say anything. One is not about debate, which means that they can't get offense on it. Is a question for representation of our model. Second is outweighed by the quant and the Lee evidence. Third is negative on specificity. Unfairness is good for non-black debaters. They concede an external impact of dogmatism and self-reflexivity to produce more ethical subjects. And fiating politics under the climate crisis creates the over-identification models and cost-benefit calculation that decouples the subject relation to the environment and mystifies how algorithmic governance creates the conditions for all the app's impacts in the first place, which is the conceded sequence issue for understanding calculative logic and cybernetic governance as a form for creating forms of autopoiesis, creates the worst forms of disequilibrium, equilibrium restored, and incentivizes the worst research and disincentivizes the worst debates that create eco-managerials who create distant body scholarship, whether epistemology and ethics, which is the warrant for the subjectivities debate. It's also just not empirically true by the things like Leaders of Beautiful Struggle, Sada's Daughters that created revolutionary strategies from the competitive nature of debate. The Sapolsky evidence isn't past. We already described how these things can be malleable, but it creates the worst ways. The Levy evidence says at the Levy evidence it literally isn't a warrant for them. It says that the pressing need for more accurate and technical information about the non-human world is what drives these things. Only we question them. The extinction debate is irrelevant if they lose the models question at the top. But they've conceded studies that even if every 1AC prediction is true and that most lives, the biological death is the most moral system, they have no cards that disprove our studies that prove a curriculum that teaches consequentialist hypotheticals, does not train students to be self-reflexive, but created diluted ego manipulators to desensitize violence through repetition. In fact, less likely to act in the quote greater good. That's the Park and Hakane evidence that's citing multiple psychoneuro to outweighs and results in things like wars, genocide, WMD use, and ecological crisis that turns the crisis into terminal extinction impact that is intrinsic to the way in which they position the app. That's the Loy evidence. We aren't consequentialism. We're impact turning technocratic utilitarian logic that measured political action based on the quality of their outcomes. Digital refusal embraces entropy, which is the lack of order. Don't let them recharacterize our alternative. We have epistemological distinction registered from determining what constitutes a good or ethical consequence proven by the link debate and our impact turns off framework that justify a ballot when we know that have a warrant for it.
531 starting now. Okay. Let me mute on Discord. All right. Okay. Shit. Okay. Is anyone not ready? Nope. Okay.
Two major concessions mean you have two easy F ballots. They just depend on whether or not we win framework. If we win framework, then you can vote on the permutation, which goes conceded by the 2NR. If we don't win framework, then you can vote on the jobs to SQ evidence, which says that using data is good as a model of governance. First, I'll do the framework debate. That ballot is a referendum on the desirability of hypothetical consequences of the plan. That's key to fairness. Two internal links. First is predictability. The resolutional basis says that we should weigh the consequences of the hypothetical implementation of the plan. They shift the goalposts raised from that, which is key because the resolution is the only way to which is the only thing with which can predict what the debate will be about. Minimizes the affirmation, gives the negative a huge advantage. Second is it moots the entirety of the 1AC because it's centered around the plan, specifically fairness outweighs its question of ballot solvency. Your ballot can only your ballot can rectify the unfairness that caused this that happened at this round, but cannot spill over to ethical decision making or solving racism. They've conceded the three warrants to no subjectivity shift versus all causes family, friends, media, etc. All shift our subjectivities more and more often than debate. Second is that if we lose, we will chalk this up to strategic error, not an error in our epistemology. Third is that no one cares about this round. They said that it was a semifinals of the TOC. That only matters insofar as argumentative changes. That proves that people are driven by strategy because they will see, oh, what did they win on? Not how can what they win on change my subjectivity. The framework, the line by line they say debate is a game. Yeah, and they say debate is a game. Yes, it is. Framework winners, losers, speech times, etc. All prove that they say we militarize the base. They've dropped two internal links to more ethical decision making. First, that DAs prove access their offense better because they prove because they're more able to prove that our algorithmic thinking is fails and is insufficient. Then the critique is because they weren't able to indict our specific algorithmic thinking proves that they don't satisfy our interpretation on the permutation. Second internal link to ethical decision making is the leak evidence says that discussing policy is key to actually analyze failed government policy that was considered and access the ethics offense better. They say will to transparency. No, this is just proven by the status quo. There's tons of info now, but we're able to absorb it. Proves no impact to information overload. They say that our framework leads to things like the war on terror. No, this is just SQ evidence, which gives the example of Iraq, says that calculative thinking would have prevented that, and the alt-right uses non-calculative thinking to justify their wars and interventions in the least. They say that lack of data makes war more likely. And you answer this, the subjectivity stuff. They say maximize understanding of subject formation. No, quantify what I did above. They say that the pathologization is that no, you can extend the rank of evidence, which says that pathology is good, and pathologizing leads to more empathy, allows us to sort of understand our position in the debate space. But you can classify the work I did above. The framework is a question of valid solvency. They can't solve pathologization outside of this right around the triple, and there's no terminal impact because we solve ethical decision making better. They say that this is the key because the TOC I answered above the Berlin stuff, and the Berlin extended the Berlin evidence says that punishment is ineffective, and you can also apply the no subjective shift I did above. They say that cost benefit the aft turns their after research. No, we've won. That's good. Apply the league and the suggestive evidence I did above. They say both those Sapolsky evidence is just about past. It's not the right about its past, but it's made to answer their pathologization / bias argument. You should counteract your bias because you don't have it because your bias is malleable. Since we've won framework, you can extend the permutation because framework means that the plan is a policy for contestation and not just our representation. We get it, and the net benefit that is extinction outweighs considered permutation means any risk of solving extinction outweighs because the net benefit of the perm extinction is qualitatively different. Solving life is a free solving their impact and life itself, that's GBB their only answer. This was the consequential and back argument. They've been still the Williams evidence consequential was good and leads to empathy, prevents violence from the name of good intentions. Drop extinction framing solves empathy. We see how this is equal set of numbers and makes our privilege for good studies don't matter because they're not about debate. The second answer they gave to extinction outweighs that are from causes extinction. No, this is disproven by the data good stuff, which I'll do now, cause like the Sinescu evidence, I explained above. There's empirical examples of when data has been good. Their methodology is one of the alt-right that's used to justify intervention in the release, turns all of their mundane violence offense. Even if you think that extinction doesn't if you think that extinction doesn't outweigh, you can also extend the Carl's Rod evidence, which says that it solves the impact because it gives the example of Flint, which we use calculative thinking too. So to understand that less bad for water, resources, which allows us to use data to prove data doesn't turn people into just data points, but it's used to solve real life impacts that implicate the quality of life, all of the explanation in the top of the 2NR was just that fiat is a bad land and her class scholarship. This is not true. You can apply all the framework stuff I did above. We access their office because I just said that and analyzing federal policy is not just an endorsement of it, but allows us to sort of understand the calculative thinking and change it, and also link evidence which says that it's better because it allows us to understand the failures of the state.
Who's Randy L? Card doc. Okay.
F product sent.
All right, I think we're all in. Kyle, Antonio, you there, bros? All right, just Kyle.
Antonio is wandering.
Okay.
He's on his way.
Okay. We'll wait. All right, he's there. Okay, cool. He's probably scrambling through his 1,000 desktop. Oh wait, no, he's not. Okay, cool. All right. Congrats to both teams for making it to the semis of the tournament champions. It's an awesome accomplishment. I think both teams are like really excellent debaters, and this was a great debate. The decision on a 2-1 is the negative from Berkeley Prep. I sat Walter Payne. How much do you want?
It's up to Bert because they have to prep for next round. So, if they want to go or anything, it's up to them. We'll take whatever.
We really do have to prep. Oh my. Okay, we really do have to prep for Lawrence Free. I just want to say something really quickly. I appreciate all the three of the judges, but more importantly, I appreciate David and Cole and all the time that we spent together. And I hope that you all do well with the rest of your careers. I think you should be really proud of yourself, and I love you all.
Of course, you too. Best of luck.
Feelings mutual.
All right.
Congrats, y'all.
Thank you.
All right. Congrats, David. Congrats, Cole, on an excellent year. I thought you two were like fantastic debaters, and like probably
this debate was incredible.
Yeah, I thought you showed like Chicago schools like can really still hang out there and like continue the legacy of like Whitney Young MM almost and like Walter Payne, past Walter Payne teams that I've seen. But yeah, congrats. I'll send out my ballot and like
I'll send out a ballot if you want it, or I can give it if you'd like it as well.
I'll take it, to be honest.
Okay. I mean, I can just go just real quick. So I voted F because I thought like you all won your model debate was just better. I thought the F just wins at like it's better to have the way the plan because it's key to clash is key because like all that debate is a game in itself and like nothing really does matter in this round at the end of the day. I think like you're just winning like a substantial defense, like alternative causes, like subjectivity doesn't change formation and whatnot. And I think like you've won that your representations are good. Like algorithm thinking is like necessarily like beneficial in my opinion. So I think like that negates a lot of I'll wait for Cole. Okay. Hey Cole. So I thought that F one, so like algorithm thinking is good at the end of the day and that your representations are like better to like actually solve for like group problems. I think the cards like you read are like decent. And I didn't think like the negative really had that much like defense as to like why representations are like of algorithm thinking were bad. All I get was like from the neg was serial policy failure, but they're not here where I can like talk to them about it. But I think the impact of serial policy failure, like fiat is bad, goes away, like is mitigated completely, to be honest, because I think like, again, your model debate is so better at the end of the day. And therefore there's no subject formation shift, which means that even if they win their model debate, even if they win fiat is bad, nothing does change because debate is competitive space, because this one round, all what matters is that strategy does change at the end of the day, which means that no one like preps like these rounds or like cares about these rounds at the end of the day. And therefore like the only net benefit is like the permutation for me was just like the best choice. And then that benefit extinction, because like that's the only way like voting AF can resolve the inevitable consequences of like nuclear war from whatsoever, so on. But the other two judges probably have like other things to say for sure. So that's like the short of it.
I guess I can. I thought like this debate was really good. I thought I was like AF on large portions of the debate, but I thought just the 2AR missed basically the 2NR pivot to the fiat K instead of the calculation K. So I think the AF independent framework offense is somewhat minimal, essentially because you've one that only debate centered around the plan is predictable and thus fair, but suffers an impact comparison primarily because I thought the decision to say fairness outweighs because only the ballot can rectify the unfairness of this debate was the wrong move, because they're making a series of arguments for why the ballot solves their offense. The neg is explicit in the 2NR that voting neg solves their pathology impact because it is a corrective that holds the neg responsible for the psychological violence of their interpretation. Fairness is also limited to debate as a game that they invest in as well, but is lacking why that game is good, i.e., even if the neg literally makes debate impossible, which I think you come pretty close to winning, why does debate matter at all? The 2AR has one sentence specific to this from extending their leak evidence, saying discussing policy is key to government policy, which is conceded, but that's sort of the extent of AF explanation for why debate itself is kind of good. So I think there's a low risk of AF offense. The neg offense is, I think, not about serial policy failure anymore, which was sort of the 2NC arguments. And I think it's more about basically just like you exclude critical approaches that produces anti-Black pathologization because you center the state, limiting imagination of alternative Black political resistance. Your defense is all right, but I think the 2NR is just kind of out debating the 2AR on it. All causes to subjectivity. The 2NR explicitly answers by arguing that this does not excuse violence against Antonio in this debate. And the neg internal link is not that debaters under the AF model export bad subjectivities, but that it hurts, it makes debate worse as a site of argumentative exchange. We won't change our minds. The 2AR explanation demonstrates the neg's argument for this, I think, because it's sort of the ballot thing I was explaining earlier, which is their argument is that by voting for arguments like this, arguments do change and their sort of impact is about what arguments people read. So the idea that then voting neg does signal refusal to participate in plan-focused debates, especially in semis of the TOC. I'm not too persuaded by this argument, but I think there's a non-zero risk of it. So you didn't zero the impact. And then the last argument, and then the thing I think just would make this 2AR an easier AF victory for me is basically to concede the neg arguments about how debate shapes subjectivity and win a defense of the skills that policy debates produces. So essentially the 2AR would be a neg framework debate. And I think the missing part you're having here is that fairness turns education, or fairness is necessary to actualize any education from debate, including their critical education, and that you can incorporate it, i.e. by making neg link arguments, which I think was more in the 1AR, but not so much in the 2AR, which is proven by their cybernetic K portions, framework portions, arguments about serial policy failure, their ego evidence, etc., or about how should we determine if an action is good or bad, what framework should we evaluate to determine that. And you should simply argue that education about those things is only produced under a predictable limited vision of the topic, especially because they made an info overload argument. So that's sort of uniqueness for you about how you can only overcome info overload through a limited predictable model. So although calculation and util are definitively AF, you can't actualize those absent essentially winning the debate produces skills to actualize algorithmic governance in the world. And I thought a 2AR pivot to that would have basically TKO'd the 2NR. And I know it was tough because I didn't expect this 2NR either. And I thought after the 1AR, it was just over for the neg. But I thought incredible debate. I thought both 1AR and 2AR were incredible. So congrats.
Okay, I'll keep this pretty brief because I agree with a fair amount of what's been said. Again, I thought this was a phenomenal debate, and it took me a long time to decide. I think I was the last one and the entire semi to decide or whatever because I thought it was very close. Ultimately, I think I just decided that the -1, the sort of fiat K that they pivoted to in the 2NR, I think within debate, the sort of use of fiat as a sort of calculative logic is bad. And I think it maybe results in some sort of negative learning outcomes, particularly for Black debaters. And I guess my biggest sort of issue with the 2AR is I don't really think you're explaining your offense enough. I don't really think you have a sufficient explanation of why I should care about fairness more than anything else, or why I should care. You just sort of name drop the Iraq War, without any sort of explanation of what that means, or why I should care about that, or why that outweighs the neg's offense. So I think I'm left with a vision of debate where I think the sort of disembodied, sort of fiated vision of debate that the AF is endorsing results in these sort of negative learning outcomes, and maybe detaches us from sort of ongoing violence. And I think I should vote -2 hold the F accountable for that model of debate, and endorse a model of debate that is not premised on that sort of disembodied scenario planning. Yeah, that's the short of my decision. I can go into more depth if you want, but.
So the pivot to the fiat K, that's like the salute, like the way we, sorry, the lighting's weird. It's just, getting dark. The solution to like that, is it just because it's so entwined with framework? Is it just like more time? I mean, you mentioned that like how we should explain skills. Is it just doing that kind of thing to win and then being like that answers fiat K? Is that like how the 2 hours should answer that spin?
Yeah, in my opinion, like basically the ballot argument is less winnable against this because their offense is limited to this debate. And I think it's difficult to say like your fairness violation outweighs their pathology offense, if pathology DA, if that makes sense, right? Because like they have a racism impact and you have like they were mean to us impact. So in that sense, I think it's just better for you to basically say like, you know what, like debate is good and we have an external defense of it and you make debate near impossible. I think like the way to think of this is like, think of this as you're giving a framework to NR and they made the like you exclude Black scholarship DA. So if you think of it that way, right, your arguments are like, you can have those discussions. In fact, those discussions are made better under plan focused debate because it's limited and predictable and leads to more in-depth engagement that can actualize that knowledge. But essentially info overload makes it impossible to actualize it absent that.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just think like you needed like just sort of exactly that same thing under the header of like, I think you just needed to do some more like impact calculus basically.
And then the other thing is like, should it have been then just like even more time on framework? Because like if we had one framework, is it like easy on perm plus extinction at ways? Like should it be like 4 minutes framework?
Yeah, I thought so. Given this 2NR, I thought so because like in the block, it seemed like they were like reading like a weird version of the cap K essentially, where you like kind of got the plan, but along with like the fiat K, it's like kind of weird. And I thought you could just exploit that double turn as well. Like if the 2AR got up to me and was like, I was thinking about this is like the 2NC interp, I don't think excludes the plan. So like even under their framework interp you win, but like I just think given this 2NR pivot, all in on framework would be the move because they didn't really even make the calculation link. But I understand why you did it, given like based on the block, it seemed like it was really this calculation.
Okay, thank y'all. That'll make sense.
Thank you.
I'm assuming the flip hasn't happened yet, but John, what's the gonna be?
Sorry, you asked what the app was, right?
Yeah.
It'll be the PTD version that we read. I think it was round 3 against Little Rock. If you all are AF, what will it be?
It'll be the black animal half that we read in Octos of this tournament.
All right, great. Hold on, guys. Sorry, one sec. Antonio, one.
Sorry, what?
Antonio. Yeah, sorry. I was telling people to be quiet. I just got one last question. Serena would like you to forward the 1AC if possible. Thank you.
Like to what?
For the Octos 1AC.
Just say you'll send them the 1AC.
Yeah, we'll send it. We'll send it.
All right, thanks. Ours is on the wiki.
I'm gonna give this to AC real quick on camera.
Hey, y'all, we good to get started?
All right. I guess before we get started, quick couple thank yous. First, I want to thank my family. They forced me into debate, and they forced me to kind of continue it in the very, very many times that I wanted to quit. I love you guys, all the support you've provided me my whole life. I wanted to thank the Berkeley debate team, particularly Drew, Zach, Peter, Nikhil, Katie. They've all made this activity a lot more enjoyable. Y'all are amazing, and I'll miss the environment and the energy you brought to my experience in debate. Our coaches, Dr. K, even though the cards and arguments he made and cut weren't always super amazing in debates, he's one of the funniest guys I know. He made trips so much fun, and he also kept me in debate. I got vaguely introduced in his elective in 8th grade, and I was kind of only there to skip class and play flappy golf. But I'd occasionally look up and pick up on some of the things he was saying, and it he got me interested. And I always say if Kuzal wasn't the person running the program at Berkeley, I wouldn't continue. That's just true. Marquise, he's a workhorse. He cuts the best cards in the country. It's crazy. He's one of the best that I've ever seen. He holds me, Antonio, and DJ together when we're all at each other's throats with his positive energy. He's always got something to say. He's one of the smartest guys I know. I couldn't be more grateful for how he's influenced my approach to debate, how helpful and understanding he's been when I've wanted to take breaks and all that. DJ, we've known each other the past 2 years. I can't express how much I've loved getting to know him as a person, and not just the talks that we've had about debate, but about life. He's yet to beat me in a game of basketball, but he will continue to challenge me because that's kind of the mentality he has, which he's imprinted on Antonio and I, which is definitely good. And even though it takes him 20 minutes to write 2 sentences, those 2 sentences are usually always game changers. And he's just a great person who I'm lucky to have met. Lastly, I wanted to thank obviously Antonio, best partner in the country. He's great person, insanely understanding. Even when I want to take my breaks away from debate, he just works even harder. I don't think I've seen a debater improve so much in so little time as he has. It's insane. Just from the sheer amount of work he's willing to put in, it's crazy. He's just a junior. He's gonna kill it next year. Even though we're in different grades, we become such great friends, and I'm just happy to have met him. All right. ONAC was sent. Is everyone good to get started? All right. Slavery is a technology of terror conditions the trains of humanity. Western modernity's condition of possibility fracture humanity's consistency, criminalizing black life, environmental cost-benefit calculation as a liberal tool of governance engages the mathematics of black life that renders flesh plastic and stakes white humanity against black animal investment. The political protocol of feel-good policy replicates white economy of sensibility that reintroduces the human animal divide upon which anti-blacks manifest itself. Jackson 20 slavery and close of capitalist back people in the racialist concepts of modernity humanity and initiating shady events even giving rise to the capital sort of slavery people but is a ledger. This isn't the place black humans categorize them in the same bill purchase. This is where his dark and blackness comes from the mathematics of one language subject technology producing counting human the condition on which black humans selecting incorporating the human part to the ever shaping political term in the human versus the animalization, humanization, slavery, mutually constituted the slave humanity is not denied, but maybe black and humanity is a state of abject humanity in New York, inescapable paradox, little humans recognition, discourse, sentinel, and self is a much needed critical alternative sentimental ethics, sympathy, protection, stewardship, which has been historically being conceived within the terms of racial state, economy, sensibility, everything and nothing is a register of ontology such as that the form that shall not hold blackness of functions not something is a negative relation, but a plastic fleshy being stabilized to give form of the human and animal categories. Blackness is a medium subjugation organized the definitional apparatus for human non-human life forms, sustaining a ecosystem that renders water non-protection for the unlived life of blackness possible. The threat of extermination is a tool of control designed to mystify captivity. Only black hydroponics breathes life into black being through onsetting of the ethical, political possibility management. Ben and 20 blackness as a means to organize both human and non-human life. Their social lives within ocean incomes, the death of water, found history of the proximity people who are called black and non-human animals who run the waves. The proximity does not begin the institutional shadow slavery in the Americas. It was from a notable development of the modern world economy and ecology. We begin the whole slavery to move there from consideration. Animal life worlds remain possible in the black imagination as the afterlife slavery propels us to theorize black ego. Poetic sound is just a matter of the ground, but an occasion on the thing in the intersection, uncharted black and the circle. Each of the black and black is the dominant structure of feeling as well as the ongoing presence of black resistance, black resistance, black fugitive possibilities. By strikes funding the central component broader network of living and non-living reactions make up a functional anti-black ecosystem passive able to lepers the threat of being killed and sharks effectively reemerging inside of great pillars, the means of escape in order to rebel against the slavers and undermine the terms of captivity, fleshy, black liberation, and the sea turtles one and honor and the power of revolutionary violence and the abuse of blood and romanticize the sheer duration of black freedom struggle, black animality studies, and eco-criticism turns out to see in the that we may unsettle the sort of historical terrorism that obscures the social political possibilities of black hydroponic slavery, purification of animalization and white supremacy produce every existential risk from climate change, food production, microbial resistant disease, racialization, fosters unsustainable interaction with the environment, black ecological framing, the one he sees is essential to encountering the techniques for anti-black animalization, intrinsic anthropogenic extinction of Virgo 21 socio-ecological crisis reflects animal lives are impeded by unsustainable human environment interaction, food production, key driver climate change, also significant amounts of greenhouse gas emitted from the energy expedition require the sawing of animals, waste and storage, water, or use and transportation of animals impacted by the extreme weather investment and climate change whereby foods whereby floods would compromise animal lives, precarious human animal relations lead to compromise and health in the planet range and white supremacy begins for how weathering social group process through systemic function full of discourse animality while devastating on with black and indigenous communities. Blackness represents transmogrification of being at the level ontology. This acts as a form produce the interpolation, the meaning making onto black flesh and the purpose of humanist dialects and racial captivity. This is not merely a reflection on the state of alienation, but the mediation that engineering apparatus within the afterlife of the search of both the animality blacks within violent grid of intelligibility. Jackson 20 black and embodied minds of the render passing them and includes and exceeds authorization, killing assumption, disposability, fleshy existence, shoving knowledge, and transmogrification, according to humanity is an act of coordinates in the human body force, alternate different shapes and form. We are well beyond the alienation, exploitation, subject, domestication, even the animalization. We can only have transmogrification to the form of engineering, slavery, technology. We're not the denial of human plasticization, even plasticization is the violation of the Islamic course of this is more than denomination of existence that is a result of plastic understanding of thought matter and being aware that the plastic is defined as that which is able to receive and give form that assumes the destruction of form of giving and receiving whose temporal solidification produces the appearance of unmalleable substance of plastic that governs the continuous center for exploitative a process of deformation of the real. The slave is the discursive material and says that it given as a structural form is denied and fluidified. The flux is not metaphors but anti-black bonds that produce the blackness of the plastic way being a slave is not the discursive material site for infinite malleability. What is this definite character or form the condition anti-black imaginary for that for loose refiguration translates responds rather than opposition to difference disrupts the ontologization, plasticization, as man's ability to cast the animal, not human, non-human as an abstract reference, the product of self-human as a reigning order of being, knowing, and naming, and its attribution of value. The affirmative is the call for the black ecological paradigm rooted in symbiotic reading of blacks as animalization to account for the transmogrification of blacks beyond the sites of pure dialect and Western man's monopolization, ethics, and meaning, dealing around being and knowledge production is necessary. Hermeneutic of black animalization. Bennett 20. The project emerges from the media of tenacity, willing to turn the animal kingdom side of future and future deputies of refusal rooting the knowledge that we were not mental survival celebration in spite of anti-black structure, the capitalist order party government one shot of non-human forms of life of loving practices of sufficient life to prevent the ecological made up of the time regulation, not party government domination, exploitation, wave of matching, interplay across the species that foregrounds of his ambiguous and reciprocity, which are relation to the things which set aside mastery in the favor of the respect of the knowledge that would no longer imply property nor master should the collective envisioning that will as theories of blackness opening up space for the black ecology and the exposed limits imposed by disciplinary thinking about non-human forms of life. The black animal hermeneutic within the one I see provides a thesis of the nature of communication within intellectual spaces like debate, challenge the hermeneutic presupposition around black scholars of the theologist, black success within the debate at the level of interpretation and the pursuit of consensus or equity. White supremacy in this activity relies on stasis points that normative resolution readings of hegemonic modalities of enclosure. Lee 21. The all communication relies on interpretation by parties of a socially constructed socially and psychologically constructed desire motives of the communication. All research interpretive tensions take place and I can an institution divided in ideological camps that wage interpretive battles over race hermeneutics instruction. The interpreter is not a cause of their presupposition maintain the interpretation a little more than common sense. There are difference of opinion and control over interpretation shape by willpower that regulates interpretive process. Ensures meaning is that support the dominant group legitimize the process for goes on the original intent for also problematize how humanities override dialectics interpreting non-working dialects. So the critical approach to the humanities and curriculum that leaves students without sophisticated interpretation of oppressive structures by the seeming open dialogue that often becomes sites of further oppression due to pursuit consists of the more revolutionary desire to profoundly interrogate the racial ideals that constitute racial hierarchies. Those caught up in the interpretation of structural white supremacy and attempt to negate those making critical racial interpretation. Those who are uncomfortable with critical racial interpretation become passive aggressive. They become the force of nominal rules of race or methodology. They resort to pitching attempts to discredit the work by questioning implementation of methods that enforce ancestral occupation with methods that was not to say in the step with racial insights that were made the rhetorical move of invoking the norms of pedagogy and methodologies and active conceals the problem that there is interpretation maintaining white supremacy methodological silencing the problematic and imagination space of interpretation represent intentional structure white supremacy communication structure white supremacy social structures discursive exchange and everyday forms of violence. The racial and the preceding is a chrono-political machination that relies upon the disciplinary logic of control. You should reject political machinations such as fiat or crisis that approach the water protection critical and critical ecological imaginators beyond species Agatha and Balloon killing 21. This changes to be driven not by governmental fear by the local desire necessity relation between English coloniality ecological degradation can be addressed to the human transform the progressive crisis emergency black indigenous and diasporic ecology and the extent on how such people are most susceptible to the effects of climate change, including sea levels of substance sinking lands, as well as the ongoing effects of toxic stewardship. Alternative political imaginings to the state and capitalist tree system origin now than ever the name of what we currently face the crisis of emergency phase that way in the radical black ecology is disavowed with the extensive and intensive extraction of matter from the earth and form of fossil fuel social soil nutrients to feed crops and livestock. Human and more than human work and internal energy in the African slaves and indigenous lands will now exist in the form of global capitalism based on the forming indigenous black and alien alternatives and necessary a point of departure for this overcoming social and ecological crisis, including how human and non-human ecologies are stitched together.
Okay. Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay. My first question, what is the 1AC solvency mechanism for the plasticity of blackness as produced by industrial
The
agriculture?
Bennett evidence isolates why engaging in a form of black hydropoetics as a medium for which we enable our epistemologies is necessary in the current moment. Argument is first and
Can
foremost.
you, sorry, before that, can you describe what the first half of that sentence means? Like,
What do you mean, black hydropoetics?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting there. It means shifting away from logics of mastery and possession over water to admiration and respect with non-human entities. This looks like various forms of black stewardship, which has happened through a historicity of black resistance and rupture, which we can give material examples right
okay,
now.
can I have those? Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So one is the Black Seminoles in Florida engaged in an ecological symbiotic kind of life force with non-human entities. And I can go more in depth in that right now, but I'm assuming you have other questions. All right, and then the second one is about the Kenansville, North Carolina residents who are protesting the pollution and afterlife of climate degradation that's happening to them. There's a litany of Black environmentalists and other people who can also be thought of as integral to the act, but our argument is first and foremost that in the status quo, water governance is overdetermined by the tectonics of slavery, which has produced an anthropocentric orientation that makes it impossible to resolve water variation.
That makes sense. Just a clarification question on the Havorka evidence. What is the internal link between like white supremacy and animalization and existential risk? This evidence seems to draw a parallel. Where do you think it makes like a causality claim?
It makes a causality claim because it talks about why white supremacy structures the hierarchies, and then the Bennett evidence previously talks about how anti-blackness structures the non-human-human divide. The Havorka evidence says that divide produces existential violence through the internal links of livestock production, etc., climate degradation.
Okay. The advocacy says the affirmative is a call to a Black ecological paradigm. Does that look like the examples that you explained previously, or is
those are examples of the affirmative? We will defend our orientation rigorously that stewardship is good, Black stewardship and interspecies ethics is necessary, especially given the thesis of Jackson, which talks about how Black animality Blackness is neither dehumanized, but it is rather animalized, right? And that there's co-constitutive elements of violence that happen to Black people and animal entities, non-human animal entities, etc., and that ultimately it's impossible to resolve one without the other, which is why consideration of interspecies ethics is necessary in the current moment of racial ecological degradation.
Okay, so it's on a material level, as you just explained. It's also on like a epistemological level. Can you explain what that looks like and how we change how we debate? Actually, there's like no time. Sorry, that was too late.
Okay. I too have a couple people I would like to thank. And I really wish that I was as good as Kyle as giving thank yous. I'm going to try and make this short. And subsequently, I'm probably going to miss some people, and I apologize to them if they're left out. I will thank anyone later personally. The success of Serena and I's debate career has been produced by a confluence of exceptional circumstances and hard work, and none of it would have been possible without any of these people. So thank you to my family, my dad, my mom, my sister Ella, and my grandparents and aunts and uncles. They always text me stuff like congratulations, and I often do forget to answer them and say thank you, but I always enjoy seeing the text messages, and their support has always been unconditional, and I'm very thankful for them. A couple of lab leaders, there's been many, but a couple stand out to me. Julia Henry and Sean Duff from back at the JDI when I was a little kid. They transformed debate for me, and they really gave me an introduction to faster levels of debate after speaking slow to Kansas grandparents for years and years. Tim Ellis, who took a chance on Serena and I to invite us to his lab, and also JMP, who was there that really believed in Serena and I to be good at debate. And also later on, Dana Randall and Brett Bricker and everyone else in the lab this summer, which was really fun. I also want to thank the people who've helped us out this weekend. Jacob, this dude is a literal robot in the best way possible. He is like one of the most knowledgeable people I've ever known and one of the most hardworking people. There is no question if you ask him to find a card, find an argument, he will do it or he will die trying. Ryan, who was there from the very first TOC bid we got to finals of the tournament, he is a rampant card cutter and is one of the hardest workers I've seen. Ethan and Aiden, who are equally as supportive of everyone else's success just as much as their own and have been super supportive of us this weekend, so I'm very thankful to them. Halverson as well, who judged Serena and I's like first ever varsity debate when we had no idea what we were doing. We went for like a politics dissad and then decided to keep going for the politics dissad years and years and years later. And he was at the beginning of it all. Jared, who from 1 year went to being like a lay Kansas circuit debater to basically an encyclopedia of all K knowledge ever, which is very impressive and has been super helpful. And Coraline from Peninsula and Jiyun, who have just sent us random arguments throughout the tournament and some helpful thoughts, so I'm thankful to them. And also the KU squad, especially Jimin and M. Scott and Alex. Also shout out to Elena for giving me her KU jersey earlier today. And I can't wait to join you all later. And thank you to all of our coaches as well, Brenda, Max, and Maverick, who are always a great room presence. And especially thank you to Shelton, who's I think the smartest person I've ever met, both in like a book way and a street way. He's like such a great mentor, and I've never been able to come up with a subject or like anything that he doesn't already have like some prior knowledge on. And also, you know, finally, KT, he likes to call himself like the LFSRM water boy because he thinks he doesn't ever help us, but he doesn't realize that we wouldn't be here without first learning what inherency is. So super thankful to him and has always been supportive of us. And then lastly, I want to give a special shout out to Simon Ruland, who him and I really only ever debated once together, but he has been like family to me outside of debate and has been an incredible role model for me. And I just really want to give a special shout out to him. So now it's time to speak moderately faster. Huh?
I don't know if you already sent it, but I still haven't received it.
Yeah, I just sent it. Just let me know when you got it. It's too often in case.
Oh, I feel like most everyone knows what I'm about to say. The infamous Outlook demon. Oh, never mind. Look at that. I just got it. Give me a second to open it.
Okay.
That's great.
Oh my God, it's a miracle.
I cannot believe that just happened. TOC finals clutch. All right, we're good.
Okay, I'll pan through the judges. Give me a thumbs up if you're good. Okay, awesome. Serena, you got it? Okay. First off is topicality. The text of resolution calls about hypothetical government action. Eric 2 3 topic case, the elements of the United States should urgent action should adopt the policy by something like protection of water resource requires that action moving to account protection establish states power to ensure the existence of water resources. Vote negative 2 impacts. 1 is fairness. Force winner loser. Nature meets the biggest game. The AFS is strategic incentive straight for the resolution that makes research impossible. Discourages argument of innovation and turns accessibility, which acts as the terminal impact to the activity. 2 is clash. Then incentivizes defensive unanswerable positions and monopolization of the moral high ground. Denies role for the thing. It transforms debate into a lecture that destroys rigorous tasking advocacy research skills. It turns their advocacy and precludes every intrinsic benefit to debate. Advocacy denied debate. Provides preparation for argument to the capacity to employ strategies for attention research or competition catalysts provide depth of understanding without the guidance of a topic on the research and mutilation Africa or UN 6 right competitive debate provides effective research on the hard makes a good advocacy of industry participation would not actively engage until the research in this topic. Neither not able to take action until research changes opinions the topic US should for activism to research valid people in support of their movements. So researching both sides the argument create advocates but on both sides so they can defend their position against attack learning. The nature of proposals also strength their own stance. Which side debate solves their offense is the greatest internal link. The advocacy skills the most reflexive version of the topic. Next off is the CAPTE. Its drive to accumulate compels and robert catastrophe and nuclear warfare equals 11 the threats to the conventional military violence would likely to show us on conflict is axiomatic. The capitalist accumulation must be destabilizing capitalism cannot avoid nuclear devastation given strategy accumulating essential rationalities and the world of hostile ecological balance of their history will show the nuclear warfare and bound to cash capitalism will be the death of us. Their politics disconnects organized political struggle by framing the racism of the Anthropocene as intrinsically coded into industrial, technological agriculture and expanding the animization of plasticity of blackness as the cause rather than effect prevents movements from challenging industrialized society deemed as well boundaries. Until we thought as politics opposed structures like independent capital activity by capital activities are more important than the large scale organized movement necessary focus policy from working people making policies about better these factors can pay to feel radical that have to get their hands dirty on the constitution's position the absence of common goals the absence of future flood determination possible for one of what is registered are not forgotten these forgotten pillars identity community capitalism the difference away from these gaps attempts to drown out forceful effects of unrealized and unrealized potential of unions and collective struggle politics that organizational form party is politics without politics the party is a complex status system and is a revolution to the capital system illusion that our individual activities would immediately converge without post-capitalist practices of creating and sharing need to find a mode to struggle that can scale endure and cultivate the desire for collectivity starting I said the communists arising against work collective shaping what they already make in common the alternatives to embrace the communists arising aligning ourselves with global movements against capitalism and re-energizing left towards the possibilities of revolutionary change it solves the affirmative by changing the causalities created which matters for coalition building team and 12 Capitalists use rather choose communists who lost arising critics of boxing for failed I think it's the poor working class usually discussion communists trying to establish limits of reasonable debate encouraging communists establish political sphere defenders democracy liberals against capitalist conservatives united bloc communism from consideration of the last decade communities re-energized left began becoming discourse multiple conferences events for egalitarian active rethinking any concept to form the legacy overlap is ready to deal with capitalist domination economic inequality hatred police violence communism re-emerging as bad and shoot to avoid the communist rises produce a complete shift to perspective radical ideological term about capitalism not the only game in town with communists rising but the field possibilities for evolutionary theory and practice that shape barriers of action follow away new potentials and changes challenges come to the fore anything possible set of politics to primary returns to playful disruption immediately specificity local projects struggles or within a capital setting companies advancing precedent necessity to abolish capitalism and create global practices and institutional egalitarian cooperation we hope to enhance partisan balance collectivity breaking with conversion fighting reinforce individualism tested thing and speak as part of the larger collective subject case page vote negative on presumption the burden of the affirmative is to solve the harms that they present to a substantial shift in the status quo they don't one the affirmative conflates scholarship with practice the reading of the 1EC does not actualize new forms of knowledge but strategically uses academic work to produce a ballot which means a debates insufficient to change the ontological positioning of blackness because the debate does not create change in itself there is only a risk that debate is worse because it necessitates negation not dialogue b is that it's already solved because it can be read in other ways through book clubs lectures discussions etc secondly is that the affirmative lacks a telos which means that we never know what we have done enough thinking about a black ecological paradigm it turns solvency because it maximizes exhaustion and creates no distinction between action and inaction other models allow the app to win through massive generalizations of the status quo with no mechanism to resolve it three is that there is a massive disconnect between their arguments about slavery as a technology and how they resolve white supremacy within debate i.e. they haven't extrapolated how T is white hermeneutics why debating about governmental policy is bad but we'll start this debate here topicality is engagement not exclusion it takes you up on your core assumption that we should not debate about the topic which is inherently a disagreement on the level of content not just form the 1EC is a call for a dialogue that is not a preclusion of policy analysis Jackson admits that we don't know what worlds we need which means topicality becomes the only way the debate can produce the value they need it's also not authoritative because we aren't saying that they should be physically stopped from reading the app they just should lose for it which is distinct from what Lee argues reading the concept of the Anthropocene as a function of anti-blackness is wrong empirically because it excludes the entire experience of Asia from historical relevance and wrongfully politically because it did precludes the development of a radical and radicalized humanism that for grounds practice it breaks down conceptual limits the category of humanity work in IT Blackness ends up still in relation to difference of years means geopolitics talking to language of right racialized categories from one of the Asian population planet is bigger than black and white combined. The Asian solely information does away into presence of the Anthropocene. There are other ways the Anthropocene one could keep a basic humanism not really explain to include the other words we define on holds of the dope category of the human through negation but so limits blackness against its existing concept and the concept of the human influence to the struggle for another humanism. The humanism the version always unfinished born out of struggles against colonialism is a question of priorities whatever new dominant mode of production is it could be at the center of practice rather than peripheral contingency is true and denying that seeds to white supremacy Kelly 70 social creation maybe structure dominance not defined by beginning by give white supremacy too much credit to treat slavery, Jim Crow, mass incarceration as the same, denies that these are distinct in response to the weakness of the racial regime. Jim Crow was responsible for democratic opposition to slavery. The gap between Reconstruction Jim Crow had years of democratic struggle. Incarceration was the state's response to opposition. We think this is that there was a structural white supremacy that's so powerful we can't do anything when white supremacy fractured weak racials control themselves up because they're unstable. The system gives us the impression so powerful against working returns about opposition, especially for their plasticity, theorizing the question of what do we do about the technological mastery of white supremacy and the Anthropocene has to be answered by progress, not accepting the inevitability of the afterlife of slavery, which would entrench industrial interests instead of challenging the Davis 21. What do you think about the tension between the hybrid decontamination versus rejecting plastics? How can we do both? Taking out those room plastic is not an asset but an existential threat. One of the things I find advantageous about the queer theory is that they don't deny the necrocultive aspects of life. There is no way to say it isn't deeply embedded in white supremacy. The question is, what do we do? One thing about toxicity is really the way that toxicity is via plurality. It's not going away the harms caused of a cause, and the fantasy they can barricade from the harms to zero will not come back to harm, which is factually untrue. There needs to be accounting for that. Embrace toxicity is holding those things simultaneously. Is this pessimistic or optimistic? I'm trying something else in our culture. There's this techno-utopian, the ways in which it's been hardest been destructive. Think about oil or other extraction processes. That optimistic techno-utopian is not really can't get avoided. Similarly within critical theory on the left, there's this nihilistic apocalypse where it's like, oh, we're all screwed, so why bother trying? There's this ethical and tenable. I'm trying. They try to balance between those things. They cannot solve the impact in the Hovorka evidence because it relies on the spilling up to challenge industrial agriculture, which is the terminal link to their impacts. Don't let them claim solvency ambiguously. If they do defend movements against those structures, they will be shut down, which results in much worse violence from endorsing the 1AC. Their Bennett and Jackson evidence is about starting black dialogues, which is antithetical to debate in the 1AC. It is inherently adversarial activity, and the dialogue they advocate for is long, open-ended, and non-analytical, which is all the things the debate isn't. Constraint, speech times, and cross-text RFPs make a final determination, etc. Next, politics, state, and structures are necessary for challenging the Anthropocene. A plurality of factors that produce the malabity of blackness, challenging that their institution is the best way to solve it. Commonly 17. The Anthropocene is not to do with human mastery nor perverse intention to challenge exceptionalism with organization parallelization from your American regime sound parallel other regions to encourage constitutional politically forged alliances period. And then perculative pressure is a classic humanism must be challenged by integral of humanism to be dubious about the power of idealism sorting rapid human climate change to a large multivarious no single phase state or group informed the center of we need today in addition to advancing activists pressing all corporations that states for reparations as state of practice such movements each other about a positive sense of material austerity and the comparison between Western thinkers and West Africa challenge to materialism inside American thought, but they may not have the answers to the world now under fragile capital. 7 billion the words of people no orientation sufficient. We seek and evolve and we think about the subjects respond to planetary nation build upon the movements currently play and pursue connections across constituencies. Movements could impose demands on an institution from inside and outside, at the same time the source of injury, energy, and hope. If we don't engage in policy making that is not pre-structured by holistic worldviews, we legitimize systems of oppression. Wagner, 19, see the world the way that is not should be in politics. Many subscribe to worldviews, liberals and Marx with the overlay, especially the utopian system about possibilities, epistemological orientation, contaminated reason, cold, reason out warm affection produces knowledge, postmodernity suggests every research and available to truth the guys for one's agenda, epistemological indications made way of the less to proper word, justice to the core of the raw character too. Not class certificates for research. It calls on research to double down to understand the political world. This is necessary if one wants change. So-called rigorous knowledge production living requires abandoning this work. Takes place under too many research and free floating outside political conditions. This includes citing course of action, structural violence courses through society, companies, carbon emissions, always mustaining these anything less. Is implicit showing up hegemonic structure. The state's main actor holds power over life state. There's a primary agent in all political activity essential on activist groups influencing the way people think. They have targeted mechanisms of power and rival state action. They come to see embedded material regimes that instrumentalize individual actors. Legal institutions are inevitable for responding to the environment. The question is how we can properly utilize them. Would the intent president running for specific new ideas, restructured ideas, and what the remit is called, could the remit to sharing change the world one to the law, but the forefront of laws, wallflower, efficient law. Presidents of framework to read governments, the major societies governed through codes, women of our tribes, all sides, great legal members, which individuals active relation, nature, advocacy, show that concern the government criminal sentences, is sentences to citizens to death. Citizens to death is where the Wood evidence is marked. I'm good for process.
Okay. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. We can start on T. I know you'll defend fairness as an intrinsic good for all players, but is there any external or extrinsic value to preserving a fair activity?
Yeah, like we think that having an equal stasis point where both sides are equally likely to win can create clash that is good for producing solutions to stuff.
So fairness is an internal link to clash.
Well, fairness is a prerequisite for clash, but fairness has intrinsic good by itself.
How is fairness a prerequisite for all clash? I guess what's the threshold for clash that you're delineating?
Well, clash is there's not a threshold where it's this X amount of clash is the.
I guess people engage chaos. How is that not considered clash?
Well, we obviously have a bunch of back files and generic state good cards, but we will make arguments about your model of debate.
Why is that the only thing you can use to respond?
Well, so it is possible to do research and engage with critical affirmatives. The problem is that we will make a lot of arguments about those models being unchallengeable and especially untenable because of the scope of them.
Wait, what about the AF isn't in the direction of the topic?
Well, we think that there are parts of the AF that are connected to the topic, but we think that the entirety, the entire advocacy of the 1EC is disconnected from what the government should do to protect water resources.
Okay, what does a neg ballot represent in this debate?
Serena, what does a neg ballot represent?
Well, if we go for fairness, it's a referendum on a procedural fairness violation. If we go for clash, then it endorses our model of debate.
Okay, so you won't pick whether it's a question of models or just this round.
No, clash and fairness aren't mutually exclusive. Well,
Okay.
like if debate shapes subjectivities, then we'll go for clash.
Okay, bet. Cap, what does the communist horizon look like? Who engages in it?
Well, everyone can engage with it. The end result is probably democratic socialism or like an anarchic world where we allocate resources to people who need them.
Democracy, why is it good?
Because, well, we don't think that like in the like, for example, everybody in the US gets an exact equal say is like ideal, but we think that democratic decision making about resources in communities is good because it fosters mutual aid.
What about the F trades off with democratic decision making?
Sure. So it doesn't trade off with democratic decision making, but it does with movements to get there because it entrenches industrial interests by saying that other factors predetermine the way that industrial agriculture causes violence against animals and is the same way that like Black people were treated.
So capitalism is the only thing that can explain these things.
Capitalism is a lot of the reason why they occurred in the first place. Yes.
How does it explain the animalization of Blackness?
Because it's most economically profitable to treat them like as subhuman, which is like totally fucked up. But the reason they did that is to make profit gains easier.
All right. I guess it's my turn. Before I give my 2AC, I'd like to give a couple thanks to everyone who has supported me throughout the turn of my life. First and foremost is my faith. Without God, I wouldn't have been able to deliver my deliberate skills, and I thank Him for everything He's done for me. And I wouldn't be here, and I attribute most, if not all, of my progress to my faith, as well as my adopted patron saint, St. Thomas Aquinas and St. Ambrose, my guiding saints through this tournament and most of the season, for all the power they've placed on me. Next and most importantly, I want to thank my parents. Dad, you push me every day to keep focusing on my schoolwork, which I'm probably behind on because of this tournament. And you've always kept me locked in and focused. I remember Lexington, like the big Lex tournament, like immigration topic. I was a novice and I was trash, but you were still with me there. And I remember we got like snowed in, had a lot of fun with some of our family up there, and you've always been supported and helped me in those moments and just been there for me. And Mom, of course, I didn't write this part down because I wanted it to be from the heart. My mom is my biggest supporter. She has done more things than anyone else in my life has ever done for me. She has been there for me every tournament, called me, texted me, made sure that I had food to eat, learned more about tab room than I do somehow. She's found some scholarships, some opportunities. She's always just working for me, been there for me. And I love you a lot, Mom. And I could not be any more proud to be your son. And I thank you for everything that you've done for me. And throughout this career, I remember like in the beginning, when I thought I was like good, even though I wasn't, going like 1 or 2 at every tournament, I would always come back and be like, I'm learning. And you're like, I'm so proud of you. And I really appreciate those moments. Of course, I want to thank the team. Kuzwa, you believed in my crazy young wild self from the beginning of my career until now. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be debating. I also was forced into debate, believe it or not. And now it's an activity. That's true. Now it's an activity that I cannot part with, and I work hard every day to just make sure I stay a part of the community. And I really appreciate everything you've done for me. KZ, Zach and Drew, y'all are seniors, which is crazy to me. We've been together for so long, had a lot of great memories. This is crazy. This is our last tournament riding together. I love you all. I know y'all are there for us back home. Drew, Zach, I think I've laughed more than I've had losses, and I've had a lot. So I just thank y'all for everything back home. Peter and Nikhil too. I know y'all didn't break, but you came really close. You had, with the same amount of experience, double the wins that I had last year. So you should be proud of yourself for that. DJ, of course, I know you're watching from wherever you are. I love you a lot, and I appreciate everything that you've done for me. You believed in us last year. We asked you after RKS to like coach us, and you're like, these kids are so trash, but I'll do it. And you did it, and here we are. And I've been really thankful for all your support. Marquise, like Kyle said, biggest workhorse. Every card that says John Devon Rousseau is cut by him, and he's the best card cutter in the nation. And I'm proud that you've been our coach, and that we were able to have such good times together, and that you've shaped me as an ethical person. Of course, Kyle, this is our last debate together, which is actually crazy to even think about. I can't believe we've been debating together for the past couple of years, and I'm really going to miss you when you go to college and wherever you go. And I'm really proud of everything that we've done together, and I can't believe that you dealt with me. You know, I was a little crazy, a little annoying sometimes, but thanks for always dealing with me. Of course, some other people I'd like to thank. I would never have a case snag 2 and R or 1 and R, 1 and C if it wasn't for people like Aiden and Daniel for clutching up. I also want to thank some of my boys, Joe and Aryan. I know y'all aren't debating at this tournament, but I hope that you forever will be remembered, and I love you all so much. Congrats on getting into incredible schools. SN also for playing codenames with me, which is pretty dope. And then most importantly, I'd like to dedicate this debate to 2 key people in my life. First is my grandfather, who turned 81 years old recently. He is currently healing and hopefully will get better by the end of this year. And I want to thank him for all the knowledge that he's instilled on me, and for being the best grandfather I could ever ask for. And hopefully I make him proud. And then finally, my uncle, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. I always prayed that he would see us in the TOC finals, and he is, just in a different way. And hopefully I make him and his family proud. And I just wanted to dedicate the debate to him. With that being said, I still haven't finished getting the card doc together. So if y'all don't mind, I'll finish getting it together and then send it out. Actually, I'll just send it with analytics. Johnson. All right, it should be sent. Just let me know when y'all get it. Has everyone gotten it? I bet if anyone's not good, just stop me in the next couple seconds.
The afterlife of slavery as a technology is here, organized the hierarchies that determine the terrain of humanism. This protocol bonds intensifies its practice across supportive ecologies around the globe. These cartographies make water associations to racialized and anthropologies and inevitable vote action, just the black hydrostatic and poetic proposal water protection through black care and innocence ethics as a rubric of care that's been evidence. The black Seminoles, slaves who took animals with them away from the plantation and guided the ecologies of the Florida territories. There are 3 external impacts that outweighs. 1 is humanism, plasticity, malleus, blackness, flesh objects, and becomes open to consumption disposal through transmogrification, structures the economy, sediment, desire, the undergirds, Eurocentric humanism, that Jackson. 2nd is racial empathy, blackness and matter, subjection produce a co-constitutive experience of loss that accelerates psychological torture. That's a 4 3. Interspecies ethics, loving blackness, set of sociality is key to breathe life between entities. That's been at the line by line, the work evidence framing issues for all their anti-percentages of arguments. They drop anti-blackness and Maddie structure each other, can't solve one without the other. And one, the work evidence 1 is a link of omission. 2, not offensive, doesn't make an Asian analytic key argument. 3, they haven't embodied what that analysis looked like. 4, anti-blackness ways they drop white supremacy shapes global interaction with the environment, which is a framing issue for their other anti-evidence presumption. T is a procedural question that says the option to be right, which is uniqueness to all of our offense. The law of pathology. 1 is a metric presumption that sets the arbitrary choice for material strategy and what constitutes form interpretation you should reject. That's the evidence. Second is majority of the one sees a description of metaphysical possible. Metaphysical intervention is key to prerequisite. Extension says government fiat can't solve before questioning desires and action. We don't have to win when they read. We also have to win is the question of epistemology, cracked on stuff that's culpability. This activity should be held responsible for the violence. Awareness, how we react to basically that's immense psychic violence. Kelly evidence is absent, not traditional ontological reading of black necessary evidence assumes misreading all black arts is passive, voted for marginalization, black historical scholarship, and stopping risk. That's immense plasticization, analyze malleability of blackness in debate, which creates psychic violence. Kelly's also a historical Jim Crow did not come about because black Democratic Party gains and perks segregation occurred before, during, and after black political gains. Wagner evidence double change to the fiat arguments that are about matching future view of outlines of corner and the David is one not black necessity or our theory, no links in necropolitics. Second, it says optimism more broadly is good, not offense for institutionalization, but there's a partnership being set to the violent incorporation of Alexis Gunn without her actual theorization of how she approaches methodology, which then impact her into their research methodology. Research reject the argument. Colony 17 says anti-possession is deal the quote question of planetary or self-organization. We're winning a root cause for how slavery shapes that process in the modern world, which means the planet organizes itself around plastic and black and animal violence. And next, what is entangled humanism? That's a form of analysis that Connolly forwards. They have no explanation of what that looks like. The word evidence 1 framing is just stated inevitability does not mean ethicality, even if it is inevitable. Arguments that for black people, particularly the future a form of praxis is necessary to rupture the normative laws that govern water practice. They don't have a water key argument, and I'll answer that any of those arguments on framework. Framework 1, uniqueness. Black thought is currently in duress in status quo academia and policy debate, proven by me being the only black debater that made it to elims in this tournament of champions, or winning record the decline of critical participation and the banning of CRT, which bolsters uniqueness for reasonability and authentic representation. Second is debates over jurisprudence and body anti-black method of white accountability. The Salmon 18 version. Everyone of the doctors of the according to Harvard should be so the progress of even if that's what constitutes only experience people my powerful American one of my fantasy reconciliation trying to discern by history progress should be done because alleviates what Americans strange tackles tackling white supremacy race under mass possession for justice to help promote fantasy of individuals with demarcated boundaries of inequality and freedom. Next is definitions reject the negative racial precarity. Their attempt to find text rest in a supremacy hierarchy of absolutism that prefer a polylogical framework that seeks undefined words to protect the flexible language enables a capacity for radical imaginary. That's what 21 the terms of system or the defined words or concepts like that would be wise to define to undefined the performance text and justice shows the need to think fast enough from cultural space basic conflicting sets multiple logical frameworks to shift the most perception called the question of written authority to written test. And next to the fiat there's an order planning is a racial arithmetic that categorizes accountable or other differentiating human life reproducing social process advancing holding ways back is knowledge 20 the future oriented constantly being geographies right community that was called by purpose of reinstauration hierarchies and colonial RCs while claiming universal rights or contributing to people's need must be calculated and interpreted certified before they confront a first thought of I see through process of differentiating human life that racial meanings are created and sustained. This was referred shaped by anti-blackness. Next, the interpretation of firm black classification, the resolution model, echo, medically ability, symbiotic process, resolution as a harmony to get the F is necessary cut for interspecies that relation not against the static autopoietic notions of the limits of clash in your model. Next is review solves the internal link to your clash offense engagement purity disother sensitization of critical illustrations the humanist approach attempts to attain black presence or particular states to comprise methodology seeks critical pedagogy and debate. There's Kirkland 21. Changed by virtue, says the manufacturers responsible for oppressor over the oppressed, least or names from history, racial culture, practical, practical, children, oppressed for not being white, not being able to fit them within the system, not to find fit themselves. Children must fail in order for others to see if there's a consequence of the poor decision, not system structure, testing on racial responsible learning and performance. The theory behind this fiction was scarcity, the freedom is limited. The press having internalized the image of the press and knowledge of fear from the oppressed state of being lost to someone weaponized against the individual group, depression embedded in the architecture, U.S. the moment culture, relevant pedagogy, instrument research designed to reify the status quo, is intended to be hostile future, black body, political, economy, race, culture, white supremacy, anti-black, over determining the project of education completely, practicing new politically and neutral, neutral pathology, just have the myopic focus and use of Jesus starting point for all political discourse, facilitates anti-black pathology should state that destroys any possibility for resistance or black political imaginary. That's Quan 17 in political science, the possible persistent views on government, really conception, nonsense with this epistemological ordering, realizing state addiction, afflictions of pathology, render suffering, entirely dependent on the safer sensibility and intelligence. Brahman is a state going to look into active to notion of savings, the state become the very fiction we fear around and imagine future and transformation, justice, yes, is dependent on the safer means of protection, church against their matches, limits are doesn't entirely depend on the space protected. The marriage becomes around the fairness evidence of the fairness arguments. 1, racial mathematics, the negatives, universal calculus of fairness, anti-black colorblind conclusion, the process of being the neglected black voice for decades, no liberal humanist project preserved by hegemony. That's when you see better the impacts of black critical excellence, lack of black spheres. The TSC allows the negative utilitarian approach to calculate fairness in these black ways. Also, hand me that stuff that you're sent me. Second is can't solve, can't feel chaos, and now stop getting right. 3, our fairness arbitrary, no definition limit. 4, unfairness good for non-black players. Key to internal link to solving dogma. 5, unfairness inevitable, picks on the solutions, etc. There's no internal link between the plan for features of fairness maximization. Burgers have to prove otherwise. If testing reading on the neg when doesn't solve when rev debates and 4 close black radical planning with between 2 critical teams only are for lesser KVK debate, which is essential critical political action outside the state to challenge hegemonic government mentality. Second is black affirmation, intrinsic good. That's intrinsic research that debate arguments only are beating the argument on the mag. Fourth, black option exists reaction, lower humanism in the state, orange, less black debaters articulate themselves on their own term. Three, pre-round solves, return processing arguments sufficient to access their impact. Evidence one flows after this part consider debate as extrinsic value. Says that the activity it says about exporting argument agencies and skills and transfer social action. It says, quote, debate provides preparation for participation in democracy, which proves our thesis of ethical subjects of these claims, but will impact the debaters and skills that they create. Next is disembodiment. Such debates encourage debaters to become detached from their beliefs, depoliticize debates, and produce psychological bonds to cognitive distance, transfer skills often, even if the debate produces portable skills, it disincentivize us from using them. Next is deplatforming. You should be willing to sacrifice procedural norms to preserve black life. The only reason why you achieve forgivable starting points because of incessant iteration, shifting epistemology solves cap. Root cause slavery was an epoch of worship, second digital resin modern in the cost of capitalism, animal violence, strain profit under regime, animal flesh, cinema, trash, improved by Henry Ford's assembly line, being inspired by the disassembly line, chicken production, B, black mathematics, slavery, speculation, democracy, age, genital capacity, blackness, captured within the terrain of labor and value, which can produce anthropocentric orientation, shows black spaces, accelerate ecological degradation, turns all their climate capital offense, first we control the internal links, the link debate one, they're non-unique, fractured horizontal left, slow, grassroots to GoFundMe's, etc., all which all consider horizontal identity politics, even if they are unique, can't solve the war for international spill. Second, sequencing flips ass, next consider thesis blackness means of organizing human animal divide, the no point to economic exploitation activities like overfishing, poaching, mass agriculture, accelerating racial race, three framing issue, either consequential and framing demonstrates either one, the right to material implication, obviously, or determine its value, in which case the only getting material implication are obviously or not. Two, theory over practice means 1% risk of root cause outweighs. Next to the permutation, do both. Let's skip the double line as plasticization of horizontal vertical movements. That's new showing one the intentions to give one. I think it over content with no looking for horizontal without looking for side as possible. Take question raising, but traditions use how to use the use of the extra racial problems which either awareness or really sides. The alternative, black martin said they transition requires where their only evidence equals in evidence assumes that quote we have to resolve both military and environmentalism that will impact the first. The revolutionary tendency sacrifice black animals as a fodder for symbolic integrity of their communism, proven by CPS defending the trial of Scottsboro's boys as Negroes as martyrs to advance communist propaganda. That's the Eagleton evidence. Uniqueness, communism is failing now. Their method is outdated. Prefer evidence, even if capitalism is unstable. The alternative revitalize it. Star this card. That's Marissa 22. The state of the communist movement could be hard to imagine class struggle, given challenging sector really costs 2021 relates to social formation, space, equity, and confidence. The damaging relationship between the matters beyond repair, without a clear way forward, with less than today, about spontaneous uprising, the right into the service of liberal reformers. Ultimate clear political the fact that state repression cannot bypass this by diving harness to sexual organizing and taxonomy. Just have the Marxist ideologies reproduce speciesism at the level ontology, creating modes of violence. As Painter 16, Marxist guilty but not just essential demons and the hierarchy that place humans above and Marx often take over the well notion of the heap of animals, view them as primarily of instrumental value. Next is black material animal materialism. Vertical movements have been co-opted by movements of center black animality can resist capitalism. Empirics prove the what? Oh, the accountability, just that their understanding of dual power movements produce racial hierarchies at the low revolutionary participation, proven by the PSL who had numerous counts of sexual and racial violence, which led to decrease in minority participation. I'll finish the best evidence. It seems like a global anti-capital move of the planet, and liberation has the species and humans dogmas are deeply interested in socialist thinking. Best evidence, mark that socialist thinking. Didn't read the co-option twin Marissa evidence. If anyone just wants a more copy, I can do that as well. And just verbally let me know, because I'm not looking at that.
You said socialist thinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you good for cross-ex?
Yes.
Okay, so does voting AF like endorse a model where people like pick movements? So for example, the Black Seminoles, and then we debate about their effectiveness?
Well, no, our argument is the ballot should signal whether or not the affirmative is a good idea. It doesn't necessarily have to, change how people produce apps in the future, although we will make arguments that TOC finals is probably one of the most reasonable places to make those types of arguments. Rather, we will say that it forces people to confront their presuppositions. The 1AC Lee evidence talks about like how people come into educational spaces with hermeneutical dominance, and that they assume that they kind of have more knowledge than other people, and that forces or / creates ideological camps, which produces warfare. Argument is that you should shift your epistemologies to more ethically interpret and understand the affirmative. We think that the judges signing affirmative is a good affirmation.
How does the AF solve that impact? Because the 1AC is presented as like a reason that one team should win and the other should lose. Like that kind of seems like the 1AC in a competitive space recreates the impact that like certain groups.
No, the Lee evidence says that group polarization is the status quo because people kind of refuse to engage in ethical orientations and epistemological differentiations in debate, right? The Woods evidence also contextualizes this in the 2AC by saying that we shouldn't attempt to define words because that definition connects back to Lee evidence and talks about how white supremacy or those forms of definitions over hermeneutics is rooted in models of white supremacy that seek to capture the terrain by which we define.
how is polarization not inevitable in a competitive activity where like one side always has to lose?
Because, well, competition, even if there's a win-loss paradigm, yes, ballot's not a punitive measure. Yes, we can agree win-losses exist, but that doesn't mean that ethicality is impossible.
It
Not-
fosters things like rev debates, which the ballot would then signal question strategies, which is obviously good in the face of like.
Kyle says it fosters rev debates, which is a good strategy and key in the face of anti-black comment.
Okay, Rev v. Rev debates, what happens? Like, how do we compare which movement is most effective or like what model is most effective? What's the bright line for
Well,
Rev?
okay, so one, I think this is like you asking us to determine how every judge paradigm should change themselves, which is probably not a good thing. Obviously, there's modes of adjudication that happens that would assess which methodologies are better, right? Each team can use different framings of like whether materialism outweighs or epistemology outweighs. That produces itself modes of clash, right? Different critiques, like, case of the archive is one of a question of epistemology versus like a capitalism K, which is one of materialism. Both offer different content and different forms of clash that we think is good and productive.
Okay, start prep 10 minutes. Okay, we stop up at 3:58. I'm putting in the chat. And I'll get the cards ready to send up. Okay. I'm like caught in my headphone thing. The order is just gonna be T if y'all want to get your flows ready, but I'll get my thank yous first. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna miss some people because I don't think I fully processed like where we are right now, and I didn't really think of this ahead of time, but I would like to start by thanking the district and the school administrators who have been super duper supportive of free state debate over the past couple of years. KT, our coach, mentioned earlier today that 24 months ago, this program had never gotten a bid to the TOC, which I think just shows how supportive they've been of John and Aaron and Sophie's and I's goals this last year. I would also like to thank our current and our former coaches, KT, Shelton, Ryan, Max, Brenda, Maverick, and Lena have been so supportive of us in every way. I won't go into detail on everyone. I'll talk to you all later, but just cannot thank you enough. I'd like to thank everyone else who has helped us out this weekend. John talked about it mostly, but Aiden, Ethan, Jacob, Jared, and the rest of KU Debate have been sending us random stuff all tournament. They've been helping us in the pre-round. Basically, all geniuses, infinitely grateful for them. I'd also like to say that I'm super grateful for our lab leaders at the JDI and Michigan camps. We absolutely would not be here without them. People like Tim Ellis, like John said, gave us a chance and let us into their lab. And that's how I know how to like go for tea and I don't know, debate on the national circuit now. I really want to thank my teammates, Erin Persinger and Sophie Racy. Their help has been invaluable all weekend, but they're also just amazing people and debaters. And they remind me of the reason why I joined the activity in the first place and the amazing community that it offers. I'd like to thank my Kansas debate friends and people that have been sending us stuff all weekend and also just been supportive of us for years. Shore and Alex from BVNW, Zach and June from Waru, Kate from Wichita East, and so many other people, but would not be here without them. They've made debate fun for the past 4 years. I'd like to thank some of my non-Kansas friends. I know that this inevitably means that I'm going to leave some people out, but I wanted to focus on all of the women who have been supportive of me in debate and offered like a support system on the national circuit. Annabelle, Clara, and Molly from Minneapolis South, Joanna and Mac from GBN, MJ from New Trier, Finn and Charlotte from Westy, Shar from OPRF, Ella from LASA, and Maddie, and basically the whole Notre Dame team as well. I owe them so much. I do not think I would be in the activity still if I did not have them like in my corner. In that vein, I would also like to thank all of the women role models that I've looked up to since I was a little freshman. I won't name drop them because I don't know them personally, but those people have been invaluable to my success as well. Second to lastly, I'd like to thank my family and my parents especially. They both debated in high school, and so just like Antonio and Kyle, I was forced into the activity. I really hated it for a couple weeks, but now it's basically my whole life. They've been super supportive. They're probably watching right now. They've watched finals rounds against Berkeley Prep before, or like the last tournament. They've financed debate camp, traveling to tournaments, obviously so much more than that, but I owe them everything. I'd also like to thank Sean. Thanks, Sean. We've grown a lot over the past 4 years. We at our first tournament with like 3-3 at the Washburn Rural Tournament. And I think that we've just gotten noticeably better because we're in finals now. And yeah, we would not be successful without him. We have grown so much together, even if we always haven't seen eye to eye on things. He's like the best high school researcher in the country, and just so thankful for him. Okay, I just said the cards. It's gonna feel weird like spreading after that, but okay. Is everyone good? Okay, lay Kansas roots, yeah. Slow 2 and Z. Just give me a thumbs up. I know I asked like kind of preemptively.
Also, we haven't received that, but what's the order again?
It's just G.
Yeah, I shouldn't have even asked.
Sorry.
What? Bro, my computer's about to die too.
You can like take time to plug in your computer.
No, it's not that. All right. Is it just the body?
Yeah, they're just in the body.
Cool.
I can resend them if you need to. It's straight down as well. I should have said that. Okay, everyone's good. Antonio, can you just give me a thumbs up? Okay. Uniqueness is not an offensive argument. There's no evidence that shows the causal connection between radiant chaos and increasing case rate black scholarship. One, there are total causes. Debate over participation is down across the board because of online debate. Second is that voting out does not remedy broader anti-blackness in the community like microaggressions or inaccessibility of the national circuit. Saying it does links to cruel optimism that allows non-black judges to externalize their goal while materially doing nothing for the community. The example of evidence one is just a card substantiating their theory of power. Progress is possible as for the one in our, but is blatantly mistyped because it has zero warrants for why debates over jurisprudence are anti-black. Second, it is a very neg card, like OMG, so neg. It says that progress is possible. Are excluded to see Samoa 18 others in black political tradition like Frederick Douglass and anti-lynching activists like Ida B. Wells or MLK disagree. They would use the idea of progress strategically, even if they did not always believe in its empirical validity. Imagining a new world required invoking a beloved community to come competing understandings of progress, such as the debate within political thought. No matter if progress should not be abandoned, there is a way to articulate a rise of political possibility without progress. The next argument is the wood evidence. The critique of definitions is wrong. One, wood is not in the context of definition. It is about jazz. Predictability and debatability are good because they allow for predictable engagement, which should be impacted below. Second, it does not impact this argument as substantiated by the tag, so our offense outweighs the two analogous new answers of fiat. One, fiat is good. It forces competitive research to thoroughly defend policy proposals as the best informing mechanism, and it challenges state legitimacy. Anyone making demands of the state is one strategy. Social movements and radical groups making demands does not work within the state, and it does not work within the state. Groups legitimacy demands are made from a position outside the political order. They question the legitimacy and even sovereignty of the state by holding inconsistency. Second, fiat is inevitable, and they link fiat is not just a belief that we are actually enacting policy, just a thought experiment of the level of political change that is desirable. Now, the evidence does not assume our form. It is about Bretton Woods, the WHO, and the UN. It is an indict of liberal humanitarianism where they've not read an internal link to us. Now, the counter-interpretation affirming black plasticization is a bad model for debate. One is a unique offense versus their model. It forces non-black monopolization of their literature, which turns the case will be explained probably in the one. Second is limits. It sets an impossible standard for negative research and allows everyone to see to choose their own adventure because it's functionally only our affirmative is topical. That turns the case simply is we cannot garner the skills or articulation of what I see. B is that teams spend up to spend hours working on T-blocks. Are they engaging with their scholarship? C, it's an apocalypse for KWs because we lose links to a stable topic which answers the rep subpoints independently, unlimiting spurs burnout and exhaustion by placing undue burdens on debaters and forcing a trade-off in their everyday lives. Time in school and with friends and family should not come at the expense of an unfair activity. Second, it kills ground. USFT production is the basis of links K and counterpoint competition. They manipulate the balance of prep to force contestatory strategies, which puts us structurally bad. Third is predictability. Does not find a word in the resolution. The rest as a thesis is the only viable model for debate, and not defining it creates an arbitrary, undefined vision of the topic that denies pre-tournament preparation. They say Rev Rep debates. They are worse for Rev Rep debates because they create an unstable topic. Research wordings, guide-specific link work, and the ability to contextualize generics. They can win that the status quo versus status quo Rev Rep debates are good and still lose because they endorse a model where everyone endorses black plasticization on the affirmative. The next argument is the purity. Just that the Kirkland evidence is about schooling and culturally responsive education is not about debate. It does not indicate a resolution model of debate in the TVA, and switch side will prove that our model allows for critical pedagogy to be integrated in it. The pathology does that. One, the TUC Quant evidence does not establish that pathology impact is power tags that the human argues new answer. Second is that there is no link. Our model is not a myopic focus on the USFT. Rather, it allows state and non-state advocacy to happen in tandem as per the TVA and the Newman evidence I read above. Third, it is a critique of state addicts who only ever advocate on its behalf. Switch side obviously stalls that impact because half of the time debaters are negating its actions. Now, I'm going to do the fairness debate here because that's where they started defense. Topical asks must increase production of water water resources through federal government action. That's Erickson and Mood. That does not prescribe the style, performance, or personal relationship to debate. Just guys, the neg water production background. The impact is fairness. Winners and losers. Speech times and brackets mean the debate is a game, and separate rules are the only way to check back against the strategic incentives to run to the margins and to negative engagement. There are 3 implications that follow. One is that you should evaluate T prior to the case. It's a procedural gateway. That's whether the 1AC should have been read. Second, it's presumed job claims are false if offered. No fair opponent can test them. 3, you can deem them out true. And so what next? Remedy procedural unfairness in this debate. There are several other internal links. One is irrefutability. Simply A's grounded limits, which is above. They do not even have a topic link because 0 cars on the 1AC reference water in the context of water production. B is fake advocacy and true. Second is shiftiness. The 1AC lacks a well-defined actor or advocacy, which makes abstract reaction to the neg. The 2AC can decide on a whim with links, or the 2AR can exploit what our strategy by affirming a different normative statement in the 1AC with no constraint. It also answers rev debates because the permutation is fire because there's no stable advocacy in the 1AC, so we can't guard our links. Now, they say their defensive fairness is wrong. They say their model is key to black excellence. I'm going to do the TV and cited below that proves that it is accessible under our model. The next argument, they say that chaos are still read into the world of the negative. That doesn't matter because your ballot is only a referendum on procedural unfairness in this debate. We don't have to win, that it sets a precedent. Broadly, the next argument, they say it's arbitrary, no definitional limit. That is not true. We have set a definitional limit. We've read the Moon and Erickson evidence, and it's grounded in the resolution, which is the bright line for fairness. They say that unfairness is good. 1, that is infinitely regressive. Any group could identify a justification for not following the res, which links the limits above. Second, it's arbitrary and unpredictable because it's not grounded in a definition of the resolution. Third, it is that voting for them to promote black success is a neoliberal uplift narrative that insidiously reproduces racial ideologies. 18, this vision of black mythology is testament to the harmony of anti-racist and neoliberal ideologies. Exhortations to celebrate have risen from wishful thinking, projection success of the rich and famous as general racial victories. A slate of hands that treats benefits for any black person, benefit for all black people, tendency to absorb the pure plural into the single that can be transparently self-interested, inflexible branch of race first neoliberalism is taken root in American political discourse, proposing a trickle-down model of racial progress and anchored in the mysticism organic black community. The class legacy of this, the class legacies in this modern black world, say, continue the insistence among today's black voices of slavery and pro-mark, the transcendent truth of black experience that is an irreducible racism, the source of all manifest racial inequality, diagnosis, mass class asymmetries, as well as in remedies proposed to improve them. We indulge the counterproductive reactionary features. That evidence is marked at reactionary features. I might have forgotten to send this evidence out, but I'll send it after the speech. Now, I'm good. The next argument, they say that unfairness is inevitable. That is not true. 1, it's linear. We access substantial internal link work as per the above in this debate. Second is that pigs can lose on theory. There's no reason why condo is uniquely unfair for the negative or affirmative in the world of debate, and less skilled debaters should obviously lose to more skilled debaters. That is the embodiment of fairness. Now, there's a TBA. If we win at the app, it's not offense versus T. The framing issue is that it does not have to solve the whole app. One of your objections are negats that make our model reciprocal. 1 is that the USFG should establish legal personhood for rivers implemented through a guardianship panel. It solves and breaks down social hierarchies and animalization by challenging the racial Anthropocene as per the 1AC agathantial evidence. Second is that the USFG should ban water for pollution that disproportionately hurts black and brown communities like in Flint, Michigan, or Kingsville, North Carolina. It accesses the material examples of the 1AC that they have offered in cross-links. It puts those communities in the driver's seat and enables movement demands to be met. You should think about the logical end of the Kingsville example that Antonio gives. He says that they are protesting state-based pollution, which the 1AC has said is good. Defending the end goal of that by the state offers dead grounds while accessing their literature. Here, solvency for the guardianship panel 1 cuts 17 Cartesian separation on which anthro is based, gave rise to mastery to which humankind can dominate nature. Anthro works satisfactorily to satisfy entitled beings. Anthro does not benefit all equally. The only person of people best approximating the rational subject welfare is beneficiaries of ecological accumulation. Anthro rate could be deployed to create hierarchies, ecosystems, and provides radical and reinvention relationship to dissolve subject / object and replace it with plural subjectivities. Anthro arise represent a crisis of hierarchies. Hierarchies privilege human subjects whose persistence of neoliberal global order to distance marginalized and based on general sexual orientation and race, which has curses others. It is ability of law to enable ownership, possession, and legitimize entitlement over non-humans and humans, which reinforce hierarchy. Slavery was enabled by law, like women, homosexuals, and other ways, and nature is othered by the people through privileging law that distinguishes subjects and objects by right should instead provide an inclusive paradigm and foster the demolition of hierarchies. That evidence is marked at demolition of hierarchies. It solves the critique of anti-black humanism. I've answered the 1AC, but I evidence in the doc. The last argument is about deplatforming. That actually, I'll just give John my flow. Yeah, I'm good for Cossacks.
All right. Where's my timer? Okay. You good?
Yeah.
All right. 1NC cross-X didn't really clearly establish this, so I guess I'll ask again. What is the intrinsic good to fairness?
Well, we all come into debate for different reasons, right? But we think that since we're all here voluntarily, we should preserve the activity because we each find value in it. procedural fairness is necessary to that as per the impact.
Why?
Work. It's necessary because otherwise the negative cannot engage with the affirmative because of things like limits exclusion, lack of ground.
What is meant by the negatives? What is the negatives interpretation of procedural fairness?
Just like the ability to engage with the AF based in the resolution, I guess.
All right, so fairness is an internal link to clash, or is it a question of clash?
No, fairness is a terminal
All right, so
impact.
so then explain what fairness means, its intrinsic value outside of a conversation of clash. Because
I think I just did that, right? Like we all come to debate for different reasons. The impact might be small, but fairness is intrinsically good for the same reasons. Things like violence are bad. Violence is bad because it is inherently unfair and it disproportionately impacts.
Why is it? Why I'm confused as to why there's why you can make a correlation between things being labeled like violence.
It's not a correlation. It's just sort of a comparison, right? So it's like fairness is good for the same reasons that things like violence are bad because they are unfair and they place undue burdens on people.
That's circular.
Exactly. Like that's how why it's hard to explain why fairness is an impact, because it is circular. Because when you think of bad impacts, the reason you think they are bad is because they are unfair and they place undue burdens on particular groups of people.
But that's not the fairness that you're advocating for.
Yes,
your
it
fairness
is.
Particularized to a methodology that you force the affirmative to defend. But
no,
that's
we
fine.
do not force
The
you to
TVA
defend anything.
All right,
We've read it to the topic.
The TVA, how does it solve anthropocentric orientations towards Black spaces?
Which TVA?
Guardianship panel.
The guardianship panel, well, the evidence we've read is like very good and hyper specific to the affirmative. We think that it allows for integration of your scholarship because it accesses like the theory of power that you read in this debate. So
what does it do to access the epistemologies afforded by the 1AC with regards to questions of Black stewardship and care?
Obviously, TVAs don't have to like solve everything, every word that the 1AC said, but we think that it accesses those things because it opens up spaces for care by transitioning away from the racial Anthropocene.
What does that transition look like in the context of the TVA, and what is the world?
It looks like establishing a legal guardianship panel that
who's on that guardianship panel?
I like don't necessarily. Authors of the 1AC probably. The code's evidence says, yeah, people that are impacted by it.
What evidence do you have that says that the authors of the 1AC would agree?
That's our interpretation of the TVA. We don't need evidence for it.
All right. Banning water protection that hurts Black communities. Do you have an evidence that says that the government would do this?
We don't need evidence because it's a question of fiat. We think that imagining things is good.
Why are imagining things good if
Obviously,
they have no external potential?
Policy AFs do not have to win that they would be implemented, just that they should be implemented because that's what the resolution says.
All right.
Okay, start prep 1 second. This is the only thing you need me to read.
Yeah,
right?
just
okay. That was 2 seconds. I don't know what we got. 3:56. And I sent out cards.
Did you send evidence?
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to send the read evidence. I'll send it right now.
I just got it. Give me a sec to download it.
Serena also sent the other card if you want to wait for that one.
Yeah, sure. I guess. Okay, it's cool. We're there.
Okay. I'm just gonna pan through all the judges. Give me a thumbs up if you're good.
Also, maybe this is just a me issue, but you're a little quiet on my end. I'm not sure if that's
Is that
just
true for anyone else? Let me try. Hello, did that fix anything? Oh.
It might just be the microphone of your headphones. I'm not sure, but
Hello? Hello? You can just speak through your headset. Okay. Or no, like put it into yours.
Okay. Hello, can everybody hear me better now? Okay, it's the framework page, the CapK case.
We're on framework.
It's the last argument at the bottom, deplatforming.
Also, what's the order again, real quick?
Yeah, so framework, just the last argument, the CapK and case.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pan through everybody one last time. Is anybody not good? Okay. The platform argument is wrong. First, that voting negative does not sacrifice BlackRock, and voting out does not make this debate a referendum on the reading of the 1AC or framework. It's just a procedural remedy of violation of fairness. Second is that the USFG is not debatable because the term it's predictable because of the resolution, which is agreed upon. States point for debaters to engage with one another, which doesn't deplatform you if you win any of our CDR arguments. Now the capitalism critique, then we're kicking it. We're not going forward as conditional. All their offenses and applicable. The root cause arguments will be answered on the theory of power debate on the case page. Go there now. Group the three impacts at the top of the 2AC overview. They do not solve any of these arguments if we win any of our presumption arguments. We don't have to win our theory of power arguments either in a world of presumption, because if we win that the affirmative does not challenge those ontological structures, then they don't solve any of their offense. Framing issue for the flow is that the 2AC read analytics like cards. Let the 1AR only extend what you flowed and not was on the speech doc. Whole sections of our presumption argument were vastly dropped. Extended. First, they conflate scholarship with practice. They perform this at the bottom of the 1AC without evidence about how alternative revolutionary movements allow us to reconceive our responses to pollution. The reading of the 1AC is not innately one of those movements. Instead, it strategically leverages them for ballots in this debate. That is bad. It assumes that them reading the literature is equivalent with them doing the work, which only ensures neoliberal ideologies. The endpoint of the research is reactive because it can only cohere itself in response to white hermeneutics, which means even if they're right about their arguments on ontologicalized plasticity, their method to counter it does not have an external political goal. Second is that debate is insufficient to change the structures they critique. The ballot only signifies who won or lost because debate requires negation. We will never come to a consensus about what arguments are capital T true, so they have no solvency claim for plasticity. White supremacist interpretations of research and on. There is a risk that the reading of the affirmative in competitive spaces pushes the negative to violent arguments, which makes it a performative double turn. Competition necessarily turns the affirmative through failed dialogue. There, Jackson independent evidence calls for academic intervention into conversations at the intersection of fields of study. Debate fails because it's adversarial. We are limited by speech times, which all of our drop solvency arguments from the 2AC. Now, first 2AC response to this is that the first 2AC response to this is that it's an arbitrary distinction. However, it is not. A 1AC without praxis must win impacts based on the ballots and competitive space. Their metaphysical impact arguments do not meet this standard because they haven't tied away the ballots can solve that for black debaters inside the space. If anything, their model's worse because it weaponizes debates inconsistencies for wins. It doesn't challenge the entrenched reasons that debate is racist in the first place. Secondly, is that the 1AC is a psychological or metaphysical impact. This response also doesn't meet our presumption arguments. It is not resolved by the ballot. Endorsing a model of debate presumes that something happens when the judge votes and submits a ballot on tab room. Method fiat equally links to their criticism and mythifies the impacts of the 1AC by treating them as solvable under a model of competition that will always reproduce polarization and battle fatigue, which is their indicts a framework in the first place. It makes Rev debates impossible because we never reach a consensus on arguments. Secondly, they lack a telos. They did not say the word telos in the 2AC once. You should not let the 1AR get a take back. It is dropped. We change our presumption block against you exclusively for this argument. There is no political endpoint of the 1AC, which means that there's never a bright line for when we've done enough for black ecological thought, which proven because they've read this after the last debate, and one, which means either A, there is no correlation between voting AF and solvency, or B, they have to continue this project forever and ever to obtain solvency, which maximizes exhaustion with the debate, but also destroys any potential for their advocacy as teams will just get better at beating it. There's only a risk that the affirmative introduction was bad. Even if they win some kind of solvency for this argument, you should evaluate presumption as a topicality magnifier. It proves turns case and that debates turn the model of debates offense. It applies to the movement examples of the 1AC because small scale communities like the Black Seminoles cannot change the structured relationship of blackness to animality that is predetermined on the level of metaphysics. They are going for representation solvency for their ontological impacts. Now, I'm going to extend our answers to their theory of power. We don't have to win it though, because if we win presumption, it means that they don't solve those arguments either. It is just an example as to why the TVA would solve. You should reject their grounding and reading of the Anthropocene as a function of anti-blackness. Two warrants from the work evidence. The first, that ignores the entire experience and influence of populations in Asia on the course of human history, which reaffirms Eurocentric logic and locks out other minorities and marginalized groups. Second is that it collapses in the potential for humanism to be radical and based in practice that transgresses the limits of their evidence puts on it by reaffirming and relying on Eurocentric norms. They say that animal blackness codes one another. This might be true, but they have no reason it's inevitable forever. Why is that the case? I'm going to read some cards in a second that indict any potential psychic drive to recreate animism and blackness. Secondly, is that 2AC 1 through 3 in response to this argument are non-responsive. Our argument is an indict that blackness is the greatest determinant of oppression. Now, they say that it outweighs it doesn't. The confluence of other factors produce oppression. Lauer, 19 neurocardiac mappings indicates people responding to according to the cultural norms. Beliefs are adjustable, determinate biases, experimental, social factors that influence subconscious reactions to social norms. Nor an unlimitable component of how we process, simulates, artificial, isolate, subliminal responses from their social environments. What gets interpreted as implicit may be a norm. Philosophers negate sizable data demonstrating change details intervening into the policies that constitute of the environments. And ontology is one effective of one's position of attitude change. Ontological harm could be lived. Ontological experiences are different. Like in the case of stereotyping gets internalized or started by some deflected by others. Diminution of capacity is a false and counterproductive. There's no black experience class. The gender sexual orientation appeal different experiences. Ontology is dynamic, not static compared with data in case of those basic for fixed ontological status. Now, extend the Kelly evidence. Years of democratic possibility prove their contingency arguments, increase voter participation, quality of life, and a reduction in gratuitously violent laws proves it's malleable. They say that it's a voter for assuming that all black scholarship is the same. This is not true. The intensive reading evidence is non-falsifiable, and we don't assume that all theories are the same. Kelly still applies because it indicts relative recreative black violence, whether through inevitable white supremacy or plasticity. They say it's ahistorical, however, it's not. It says cyclical violence is wrong, even if sometimes gains are rolled back. The risk that they're wrong massively outweighs the risk that they're right, because they would shut down movements like the Black Seminoles if those industrial agriculture interests are entrenched. The Davis evidence is also not racist. It says Gumb's theory could be combined with others, and it doesn't take it out of context. You should reject this argument, not the team. You have to mute on your Zoom.
All right, we're good.
Okay. Everyone here, Arnav. Case T. Anyone not ready?
Could you say the order again?
Case T. Oh my god. Black hydropoietic solves every terminal impact they've dropped that you should have a low threshold for half-solvency if we're right about our theory of power that makes climate catastrophe inevitable with the status quo divided along the color line that sustains black animalization and colonial mindsets that create the condition for anthem sentence tendencies that lead pollution, dumping, and more only in the ethics of care. Suppose the potential rupturing of environmental degradation, anti-black plasticization renders blacks out of place through violent exclusion and inclusion paradigm that locks in sheer policy value through liberal modes of redemption, sentimentality, potentiality, the misfied captivity, and alienation, which they tinker with environmental that psychotherapy. All of our offense on topicality also proves that if we remedy violence within debate, then there's also the threshold for valid presumption is bunked when they can see key arguments. First, our impact on the presumption that sets arbitrary thresholds of material strategy and what constitutes a form of interpretation that you should direct. That's least. Second is the majority of the one you see is a description of metaphysical violence, which is why metaphysical interpretation and intervention is key. The telos question links to our case of presumption that shifts the goalpost to what is telos enough, and it's just a question of starting points of epistemology and what those result in the ballot no solve will be on T. They say we push negative violent positions. There's a culpability side that when conceded you can't hold us responsible for the violence of whiteness, the impact of psychic violence, all the ontology wrong stuff is irrelevant. We don't defend anti-vax is inevitable and can't be changed, but literally the opposite. It's endlessly malleable for misappropriation from the reading of the Kelly evidence. That's entirely wrong. It's not rollback, but chalks up 25 years of KKK crackdown to assume 25 years of democratic possibility. The Asia stuff first is they dropped the links to omission. Second, they dropped no Asia key war. And third is no impact and non-responsive doesn't assume our offense by antibodies and the percentage of them structuring each other, which makes the TVA ballot impossible. They can't go for the TVA to solve some of the offense when solving all is the only way to resolve any form of the violence we describe. T. Debate isn't a solely game, but a question of how we allow epistemology research to shape our subjectivities. The two in our can't win fairness and intrinsic good without winning their model, or debate is extrinsic value outside the activity. But even if they win debate as game, we're running 4 massive impact turns to our obsession with competitive sense. The first is hermeneutics. The one you see evidence is traditional hermeneutics sideline question of racial violence in favor of colorblind consensus, which is the tool of white liberalism and universal regulate critical interpretive process of resolution. Their obsession with game framing produces worse debates, where policy teams are encouraged on the margin to make epistemology bankrupt in order to win a battle that allows racial violence to go unabated, because debaters use competition, nature, and activity as scapegoat, which you should overcorrect for antibodies to preserve ethics. They say not about debate, it's about academic research based, which is literally debate. Second argument is the period is that when they conceded, requiring all political imagination to be centered around particular states is not as a form of political pedagogical sanitation that seeks to punish black future education right now for not following traditional methods of political advocacy. Our curriculum evidence says antibodies overdetermines fairness because they reinforce presuppositions and competitive standards of debate are inherently neutral and misfies metaphysical violence. Third is the pathology and state addiction stuff. Our quant evidence says that their sole reliance on hypothetical government action is indebted to logical productivity and value based upon the efficiency of political strategy universalize or resistance and produce anti-black pathology renders state law should be irrelevant in order to ensure white comfortable. Their only answer is switch that debate, but that's a false promise paradigm. When they read, it doesn't explain why teams flip neg against chaos or why they read framework against us anyway in order to weigh infinite magnitude impacts, which doesn't allow us to create epistemology in the language we use. Also locks the endless malleability backs of fifth and this model. Fourth is they conceded black thought is under duress for both debate and academia improvement by the banning critical race theory, declining black debate. The unique filter question filters their fairness and clash offense because debate is one of the only key incubators of critical black scholarship. Reserving it should be each of the judges' primary concern. These are all reasons promoting back to the sense increase of black recognition. Debate is good. I'll answer the recard here. This card is not in the concept debate. It is a critique of uplifting programs for black children, not the app. We don't valorize the rich and famous as Zemlin Evans. They're recutting Zemlin's not strategic. First, the pornotroping just that they have mischaracterized MLK and Frederick, etc. Conception of the progress and nothing about re-highlighting makes the argument that we should rely solely on strategy of political institutions. Second, they drop the second line warrant. Even if progress is true, allowing to control our epistemology allows white people to evade accountability. Newman Evans. One is reading a policy app is not equivalent to making demands on safety. As an imaginative tool that assumes the starting point path of the action, not the external actor asking the state to do something. The second is crossed by the purity test of the quant evidence, which was done above the fairness of first. The gamifying turns their fairness impacts their insistence on debate only being a game incentivized policy run to the margin read multiple contradictory conditional obviously. Second is no, an egg ballot doesn't ensure fairness. Chaos would still exist anyways. There is only an F ballot has a ratio to an eighth ballot, so the only currency is shaping competitive incentives, especially true at the TOC finals battles. More power now than ever to shift the burdens. They've irrelevant. It's irrelevant that there's no black judges on the ballot. Casting ballots for teams like Louisville and OUCL it led to things like increased participation. Subject formation debate is inevitable. It's only a question of whether the debate choose to craft their subjectivities that ethically unconsciously allow their activity to choose them. Obviously, other things like people spaces outside debate influence the thing, but debate is a unique site for those things. Anyways, the TVA, the COSI evidence, they mistag these evidence card says that the law is one of many apparatus that reinforce anthropocentric, but it does not say the law can or should be the tool challenging these laws because there's a framing issue for the TVA when they concede to black affirmations intrinsic good and only reading arguments of the negative forces of black debate people to articulate themselves in strategies in reaction to all of our impact turns can be weighed against it. You can group the TVAs, they link to our pathologization and say if you have bad arguments, they don't incorporate the literature and analyzation of blackness at all. Riverrise TVA, it doesn't center blackness in the pollution. TVA ignores the anthropocentric tendencies that guide harmful environmental practices in the first place. The whole protest is a TLO stuff. FIAT doesn't encourage things like protests and de-radicalize the revolutionary practice. All of our impact turns can be weighted. It links to the quant evidence that deglobalize black political resistance. Black people aren't protesting for legal change, rather out of frustration. Their offense porno tropes, those examples and links to the porno troping stuff they try to do on us on case.
Okay. We have 356. Start prep. Okay. The order is case, then T. Can I have this down? Okay. Is everyone, John's setting up his computer, but is everyone good? I'll make this bigger. I wasn't looking at my screen. Everyone's good. We don't have to be the theory power to win the debate. They have to win an intrinsic impact to the ballot. Otherwise, they have no telos. That means their theory power is an offense that you should have a high threshold for solvency because the 1AC offense is predicated off of abolishing a mass system of industrial atomization that certainly cannot be solved by Arnoff, K-Herd, and Shakeley's ballot. Seriously, what impact does the 1AC solve by voting out? Debate doesn't become less racist, nor more black judges and judge outruns of the TOC. There are structural issues that should not be decided in competitive spaces. Telos has said is offense that's a net benefit to plant-based competition. Shifting the goalpost is our argument because the app will always redefine what is enough. Think about it. The 1AC has said industrial ag will cause extinction. The 2AC says cyclic balance to debate is bad. Another one here is going for ballot solving super small impacts. They keep blowing the threshold with this bad political practice and turns movement building. If we lose, T vote negative because they don't access an impact. I'm not going for state greater progress possible. They're basically going for rep solve ontological structures, which is nonsensical. So all this offense is a way against topicality and the rest of the flow does not apply. Now, T, fairness outweighs. It's try or die to preserve the next engaged on a topic, engage with and garner offense against the app. Only an equitable ground and some exclusion makes the activity work globally to determine and avoids the terminal impacts of topicality, burnout, diminished research and creativity, and subsequent collapse of the game. They are not extended a counter termination in the 1 year, which magnifies all of our offense. It makes the topic functionally unlimited with no unifying ground. So you should neg on impact calculus. Framing issue for your ballots are all drops. One is that you should validate T prior to case as a procedural prerequisite because it begs the question of whether the 1AC should have been read. Second is that you should presume all dropped app plays are false because they've offered no fair avenue to contest them as for our dropped internal links. Third is the ballot pick. You can agree with all the app and still vote neg because the only thing in remedies is procedural unfairness as for the case debate. Now, globally, they have just the 1 year has a surge dropped arguments, but they are not doing line by line. I shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel in every argument because they're functionally all the line by line answers in the 2NC are dropped and they don't touch the nuance of it. First, they say no, we frame debate as a game. We do not frame debate as a game. We just think it inevitably is one. They've dropped things like speech times, breaking new, etc. Prove that it is guided by competitive incentives. It is not offense versus our model. It is a fact of the activity. Second is the pedagogy just said is wrong. First is the TVA frames all of the offense on the flow. Remember that it does not have to solve every part of the 1AC because deficits are net grounds. But if we win it, case is not offense versus T. The USFG should establish legal person for rivers via guardianship panel with the authors of the 1AC. The code say evidence is so good and the 1 year is not giving credit. It says that its mechanism breaks down the quote othering of nature and quote subjectless object binaries and collapses social hierarchies that enable animalization. It uses the same phrasing as the 1AC and they consider the insight of their evidence in describing systems and concludes that state action can be possible as an end goal. It accesses black ecology arguments because it puts movement leaders in the driver's seat. The Newman evidence says that they can lodge demands on the state without endorsing its legitimacy. I'll do the line by line lower on the flow. Second is that switch side debate solves pedagogy. It integrates their scholarship. They conceded. They're reading it on the neg, accesses it if we all so win the TVA. The next argument is the pathology. Just said they've dropped all of the line by line. One is the 2C evidence does not substantiate the impact they're going for, which means that the 2 year does not get a posture. Second is that we are not a myopic focus on the USFG, but they've conceded the Newman evidence that says that we can act in tandem with non-state movements, which accesses the impacts. Third, switch side debate obviously solves it because it's critique of only using the state and advocating on its behalf, which means negate half the time. The next argument is the pathology just said the impact. The next argument is the pathology just said well globally across the flow and for the answers to the Reed-Blinkley evidence it is that the AFS model is reifying pathology. It is reifying pathology. It pathologizes the success of black debaters because it preserves it affirms the perception that the ballot was given and not earned to them in this debate. It links to all the arguments that the TNC made on the uniqueness debate above. It allows non-black judges to believe that they have solved community violence via one route to wash their hands of responsibility. The next argument, they say that switch side does not solve because of fairness and flipping neg. You should be prepared to answer those arguments if your affirmative is true and links to the topic and links to the topic. Then obviously you can just run links to the plan. You can't go for fairness. They say that black thought is under the duress, aka the uniqueness question. One, they've conceded that they do not access the root cause. Debate participation is down globally because of online debate. But second is that voting on topicality does not remedy this because of microaggressions broadly existent in the community, and it reassures non-black judges that they are doing something good when they are not. Now they did not actually extend to the black excellence argument. They just answered the Reed-Brinkley evidence, but I'm going to extend it as a fail-safe. One, the pathologization stuff I did above answers it. Second is a Reed-Brinkley evidence says that you viewing the success of one black person in a debate as a success of all black people globally is bad. It does not even out or solve any part of their model, which links to the stuff above. They say that we are porta-chopping. I don't really understand what the argument is. The code say evidence is hyper-specific and says that the TVA accesses their literature, and it doesn't porta-choke people. It just says that they can access discussions. So the one I see, they say that policy asks do not make demands on the state. The Newman evidence is very clear that they can. Not all policy asks do, but the TVA definitely does, because there's a legal guardianship panel that consists of the one he sees author. Now they say chaos are inevitable. Obviously, the ballot only solves procedural unfairness in this debate. They say that the ballot shapes subjectivity. No, it doesn't. They've conceded that they've conceded all the stuff on the presumption stuff above, which answers it. They say the TVA, the card does not say anything about the law. Yes, it says relying on the law is good, and it endorses a legal guardianship panel, and the Newman evidence backs it up. They say the TVA links to the dissents. No, it doesn't. They all center blackness. They allow for the interpretation of the 1AC by its authors, and they say that fiat is bad. I think I answered that above. The Newman evidence answers it. I'm going to drop some like little line filling thing, but it doesn't matter because we're outweighing globally.
How much time? Oh, 4:20. Nice. Oh wait, my mom's seeing this. Sorry, mom. All right. Case T. Let me throw my gum away real quick. Is anyone not good? Also split screen this. Just stop me in the next couple seconds.
Slavery's organizational capacity overdetermines its tectonic water governance and socio-ecological crisis of the present order that tracks and black speaks the world terminally sustainable through habitat destruction, wildlife, shooting, livestock production driven by grievances, human protection, all which have direct effects on the economy of water through runoff and pollution and degradation, which means only a small risk of absolvency suffice for what after towards the black ecology rooted in hydroponics. Looks like ethical policy and community protection through policy black love that shifts away from mastery possession of water to respect and admiration with non-human life. Now, look, I'll do the TVA arguments here where they have conceded the 1 AR case arguments that's been considered throughout this debate that you can't solve any percent of our office without solving it all. They have dropped that anti-blackness and anti-perception structure each other in the way in which they have a co-constituent relation to violence, which means if you have framing issues, they can't explain to you why they solve anti-black violence and anti-perception. They can't solve the debates that impact terms are framed for the TVA because they have no terminal impact the preservation of fairness or epistemological defense of the reading of TVA. They code the evidence, they mistag this evidence. This card that says that law is one of the many apparatuses that reinforce anti-perceptionism, but it does not say the law can or should be a tool to challenge these logics. Proper look. You know that the classic mistake by the 2R is to not put enough ink on subjectivities. The 2R only says presumption, which is damning for the 2R because if we want to reverse that debate, it means that it should be that anti-blackness should be prioritized in your calculus, and it means that the extrinsic value to their model is anti-black. Then you vote affirmative. 20 seconds to the bottom of the TLC said it's not enough to win a presumption argument. If you win the debate, because capacity to shape subjectivities and use the judgments vote for the team that crafts the best ethics. Conceded debate and inevitably shape subjectivities. The arguments for you, the people we encounter, the experiences we have in and out of the base for rounds for almost a decade have influences how we act, how we interact with other debaters, the colleges we choose to attend, how we think about politics. The only questions that matters is what direction we consciously choose to direct our subjectivities. This always fairness for several reasons. First, they haven't outlined an extrinsic value to fairness. They even admitted that it was tautological and cross-linked to 2NC. If at the end of the debate you can't explain what preserving fairness achieves or why fairness is intrinsic good that you put out, the only argument that I hear in the 2R is that it produces the collapse of the game. But I don't hear why the game is important external to our arguments for why a debate has potential to shape subjectivity. The only offense that could possibly apply to this is the read evidence. Just one, they consider it's not about debate. Two, impact on their white cleansing arguments with the culpability. They said that was in the 1 AR that you can't hold black people culpable for how white people respond to it. But it's also solved by debate setting subjectivities offense. There's no defense of those, and that'll be repeated throughout this debate. Secondly, all of our offensive framework is an impact trend of fairness. Three, even if they win a debate as a game, only we can explain the value to that game in the first place. The ballot kick, this also solves the ballot pick. If you win debate same subjectivities, then you as a judge an ethical priority to presume have offense to resolve anti-black violence, then you can't weigh their offense at the ballot pick. It's also ridiculous. The Steele's question was not impacted at all well or explained well enough to warn about any reason we win offense on previous arena. Also drop the impact in the white structures and you shift the goalposts of a Steele's consensus. What means an arbitrary style determined you should reject now. They dropped all of our evidence. I'm going for two of them. One is the Lee evidence. Hermeneutics eliminates any potential external value, and their framing of fairness is ubiquitous in the resolution. Before it advanced, they produce a hermeneutical imposition that regulates the process of interpretation. Read the card in the 1C. It's grass. This educational control over the resolutional question reached a club-by conclusion that all debaters read the resolutional question in the same manner who ignores the presence of black artificial object, which really one necessary for understanding this topic. B is even if they win that the game is inevitable and competitive incentives do exist, they drop the accountability argument that game framing produces a speech platform that allows performances of racial violence to go unabated because debaters can blame all their actions on game and needed incentives, which also makes the determinal impact of the white cleansing worse and makes and produces worse subjectivities because it purchases rush to the margins in the name of competitive edges that they drop makes fairness impossible and inevitable in other debates, which means two things. One is even if competition is viable, promoting a potentially violent sphere of contestation is not, which means you have to overcorrect to the act to prevent the small groups of anti-blacks to go unabated. Debate safe subjectivities also means that they can't weigh any of their offense about T being priority is the case. Even if T is priority is the case, they drop the purity. Just the most unfair thing in this debate is not our app, but the excellence of our research. The Kirkland evidence arguments that locating political apathy within a particular state is the politics attaining that only offers black freedom when acceptable to the whites. The 2AC purity Kirkland evidence says, quote, they purify the activity of methodological difference and punish blacks for, quote, not fitting a system designed to oppress them. We can agree competition is good and incentives to what exists, but the way they have molded a particular type of competitive desire is valuable, terrorizes blacks, internalized white humanity, and adopt their guidelines. An instrument eraser that reifies the status quo political economy because of racial bonds, because this evidence makes the negative valid impossible because it proves anti-blacks overdetermines their internal links towards fairness, which means even if the limits it more broadly is valuable, the way they have limited discussions of particular forms of exclusion that they have advocated for is not neutral for all players, rather than enforcement of political respectability that purifies debate of its rowdy black animals. The purity produces the worst forms of subjectivity and also turns their fairness offense, which makes a ballot on the intrinsic good of fairness impossible because preserving fairness trades off with the ability for us to produce a subjective differentiation. And our argument is that the epistemologies that are afforded under their fair contestation in forms of states of debate are anti-black. Yes, we agree that I'll agree with the two-hour that we have little lack of defense, but obviously this is an impact term versus impact debate, which we are head on given the subjectivity framing. This AT is a prior issue, not true when the content is directly critiquing the practice of the community that should be given prior consideration given the framing at the top. Framing issue for the TVA, that could seize a consistent argument in case that you can't wait a resolution of only a portion of the F. Already did that. The debate state subjectivities proves an intrinsic value of the balance in debates like these for the affirmative, but not for the negative, especially true when they consider the nuance of TOC files and teams like McDonough, Noberg, winning, and KV policy has led to an increase in critical literature, which also resolves any questions that you might have about microaggressions. Also, even if they were microaggressions are inevitable, that shouldn't be the frame that we should use to evaluate things more broadly, especially when winning debate has the potential to state subjectivities, which means that resolvability flips affirmative. Also means that they can't weigh their TVA because the question of epistemologies before which means 1% risk calculus of an impact transfer to epistemologies also impact transfer to TVA. Good debate.
Good debate, yo.
Good debate.
I just said a neck part doc.
Does anyone need an RDoc?
I'd appreciate one.
Okay, I'll put all the relevant slash isolated 2AR evidence in there.
Perfect, thanks.
card
We're all in.
We're all in.
Serena is on her way.
Hi, this is Aaron Call from the tab room. Do you mind if I announce the decision?
Go ahead, Aaron. I
right.
hold on. I don't know if both Burke Prep is here. And is K Aaron here? All right. Well, more awkward silence for the more suspension and tension for the moment. Sorry before.
All right, we'll wait for Kevin, and then once we have confirmation he's here, I'll announce the decision.
Sounds good. Kyle's Antonio there. Okay. I think we're all here, Aaron.
All right, so we've got all three judges and all two teams. Okay. Congratulations to both teams for reaching the finals of the 2020 Tournament of Champions, the Policy Division. The decision is a 2-1 for the negative from Lawrence Free State. Congratulations.
I sat in this round. Burke, how much do you want to hear?
TLDR, I guess.
Okay. I can go first, but I just want to say this debate was really, really close and like a really fantastic debate to judge. And it was an honor to judge this final round for sure. I think both teams should be really proud of like their accomplishments so far and like everything that you've done in your careers. And Kyle, Antonio, I know I've judged you a lot, and like it's been an honor to like judge you two and see you two grow and listen to every argument that you've had to throw at me against the wall with like cybernetics and like Black Baudrillard and tea and body politics and like whatnot. And it was honored. And John Serena, it's like congratulations to you two on winning the tournament. It's honored. It was a pleasure to judge you two and watch you two grow as well. In the short, I voted AF. I thought like the AF one that the next framework was anti-Black, and like the only way to do that was like it was engaging with the AF model, the method of debate. I think the AF like actually did something, and the two dissents, like the affirmative stance, the purity politics, the purity dissent, and hermeneutics, like racist language dissent, were like two arguments that I really like stuck well on, and like I don't think like, but I can like again, those are like that's like the TLDR of it. I can like send out my full ballot on tab to really like explain all those things, but like that's how I said. I just thought that the AF's impacts outweighed the negs, like some external impact of fairness at the end of the day.
I can go. Give me 1 second. That should fix the echo. So I thought this was a very close debate as well. I thought AF was very ahead on impact stuff, but lacked uniqueness for any other stuff. So the 2AR that I thought, I just thought the 2AR was split between a DA reliant on competing interps, the Lee evidence, and arguments about ballot solvency, which is the purity DA. And I thought you should have committed to one over the other. Neg offense is minimal, as the 2AR points out, but not zero, because fairness is valuable as a prerequisite to the game itself, which at some level, based on your DA, both teams agree that clash and contestation are good. So it's valuable to preserve it, even if not super meaningful. The neg also explicitly has said it is about the procedural violation of fairness in this round. So that is an impact that outweighs even if, and my ballot solves, even if not super large. The issue with the Lee DA for me is that The AF argues that topical debate and attempts to create that consensus require exclusion of Black scholarship. Neg defense barely gets there for me, primarily because basically I think you don't have a way to solve it from reading unethical scholarship towards more ethical ones. One, TVA and switch sides solve because scholarship focused on both anti-Blackness and anthropocentrism is certainly included in the NEG's model. They've highlighted specific examples of what that looks like, and AF responses are deficits, which are NEG ground. Two, it's not intrinsic to T because NEG explicitly says there's a number of structural issues that produce the exclusion of Black scholarship, for instance. And again, and so it's not intrinsic to T, and those structural factors are far more relevant, which is solved by essentially their TVA switch side arguments. Three, basically reverse causality, which is like, what does debate look like under the AF's model if it is one? Because there's not really a counterinterp extended, but this sort of relies on it because it's a DA to their model. And then the other issue for me is basically like, if your counterinterp is one of no interp at all, I have no idea how you can create more ethical dialogue under your model. Which I wish like some of these things are things that the NEG more explicitly said, which is basically like links to you arguments, but I think like there's enough there for me based on like the fairness prereq stuff for me to say this. Purity DA. Big issue for me is this like ballot solvency argument that the NEG has been pushing you on both the case and the T page, which is essentially that non-Black judges believe they've contributed to the fight against racism by voting AF, absolving them of their guilt, which absolves them of moving for structural change. Although the culpability DA is lightly extended, but the NEG, and this is the read evidence, culpability DA is lightly extended, but NEG has used AF examples of structures. For instance, your case overviews focus on external things to prove that those matter more than any individual, so it comes first. And it eliminates uniqueness for the term because those structural factors inevitably reproduce racism and exclusion that you've contended is bad. So second, the TVA and switch side incorporate your scholarship with insistence that it should be just about an individual instead of the structural inclusion of that scholarship, links to the read evidence and prevent structural change. And ultimately, I thought the fairness violation of the debate outweighed.
I'll also try to do a cliff notes and write a longer ballot later. But generally, I also voted on fairness, although I didn't actually care all that much about like this debate. I didn't think the NEG had phenomenal like this round only it never spills over type stuff. Probably I was kind of right about that, but I did think they had pretty good just like local solvency takeouts to the AF method, if applied broadly, is ineffective at resolving any of the broader structures. The status DA, what they called it, that it's able to basically amorphously change in order to seem like it's going to be a little bit more helpful than it is, and kind of feeds into the cruel optimism stuff that Arnav discussed. I kind of thought that was an effective solvency route, and I don't know, I was kind of persuaded for the top level. How does the AF work to remedy all these forms of violence, and basically their like material stuff doesn't get solved through internal arguments in the game. I thought the impact of fairness was a little bit bigger, just like some of like the like little things like causes burnout, diminishes creativity, like basically key to interns education stuff. And this is pretty important because I really thought the NEG got a lot of mileage out of the TVA. I mean, the cards are pretty good and do use a lot of the same AF language. The top level response you have to the TVA, the TVA plus, doesn't have anthropocentrism plus anti-Blackness, kind of explicitly does in their card, saying that they can challenge conceptions of legal personhood and inaugurate a lot of the same subjectivity shifts just through research and learning that the AF is attempting to. Newman evidence also is kind of helpful in answering some of the control of the future is bad and anti-Black stuff. And then once again, like the best card you have on anti-Blackness, like, in the pathology DA and stuff like that, is just so clearly about structures outside of debate that it's not totally clear how you would access solvency for. And so, a model of debate that the egg formulates is desirable block comparison.
I guess I just have one question. I'm confused as like why no one has like said anything about like debate shaped subjectivities yet. How does that factor into your decision making
I
calculus?
thought you definitely won that argument, but fairness is a prerequisite to essentially accessing the ability for debate to shape subjectivities effectively.
Wait, real quick, what warrant in the 2 R do you think makes that claim?
They say this at the top as well. The equitable division of ground is key to basically any debate at all. And an unlimited topic makes that untenable. As well as their TVA and switch side arguments demonstrate that their AF is able to cultivate ethical subjectivities. So I thought like the risk of your impact turn, or I thought even if debate shaped subjectivity is like, I thought the AF won that argument, but I did not think that that was sufficient to win.
Karen, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I did mention it, and it was similar to Arnav in that I thought you kind of won it. Like basically, it's kind of more like a clash than a fairness debate in the end. It's just that the impact they have to framework is that if debates are unfair, number one, you just get less out of them. And that's especially problematic if they're winning that the research you would get in topical debates actually formulates some of the subjectivity shifts that are necessary to solve. Really a lot of the concepts replete throughout your evidence. And then number two, I thought they had like a separate like burnout kind of like energy impact that was like, it's not fair. It's a lot more taxing and difficult when we get a lot less out of the activity. It's harder and just kind of independently in impact of sorts. And, obviously it's not like literally just this one debate in the sense that, the clash, the impacts of models aren't ever just any one debate. It's kind of just the model debate without a topicality requirement.
As per the 2 R, what do you think is the isolated extrinsic value to debate that fairness produces?
I don't think they necessarily need one if they're link turning your offense, honestly, because
then
in order to
it's kind of the same in terms of like debate produces research and forms of education that change people's minds and teach them things they wouldn't otherwise know. But that's kind of, it seems like both teams agree that that is a value of debate, one of the core ones for the activity.
And that's sort of why I thought the like debate shaped subjectivity argument isn't really that relevant if you don't win. If they win, that their model is capable of doing that as well.
That's all from us. Thanks for judging. Good debate.
Thanks. Good debate.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Great debate.
Congrats, everybody.